Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another One Piece tier list. Over a year ago, we did the arcs and the devil fruits, and in the description of one of those videos, I mentioned that I was thinking about doing an all characters tier list, which is going to be the ultimate test of my One Piece knowledge. I anticipate this video being at least 4 hours long, and I'm going to have to record it over multiple sessions, but I'm eager to see how much I know. So I've made some custom categories here. From bottom to top, we've got Get Off My Screen, reserved for characters that I never want to see or think about in any regard. We've got D, which is just bad. You don't want to be in the D tier. C tier is like forgettable, average, like whatever. B tier, I like you, but I'm not gonna sing a song about you. A tier is when things start to heat up. I really like the characters in A tier quite a lot, and I think that they are a highlight of One Piece. S tier is going to be reserved for characters that I think really have an impact on the series and had an impact on me as well. And then top 10 is obviously reserved for my top 10 favorite characters in the series. This tier list seemingly has every character in the series, including the Egghead Island characters down here, which is great to see. What inspired me to do this after so long? I mean, it's been over a year, and I live 1,000 miles away from where I used to, pursuing a new career. I have a lot more hair. But what inspired me was I was on 2B2T, the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft, and a player by the name of Operation with with a zero for the second O. Shout out to them. They said they recognized me despite me only having 90 subscribers on the server. So that just inspired me to make some more content. So here we are. This is going to be quite the marathon, so say we just get into it. Oh, I need to make one more tier. Uh, IDK. A lot of these characters I'm not going to know. I think I'm probably top 10% of One Piece knowledge in the fan base, and yet there's just still so many characters that a lot of them, including this first guy, like who is this, is going to go into the IDK tier. So we'll just put whoever this is. It's in alphabetical order. So this guy has an A name. This is Absalom, so this guy must be AA or AB something. AB before S, yeah. So I don't know who that is. They're gonna go there. Um, let's get into it. Let's get into it. I need to prepare here. Similar with the other two, no script. We're just gonna cook. And I'm also on 2B2T right now, so I might have to do some stuff in order to not get kicked as we go. Okay, so Absalom is the first character that I know, and Absalom is dead, presumably killed by Blackbeard, and fruit was given to Shiryu, Shiryu. Absalom's going into the get off my screen tier. I mean, they were, you know, horrible, horrible pervert, um, sort of a one-trick character, gag character that was not funny at all. Um, just get off my screen. I don't want to see you. And depending on how well I know the character and how much I have to say, some of these are going to be really short, some of these are going to be really long. I'm sure you expect that though. Okay, this I don't know who this is. I don't know who that is. This person, I feel like I know who this person is more than I know the others. I've been watching a creator anime chan KT watch through One Piece, and so I feel like my pre time skip is going to be a lot better here than post. Um, well, I don't know them, so I'm gonna say I don't know. Same with this guy. I don't know who this is. This is Akira. I don't remember their exact name, but they are a junior commander of the Revolutionary Army. We actually saw them recently in one of the Egghead chapters. Um, I like them a lot. I like their design a lot. I think they look better in the manga. I think something about their head shape and I don't know, something they look better in the manga. Same with like Viola, which we'll get to. But I like them a lot. I'm gonna put them in B tier for what little they've done. This is the girl from Skypiea, the Shandian girl, and she's cool. She showed a lot of heart in Skypiea to She like stood up for some people and she just kind of went hard. So she's cool, and I'm gonna put her in B tier. I think Luffy inspired her like he does so many others. Okay, so this is some probably Vice Admiral bum. I don't actually know which Vice Admiral this is though, so I'm gonna put him in I don't know. A lot of I don't know so far. I don't like to see that, and we got some more coming too with these. I know this fish fuck here. Um, this is Aludin. Um, Aladdin. Aladdin. I don't know. I can't say it. Aladdin. Um, he's cool. I mean, I'm kind of a Fishman Island hater. Not really though. I like the Otohime flashback a lot. Hmm. I'm just gonna keep him in C tier for now. I don't feel strongly enough about Aladdin to put him into a B tier. Ooh, okay, here we go. King, Albert. One of my favorite characters of Wano, for sure. The only real threat on Kaido's crew, in my opinion. Queen is just such a bum, and we don't even need to talk about Jack. The calamities, yeah, whatever. But I like Albert a lot. I like his flashback a lot when he asks Kaido if he can change the world, and Kaido says, "I'm the only one who can." Really good in the manga. Really, really good. King is an easy A tier. I mean, the fight with Zoro in the anime is insane. The animation is some of the best I've ever seen. He's just a good character, and everything with Lunarian and him being one of the last ones. A lot of lore for a side villain. Put him in A tier for sure. I don't remember this guy's name. Get him off my screen. He's disgusting. Uh, who? Bolkada? Who? Is this one of the characters from Gaimon's Island? I don't know. I don't know them. We got Alvida, Iron Mace Alvida, the first villain of the series. Well, in the anime, it's Higuma in the manga. I'm gonna I'm gonna have to say that Alvida. Oops, sorry about that. Alvida is a good character. She's a recurring character, but I think she's kind of mid. I don't really like. I'm not gonna like invest in Alvida stocks anytime soon. She's on Karakuri Island, I think. Yeah, she is. Not Karakuri Island. Is that what it's called? Whatever Buggy's Island is, Cross Guild. I'm gonna put her comfortably into the C tier. I don't really think she belongs with these other two that I like a little bit more. Who is this? Oh my god. Uh, I feel like I vaguely remember them, but I don't know. Same with this, like who? Same with this, like who? This is right here one of the DeCalvon brothers, I believe. Um, or maybe not the DeCalvon brothers, but he is one of Whitebeard's like 47 friend crews. So he's cool. He can go. He can get a C tier. Okay, so this is Alfandra, Alfarandra. I don't remember how to say it. I mean, big woman, right? So okay, cool. Arlong, one of the most, if not the well, not the most obviously, but one of the most iconic villains, the most of East Blue. Uh, he's a good character. He really instilled the fear into early watchers because he was pretty intense. I'm gonna put him in B tier. He's not up there with King, just not nearly as cool as King or any of the qualities of King. This fucking this isn't Ashura Doji, is it? I always get him confused with someone else. I don't know. Oh, I saw the DeCalvin brothers. Oh wait, no, this is the monkey guy that. Never mind. I'm going off on a tangent. Assuming that this is Ashura Doji, I'm putting him in B tier. I feel like Wano is kind of a blur. I've only consumed it once. Um, I don't know who this is. Avalo Pizarro has a really cool fruit. He's got the island fruit. I like it quite a lot. He goes meow, which is uh, yeah. So I'm gonna put him in C tier. He's a despicable man. Pretty cool power. Part of the final boss's crew, one of the final bosses, so he can go there. Um, I don't know who this is. Well, Fishman Island, right? For this guy? I don't know who he is. This is Babe, Mr. Four, Babe Ruth meme. It's gonna be my first D tier. It's just disgusting. Just get him off the screen. His fight with Usopp and Chopper is pretty cool. Um, with the whole like, that's the one thing I won't let you laugh at from Usopp. That's pretty good. I'll have to admit, but whatever. This is Baby Five. She's cool. Uh, really sad that her mom didn't feel the need to give her a name and just called her the fifth baby. But she's cool. She B tier for sure. Bakula. I don't know why I know the name of that. I think it's because I've rewatched that scene a few times because it's so good. This is the guard cat of Amazon Lily that Luffy defeats in the Coliseum and one shots it. And it's a pretty cool scene. I'm just gonna give it C tier because a cool scene is a cool scene, right? Who? Okay, so Buggy, D Clown, one of the most influential characters in the series, longest going story in the series, an amazing character, right? One of Oda's finest in terms of weaving them into the story and having them sort of on this parallel journey with Luffy and other characters. And I mean, Buggy stocks are just at an all-time high, right? Uh, has one of the strongest characters under their wing, presumably, Fraud Hawk allegations notwithstanding. And Crocodile's working with him, and he's just failing upwards, and he's gonna sit on the empty throne. So I don't think he's quite top 10 for me. I understand if you put him there, but gonna be an easy S tier. I mean, come on, right? Um, let's see here. Miss Bucking. This is the real one, not the clone. She's cool. I mean, she got with Whitebeard, which is insane. This next one, I feel like I should absolutely know who this is, and I just don't. I'm gonna put Buckin in C, and I'm gonna put this attractive lady, and I don't know because I feel like this one is that like egregious to not know? I don't know them. I also don't know who this is. This is the turtle that Miss All Sunday, now known as Nico Robin, or formerly Miss All Sunday, now Nico Robin, was riding around on in in Alabasta, and just for the swag, I mean B tier. Like above all these characters easily, just for the sheer fact that it's a turtle with a top hat and yeah, uh, can also be used as a vessel. This guy's on Roger's crew, I think, right? Um, I mean, C tier, sure. This is one of Dofi's crew, minor character, I think. Might be wrong on that, but going off of that knowledge, I'm just gonna put them into C tier. C tier is kind of just like, whatever about them. So I got a feeling that C tier is actually going to be pretty stacked, pretty filled to the brim. I mean, from the design, I assume Thriller Bark, but I don't remember. This is Peachbeard. Um, recently, the victim of the Revolutionary Army. I'm gonna go with D tier. You just disgust me. This is a really cute monkey, but I actually don't know who they are. Ooh wee. Okay. Big character sure comes up fast, huh? So we've got Bartholomew Kuma, the current focal point of the story, and I'm making this as of chapter 1103. 1104 is on the way. Kuma is the focal point of the story right now, alongside Bonnie, and Kuma has the most tragic flashback in the series, maybe the most well-written flashback in the series. He is selfless to the core from the moment of his birth to presumably what's going to be the moment of his death soon. He was selfless to the core, only looking out for other people. His daughter, uh, Vegapunk, he's looking out for everyone but himself. And he is going to be the martyr that brings about the dawn of the world. And we are seeing the beginnings of that right now in the series, and it is just such an amazing time to be a fan of the longest running manga series in history, One Piece. Or best selling, whatever the King Recon line is. Okay, I'm putting him into top 10 for sure. With the recent developments, I think it would be an absolute crime not to have him in at least S tier, and he definitely belongs in my top 10. Let's keep it pushing. I might have more to say about Kuma later. His power is also very cool and overpowered. Bartolomeo, an utter meme character through and through. I didn't really like him during Dressrosa. I thought he was pretty annoying. But what I will say is the cover story of him burning Shanks' flag and replacing it with the Straw Hat flag actually gives me some pretty big points. Gives him some pretty big points in my mind. So with that being said, I'm going to put him in B tier because of that. He belongs up here. He's a ride or die for sure. Basil Hawkins, one of the most disappointing of the worst generation of the supernovas, uh, got bent over by Kaido and is presumably dead as well. So I mean, just D tier. I don't think he's quite get off my screen because he has some cool like moments, like when he's the big straw demon. But D tier for sure. I don't know who this snake is. This is the vice admiral that Sabo fights, and I'm gonna put him in C tier just because I don't really think anything about him. Besides the fact that he had a really pitiful showing against Sabo. Sabo's strong, of course, but I remember him getting bodied. Who is this bug? Who is this bug? This bug is, I don't know. I don't know about that bug. It's just the truth that this bug is just not in my brain. This is the bat guy. There's the really cool scene of Luffy and Zoro like blocking all the arrows from him in Wano, Act 1. But he's definitely get off my screen. I mean, he's disgusting. This guy, I think, is a Tontada. I'm going to put him into D tier, making that assumption. Well, I can't assume that. Well, I assumed here and here. I'm going to put him in D tier, assuming that he's a Tontada. They're kind of weird. This she can preemptively get there as well. The Lord of the Coast, the creature that snatched Shanks' arm and kind of inspired Luffy to, start his journey or whatever, or one of the main inspirations alongside Ace and all other characters. Lord of the Coast, you're okay in my book. You can get a C tier. Well, given the fact that I think Higuma is still living inside the Lord of the Coast, Moby Dick style, I'm gonna say C tier. But that's the only thing that puts this creature into C tier. I don't know who this low res panda is. It's not Panda Man. Is this one of the kings from the Reverie? I don't know. Oh, Belmare. Okay. Belmare, Nami and Nojiko's adoptive mother. Emotional crux of the Arlong Park arc. Definitely one of the best characters. Never backed down from her resolve. She was willing to die instead of admit that she wasn't a mother or hide the fact that she was a mother. And and she was just a real one up until the very end. So I mean A tier for sure. Borderline S, but I just feel like she she had such a strong impact on the small amount of the series that she was in. So I can't quite put her in S because like Buggy has been well, we'll see. For now she's an A tier. This is one of the Amazon Lily girls, the ladies of Amazon Lily. I mean, whatever, she's okay. Bellamy, look, I know that Bellamy had like a big redemption arc, and like he realizes that he followed the wrong man, and similar to Geen and all of this, but I mean he's still just annoying to me. I feel bad though. He's annoying, but I feel bad. So I do think because of how well written he is, he deserves C, but I still don't like him. And if we're like what? How far are we in now? 20 minutes in. I should explain that this is not power, and you should know this already. That this is just how much I enjoy them from the narrative. I don't know who this is. He is grunting like crazy though. Let's see here. Bello Betty is. I think I said this. Maybe in the Devil Fruits tier list. I can't remember. For how little screen time Bella Betty has actually been on the screen, she is like if there is a ratio for screen time to how much I like them, I think Bella Betty has the highest ratio of that. I really like her power. I like that it's kind of like an MMO style buff, and it is able to empower people that normal people, such as Moda, the Milk Girl, to hold on, my nose is so itchy. One sec. Excuse me. Okay. I really like that her power is able to inspire and to um, power up people as weak as just like a milk girl. So, and her design is awesome. I mean, she's a baddie, and she's just awesome. I'm putting her in A tier, despite the fact that she maybe does not belong there. Okay, Ben Beckman, presumably the strongest of the first commanders, at least in my opinion. Old Rayleigh, you can put him up there too, if you want. But I do think that Ben Beckman, his time has yet to shine. And I think that from what little moments we have of him, I actually really do like him a lot. Almost so much so that I'm going to put him in high B tier. Because he stopped Kizaru. Kizaru went to work right after, but still. And then there's the scene of him, well, when right before Shanks kills Kid, he says, like, you know, you must have seen a terrible future, which is like a hard line. And then also when he's like, hey, when Shanks is like, hey Beck, how about we go and claim it, the One Piece. Those scenes are just so good, right? They just give me goosebumps. So I'm gonna keep him in top of B just because his time is yet to come. And I know that can apply to Bello Betty too, but I just like Bello Betty. All right. Okay, Bon Clay, Mr. Two Bon Clay Bentham. The the story of Bon Clay is one of my favorites for sure. Just always being such a sort of eccentric and outgoing, but also extremely full of heart and honesty character. I mean, I know what they did on Alabasta was like obviously very dishonest, but I'm speaking more about the themes of friendship and the themes of bonds and the fact that they went from a side villain to being instrumental in the Straw Hats escaping Alabasta. And then, I mean, one of my favorite scenes in the whole series is when Bon Clay is fighting off the wolves to protect Luffy in Impel Down. That is one of the best scenes. That is one of the most emotional scenes created by oops, created by a character that, you know, upon introduction you would never think anything about them. You would never think that they would give you these feels. And, you know, I might get into this later too about the fake deaths. I think maybe they should have died when Magellan, they're still alive right now, which is kind of weird to me, but that's my only one big gripe with One Piece in general is the fake deaths or the Oda's reluctancy to kill characters. Bon Clay, you're an easy S tier. You might be top 10, but I'm going to keep you an S for now. Definitely deserved, though. Beppo. Now, Beppo is the first commander of the. I don't know why I brain farted there. Beppo is the first commander of the Heart Pirates, Law's crew, and really showed his worth recently in the conflict with Blackbeard when they were down and out. He actually managed to. He was kind of the. He kind of did what Killer couldn't. Killer hopped in to try to save Kid, but Shanks just obliterated them. Beppo, with the help of Chopper, was able to actually kind of get Law to safety, or at least away from Teach. I mean, Beppo's going to be a B tier. B for Beppo. Go Beppo. This is one of Foxy's crew. They can go there. I don't know who this chicken is. Maybe also one of Foxy's crew. I'm going to put them here as well, even though that might be wrong. I don't know who this Caillou baby is. They're going in. I don't know. I don't know who this is. They're going here. Is this? This isn't the monkeys on. This isn't the monkeys on Mihawk's Island, right? No, I don't know who that is. Black Black Maria is cool. You know, she's got a cool spider power, and she had a really cool fight with Robin. Why didn't she use hockey? Why didn't she use hockey? Why didn't she use hockey? It's Wano. Why didn't she use hockey? Put her in C tier. This is I like this guy a lot. He's on Whitebeard's crew. You're gonna see that I have this like weird knowledge of certain side characters. This guy, he has this fruit where he can. He's like a big fat guy, and he has these holes in his face, and he pulls out this big hammer, and he can like whack people. And I thought that was pretty cool. I'm putting him. I'm putting him in B tier because I like him. I mean, the thing about like characters like Alvida and Bellamy and Black Maria is I don't care how like important they are. I just don't like them. So they're gonna as much. They're gonna be in C tier compared to this guy. I don't even remember his name, but he's cool. This is that's not Tilestone. I like know who this guy is. Where's Tilestone? I need to make sure that they didn't just put Tilestone at the top for some reason. Hold on. Bear with me, folks. Chopper, Tony. No, there's Tilestone. Okay. What? I know who this is. I like 100% know who this guy is. But I'm just drawing a blank right now, so I have to put him in I don't know. No, he's in the Coliseum, right? Ah, shit. I can't. I'm not gonna do it if I don't know. I don't know who this lard monster is. I don't know who this abomination is. This guy's Blue Gilly. I know about him because of his blue hair. He can get a C tier, I guess. I don't really care about him. Well, I'll put him in D tier because he's pretty underwhelming, I think. These are the blue gory of Impel Down. And I mean, they're pretty cool, you know. They're like the jailer guards. They're okay. I mean, they can get a C tier. They were kind of scary, you know, chasing around Buggy and Luffy. This is this is the guy in the ASL flashback. He's an absolute bastard. Him and his cronies like torture Luffy and beat up Ace, and then Ace uses Conquerors to beat them. I mean, yeah, get off my screen, you disgusting rat. Oh, Bluno. Okay, I really like Bluno because not only was he not only was he in Film Red, which I think is really funny that they chose Bluno to be in Film Red of all the members of CP9. He's kind of he's set up as like a, and I'm going to talk much more about Water 7 and his lobby than any other arc characters you will see. I like Bluno because he was kind of set up as like a downfall character, like a foil to Lucci almost, because like every time that they need to show that CP9 like has weaknesses, it was always done with Bluno. So the first time was when CP9 goes to the Tom's Workers hideout and Frankie like grabs his head and lifts him up. So that was you were like, okay, this guy is not all that if Frankie is doing this. And then on the C train, Sanji does his, you know, Concassar kick, and that kind of almost breaks through the iron body. And then of course, the third and final is when Luffy uh, defeats him as sort of an appetizer to the Lucci fight. So I like Bluno a lot. I mean, I'm tempted to put him in A tier. I'm gonna put him in B tier. I think his power's cool, the Door fruit, and he was just set up to be so menacing too. Like when he's at the door, when he's at Iceberg's door, and Tilestone runs at him, and he you know he Tilestone swings with his fist, and then oh no, swings with the hammer, and then Bluno just puts his fist out, and the hammer just bam. I remember I was like, how are they gonna beat these guys? But it just ended up being Bluno, which is like pretty funny. Okay, I don't know who this abomination is. You can go there. Boa Hancock. Another contender for most tragic backstory in the series. She is the pirate empress. All bow before her beauty, except for Luffy. And I mean, I love her. She's an amazing character. I think that the fact that the first time you see her, she kicks the puppy and the seal, and you go, "I hate you. You know, I hate you. You suck. Why are you doing that?" mean lady. And then at the end of Amazon Lily, she does it again, and by that time you're like, yeah, go Boa, because her backstory is just so sad, and you understand her more and understand why she's like that so much more. Yeah, Boa's an S tier character for sure. I mean, she is so well written, so um, she's really likable too. Like, I mean, obviously she's very attractive, but even if she was not attractive, her personality is very funny and very likable. And I think a lot of people get put off by her being kind of a one note to Luffy, but I think she still has more than that. I mean, I know that's the bulk of it, but she's cool and she's very relevant to the current story. I think it's 1.659 bill. Insane. From 80 mil? What's that? 200 times increase or something? That's crazy. The sisters, Marigold, Sandersonia. A lot of people simp for Sandersonia. I don't really see it. She's got a Stewie Griffin football head, but I mean, I respect them. I respect them more than any of these characters, so they can get a B tier. This is what's his name? Bobin, I think. Big Mom subordinate. I mean, I think he's funny. Like he's not anything to write home about, but I'm gonna put him in C tier because I think he's funny. Okay, I don't know who this guy is. This mustacheman, double chin mustacheman. Tontada. I'm gonna put all the Tontadas in D because I just don't really like them. Leo might be an exception, but okay, we got we got Bonk Punch here, one of Shanks's crew. You can see Monster just out of frame here, but Monster isn't actually in the pic. Wait, does Monster get his own entry or is this a double rating? Let's see. Kung Fu Dugongs. I have to like I have to like make Noland, Magellan, Marshall. Where am I missing? M-O-M. Oh no, there he is, Monster. Okay, good. So just for Bonk Punch, I mean, he's gonna go in C tier because we don't really know about Shanks's crew besides the fact that the top officers, which I think includes Bonk Punch, have which is also it's just like a TF2 item. It just sounds like scout item. Uh, they are some of the most strongest and well-rounded officers. Probably kind of similar to kind of how the Straw Hats are very. They're not super well-rounded, but they can all hold their own or whatever. I feel like Bonk Punch is probably pretty strong. He can get a C tier. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this bastard right here is. Okay, so this is probably going to be the one that is maybe the most subject to change. Well, no, there are certain characters that could be said for more, but one of the most relevant characters in the series right now is Borsalino, Kizaru. And the reason for that is his really interesting sort of unclear sense of justice and his sort of unclear like you can't tell how he's feeling on the inside very well. And so, he was dispatched to Egghead Island to assassinate Vegapunk, to assist Lucci in that endeavor, guarding Saint J. Garcia Saturn. And the entire time he is giving off this veil, or it's genuine, of I'm just a cog in the machine. I've given up my uh, individuality, even my dignity, really, just to sort of work for this government machine. And it is only through an insane series of flashbacks that we learn that Kizaru was sort of instrumental to all of this in sort of raising Sentomaru and was there for all of this Kuma robotification, and they did the Nika dance together. You know what I mean? Like that, and now in the last chapter, Kizaru presumably fed Luffy so Luffy could get back up and save Bonnie. Do you know how insane that is? If you had told people at Marine, like in 2011 at Marineford, that Kizaru was gonna have a good guy turn, I feel like nobody would believe you, because he was kind of cold there. He's kind of like, I'm gonna kill everybody, but now we're seeing this other side of him where he's thinking about Sentomaru and he's thinking about Bonnie and he wants them to be safe. Kizaru, you're S tier for sure. I mean, I am all in on the Kizaru stocks right now. I feel like he is gonna end up being a really sick character. I don't know how much I don't know how much he's gonna have an effect in the final war. I feel like it might be kind of a thing where he's like, okay, I have realized the error of my ways. I have realized that the system I am working for is in fact the ops. I'm gonna go just become a farmer. That's what I think that Kizaru is gonna do. But who knows? Maybe he'll help storm Mary Joie. I don't know. Whatever. This guy. One sec, sorry. This guy was Skypia. One of the. Was he one of Vanel's guys, or was he one of the? I think he was one of Vanel's guys. I mean, whatever. D tier. He's got that beanie too low on his head. So this is brand new. This is the guy who comes up with the bounty numbers, and I think he's pretty funny because some of the weird bounty numbers are just like so silly that I feel like this guy is quite the character, and I'm gonna put him in B tier. We only ever see him kind of like. It's funny because we see him. I think we see him talking about Luffy's first bounty, and then we also see him like giving the biggest bounties in the world. So it's like they have one guy in the Marines doing bounties, and it's brand new, and here he is. Okay, I don't know who this is. Sorry, I got so hyped about brand new. He's pretty cool. I'm of all the side characters, I'm a big fan. Um, this guy looks like he's in Wano just by the style, but I don't remember him. Same with them. We got Broggy. Now um, Broggy has a lot of really good moments. You know, he has the moment on Little Garden where Zoro's like, "Let's kill these guys." He's like, "Let's cut our legs off" or whatever, and Broggy says to Zoro like, "What a tenacious kid, you know. You've made me realize that I've lost my spark," and that was like an insane scene for me. Uh, when they destroy the Island Eater, that's sick. And then recently, Dory and Broggy delivered the 1-2 punch finisher on the Victoria Punk kids vessel. So that was pretty sick with Hokoku sovereignty. So I'm gonna put I'm gonna put Broggy in A tier for sure. Good character. Always love to see him on the screen. Okay. Whew, okay, we might have a controversial opinion here. I'm coming in with the controversy. Brooke is my least favorite Straw Hat. Does that mean Brooke is going to get a bad rating in this poll? No, not at all. But Brooke is my least favorite Straw Hat. I understand that Brooke was absolutely the MVP of Whole Cake Island, and I understand that Brooke is, a valuable member of the crew. Insanely tragic backstory. I really love the scene where Luffy's laying on the piano and he's like, "Can you join me now?" at the end of Thriller Bark. Very sweet. But at the same time, the perv jokes, the Brook perv jokes, just don't hit for me at all. I think some of the Sanji ones do. I just like Sanji a lot more. But I might be a hypocrite for saying that. You're welcome to label me as one. But I don't know. I don't get as excited when Brook does something as I do when some of the other Straw Hats do. With that being said, I'm not going to give Brook a C or a D tier or anything crazy. I'm just going to put him into B tier because I do like him, and I do think that it's cool that he's around and is he's part of the crew, and all respect to Brook for real. B tier, deserved. This is one of the Meow Band brothers. This is the one that gets hypnotized by Django and it becomes a beast. I mean, just fuck off my screen. This is Mayor Boodle of Orangetown, and he fought valiantly. Luffy had to like knock him unconscious so he wouldn't get himself killed against Buggy. And he's still hanging with Choo Choo, so I mean he's a real one. Right next to Brook in B tier for sure. Oh wait, why did I do that? Okay, we're good. This is uh this is Buffalo, and one of the Don Quixote family has a really bizarre fruit, and I don't want to see him on my screen. Every time he's on the screen, Baby Five is on the screen. and I'm like, okay, Sweet Baby 5 is on the screen, but that also means Buffalo is. So just get off my screen. This is some pig from. I'm gonna put. I remember this. It's from Thriller Bark. Just get off my screen. I don't actually remember this guy's name. It's like something. It's like Sawhawk or something, or like he's one of Shanks' crew. He's probably really strong. I'm gonna put him with Bonk Punch here. We've got a officer in a Yonko crew, Kabaji, the unicyclist, the acrobat. I think he's really funny. I like Buggy's crew. Where did I put Alvida? C tier? He's going wherever Alvida went. Yeah, right next to Alvida. C tier. Hoo-wee, hoo-wee. Okay. One of my favorite flashbacks in the series, highly underrated in my opinion, is the Nolan Calgara flashback. And it was just so emotional. It felt like such a folk tale, and it really served to kind of build the world of One Piece and the history, the lore. And Calgara is one half of that flashback, one half of the emotion, one half of not knowing whatever happened to his friend, his unlikely friend that he made from a whole different world. Calgara, I mean, it's so tough, right? It's actually so tough. But I mean, this is where my heart feels. I'm thinking here too, but no, 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 no. It has to be A, just because of how much I love that flashback and how much it resonates with me. Oh, I keep doing that. Sorry. Okay. This is an admiral guy from a movie, film Red, film. I don't remember. I remember he's an admiral guy though. I mean, D tier, sure. He's a marine. Beje, Capone Beje, schemer, father, family man, looks out for his boys. I mean, he's cool. I rock with him. B tier, really cool power. One of maybe my favorite power alongside Kid that was introduced on Sabaody with the supernovas. I really liked his castle ability. I thought that was really cool. Baby, whatever can get C tier. Baby, his kid. Mother Caramel. Despicable slave trader, child slave trader. Get off my screen. Um, got what she deserved though. Got eaten by Linlin. So you know, goes around comes around. Stupid bitch. Okay, Caribou. I need a moment. Caribou could be instrumental to the coming chapters. Keep in mind I'm at 11:03 right now. That's when this video releases. 11:04 will probably be out considering how many sessions I'm going to have to record for this. But Caribou could be instrumental. I mean, he's on the Sunny right now. Blackbeard has arrived. Blackbeard's forces have arrived on Egghead, but they are unknown. Caribou could go work with Blackbeard and be sort of an informant. Caribou could be sort of a rogue agent and try to cause some chaos. I think the Blackbeard thing is the most likely. Um, I'm gonna put Caribou in D tier just because I really don't like him and he's really disgusting. But I do acknowledge that he could be insanely important in the next like 5 chapters. She's from this lady's from the is it the Firework Island or the one of the fillers after Alabasta, and she is attractive. So that's all I'm gonna give her. She gets a C tier just for being cute, being a cutie. So this is Carne. He is Patty's buddy on the Baratier, and I like him a lot. Patty and him are kind of the comedic duo of the Baratier, and they are presumably. I assume Patty is probably the sous chef now, and Carne would be right under him. So I bet he makes a mean meal. I'm putting him in B tier because I quite enjoy him. Okay, what? Get off my screen, even though I don't know who you are. One of the three Usopp pirates here. I don't remember his name, but I rock with the Usopp pirates. They have a lot of heart for being like 6 years old. So B tier. They were willing to fight against a deranged man, fully grown hypnotist, and put their lives out there like that at 6. They're insane. Usopp pirates. Might be a little bit older, but they're not older than 10. Whew, yeah, okay. We got Carrot. Now I love Carrot, don't get me wrong. I am, however, a proponent of the agenda. And I think it's really funny that Carrot didn't join and got relegated. I mean, she's great, the Sulong form, great scene, all of that, great, I probably got to put her in A tier just because she's so likable and uh, so memorable and just kind of like a pseudo main character, but not really. I'll put her in A tier. She's better than all of these characters, but I think it's pretty funny that her and Yamato didn't join. That's all I'm gonna say. Vice Admirable Shitter, Admiral Shitter. I don't know about him. Katarina Devon, uh, one of, in my opinion, Blackbeard's strongest subordinates, given her ability, the Nine-Tailed Fox. She can transform into. It's basically a souped-up version of Bon Clay's fruit, where she can mimic the appearance and the clothes, and uh, I don't think the abilities. I can't remember, but it's just a direct upgrade from that. And I think she's a really cool character. I think that it's pretty terrifying that she wants to cut off all beautiful women's heads. Um, Sort of like a Medusa style. I mean, obviously Boa is the real Medusa, but like anti-Medusa. Um, I'm gonna put her. I mean, she's a good character. She's despicable, but she is like a good character. I'll just put her in C tier. She could go to B maybe, but okay. Cavendish is a saucy boy. He's very handsome and he's a saucy boy. With that being said, I just think he's okay. He's all right. I'm gonna put him in C tier. I don't really feel like Cavendish is someone that I'm like thinking about or that I really remember extremely fondly. Coming up on an hour. This is Foxy. No, Wano. I don't know. These are the Thriller Bark dog Cerberus creature. D tier, whatever. Caesar Clown drugs kids, gets kids addicted to drugs, experiments on kids, makes children grow unnecessarily, provides faulty devil fruits that only work 1 in 10 times to Doflamingo, and is all around one of the most despicable, unforgiving characters in the series. Therefore, get off my screen. I don't know who this stoic-looking big guy is, but he can go here. I think Brownbeard is like one of the least likable characters I can think of in the series. I feel bad for him because he got turned into a centaur and then the Yeti Cool Brothers came for him. But at the same time, I mean, I can't like I can't like act like I like Brownbeard at all and I want him to be anywhere but get off my screen because it's just Brownbeard. It's just revolting. Um, Chaka, Chaka's cool. Um, One of Alabasta's most devout. He didn't have a scene where he should have died, so that boosts him to B tier. Pell is probably going to be lower. This has to be a filler character. Look at this guy. Like, he looks like Hitler. He's got the stash. I don't know about him. Um, uh, Whole Cake Island, Charlotte family. Whole Cake Island, Charlotte family. Okay, this I I've got a thing for this one right here. The long neck lady. I forget her name right now. Why? Oh, I know her name though. Okay, it's not coming to me. I don't know why Praline is coming to me. I don't like Praline, but um, she's bad. Like, uh-huh. So I'm gonna put her in B tier for sure. I don't know who this is. Filler probably. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Okay. Brule is the emotional motivator of someone that will be in my top 10. So I think that she deserves a B tier. She is, very ugly on the outside, but once you kind of learn the story, you really start to like her, or at least, sympathize with her. So she can get a B tier. I'm just gonna put all of these whole cake shitters into D tier. I don't quite want to not see them, but well, these two can get out, and this guy as well. Um, what's her name? Like Carla or something? She's the Big Mom daughter, and she gets the Vivia card that helps later, and she was on Thriller Bark, and her shadow. You know who it is. What's her name? Sadie? I don't remember her name. She's cool though. She rejects the proposal, right? Loki's proposal, which could actually have big consequences now that we're going to Elbaf, or big implications. She can get C tier. I don't really dislike her or like her too much. Um, D tier for you. Get off my screen for you, Lardo. I don't know who that is. Get off my screen. Get off my screen. Get off my screen. Cracker is interesting. I think it's really interesting from a power scaling perspective that Luffy and Nami had such a hard time with him, and then Kuzan just no diffed him in the cover story, completely obliterated him, had him running and crawling away, which is insane. That being said, though, I think he's pretty cool. I think he's got a pretty cool power, C tier. I don't really think about him that much, but cool power for sure. Pretty intimidating for a sort of pre-Wano villain. I don't remember who this is. She's cute, but I don't know who she is. I don't know who this is. He looks weird. Looks like Gem. I think Daifuku is one of the biggest bums in the series. I think his power is absolutely useless, and I think that it was kind of actually an insult to Sanji that Daifuku was his opponent and not someone a little bit more intense in Whole Cake Island, given that that was Sanji's arc. Obviously, the real opponent was Judge and the drama behind that, but still. Daifuku, get off my screen. I don't know who you are. I think you're a whole cake, but I don't know. I remember you, but get off my screen. Whoo, Flampe. Flampe might be my least favorite character. But, it's she definitely is one of my least favorites, but she's written to be, that's like her purpose in the story is to like have that insane moment with Katakuri. So if they are, let me see who I have and get off my screen right now. She like serves her purpose well, so I feel like I need to give her like a B tier. Let's just do C, because B for her serving her purpose well, but get off my screen for. Oh my God, hold on. B for get off my. B for serving the purpose well, but get off my screen for being so annoying and so insufferable. So yeah, C tier would work there. Another whole cake. This she's bad too. I feel like she probably deserves the same treatment as where is she? The this girl. They could both get it. Um, get off my screen. Oh wait, no. Wait, no. These they can go. They can go here. This guy has a shocked look on his face right here. Look at him. I don't know who he is though. Whole cake. I remember them. Whole cake. I remember them. I don't think I remember them. Okay. Charlotte Katakuri. So Katakuri, straight off the bat, is top 10 for me. Has been historically my favorite character in the whole series. Easily one of the best written characters in my opinion. Written as a sort of an antagonist but not a villain. I think he is the best example of that where he is just on the wrong side of the conflict and he has only ever wanted to look out for his sister and to protect his family from their cannibalistic mother who eats them if they're not strong enough. So Katakuri has sort of through insecurity and through all of this from his facial scars that he was bullied for as a kid, he became the man that his family needed in order to protect them from both the dangers of the world and the dangers of their own mother. And the fact that during the fight, I know he kills the butlers, which is not cool, but during the fight with Luffy, he comes to realize that, well, he's always known that Big Mom isn't like a good person or anything, but he comes he his through seeing Luffy and hearing Luffy, he came. There's like other ways, is what he realized, and through realizing that there was other ways, is why he relinquished the fight and realized that okay, there's like more to life than this. There's more than everything than this, and this guy in front of me is like proving that to me right now. Man, he's a good character, Katakuri. He snipes with jelly beans. He's got the mochi fruit. I just think he's such a well-written character. Really admirable. Really sort of just admirable. Just someone to look up to. And the scene where he with Flampe, where he takes the thing off and says like, "When men are fighting, don't pay." Oh my God, when he self harm like he injures himself because Flampe injured Luffy, so he wants to make the fight even. He has that kind of honor. Oh man, I love Katakuri. I really do love Katakuri so much. I'm gonna put him over Kuma even in the top 10. Kuma definitely still belongs here, and there will be characters behind Kuma, I think, in the top 10. But Katakuri is pretty high up there, top 5 maybe for me. He's just so well written, and it was just such a shock because I feel like from the start of post time skip to Katakuri, I mean, you can say Doflamingo. A lot of people really like Doflamingo, and I like him too. He'll be high on the list, but I just think that there wasn't really. Well, there's Senor Pink. Okay, barring Senor Pink, okay, there actually was the Otohime flashback. You know what? Just scrap what I'm saying. I give post time skip a lot of crap, but there's a lot of good stories there. Katakuri's is just one of the best, in my opinion. So, top 10 spot, well deserved. Okay, we're back. It's been about 24 hours since the first recording, and I watched some of the footage and realized that I was mouth breathing pretty horribly. So I'm going to try to keep that to a minimum. I just hit a really good bench workout, did some Larson press, so feeling good, feeling great, and I'm ready to continue this video. We left off with Katakuri, who is in my top 10 favorite characters. Let's see who's next. It's this pumpkin guy who I think is from Dressrosa. I think citation needed on that. I honestly can't remember. Maybe Thriller Bark, maybe Dressrosa, maybe I don't know. I remember them, but I don't remember where they're from. So I'm gonna put them in I don't know. This is Sadie's mom, right? Where did I put her? She can go alongside. I also watched the video and I realized that I kept leaning down. And what I'm doing is I'm scratching the bridge of my nose because my cat, who is in my room with me all the time, uh, makes my nose tingly. So I just didn't want anyone to think I was like digging in my nose, but I'm just scratching. And I don't want anyone to think that I was trying to be a pig either. Um, yeah, so I actually don't remember. Maybe this is the mom or sister. These two can just stay together. I don't really care. Um, no clue. Okay, so we've got Big Mom here, Charlotte Linlin, and I think they're one of the best. Well, they're one of the best written Yonko, but also I really don't like what Oda did with them in Wano, making them kind of like a gag character with the amnesia. I think that I think that Big Mom was done dirty by Oda. They're a good character and they're really scary and their flashback was really scary and they're really well written, but Oda kind of abandoned her. So I think I'm gonna put her in B tier. Super memorable, like crazy moments, the whole Jinbei speech, the whole tea party. It's all well and good, but if the author is just gonna do them dirty like that, I can't like put them in A tier. Um, Obviously one of the most powerful characters in the series, presumably dead in lava by Eustace Kid and Eustace Captain Mid and Trafalgar DL. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a lot more to say about Big Mom. Her crew is like a real empire. They have a lot of political influence, and I really like that angle. I feel like most of the other Yonko crews don't really have that sort of political aspect to them, so I think that's pretty cool. Big Mom, you can get a B tier for sure. I don't know who this is, and I also don't know who this is. And I also this is a these three are or four. That's Mont d'Or right there. So many Big Mom siblings or children. I'm gonna put them all into D. This one is an abomination. They can go right next to your lumpy sister. Montdor was cool. He had the book fruit, and he trapped Nami and all that in the book realm. I like Montdor. I think he's all right. He can get a little bit higher next to Flampe, which is, not a good rating, but whatever. Also, I put Cavendish in C, and I was thinking that was a little harsh, honestly. I'm gonna move Cavendish up because I think that that's harsh. Um, who? This guy's a shitter. Who? Well, Big Mom, I know. Okay. Oh, you speed round here with these octuplets or whatever they're called. Get them all into D tier. I don't give a heck about them. I don't know who this monkey man is. Man, we're really kind of blazing through some of these randos, huh? This guy looks cool. I don't know who he is though. Is he one of the kings of? No, he's not one of the kings of the Reverie. I don't think. I don't know who they are. Uh, this cream man, get him off my screen. He just chooses to be covered in cream all the time, and I just cannot rock with someone who voluntarily wants to be covered in cream like that. He's probably so sticky. Okay, so Oven was also in Film Red, and I think that's really funny because where did I put Bluno? Did I put Bluno in A? No, B tier, right? Where is it? Yeah. I think it's really funny that Oda or whoever was on the committee decided to put these random ass characters into Film Red as opposed to like more likable characters. Like, why did Oven have such a big role? I don't understand. And Brule as well. Oven's cool. I think his power is probably really kind of underrated. He can heat his finger up to like a bajillion degrees, which is gonna kill any normal person. I think Oven's cool. I think Oven does Oven deserve a B tier? Sure, sure. Oven can go with Brule because they're film red friends. Sparrow is a meme. I really like the Will of P Sparrow memes where Sparrow is actually the chosen one and Big Mom's most devout follower. But in reality, he killed Pedro. He's definitely an evil bastard. With that being said, I do kind of like him. I like him more than like Caesar. Caesar is evil to the max. We'll just put him next to Montdor because these two are absolute schemers. Look at these Charlotte schemers right here, from Cracker down to Parasparrow. Um, I feel like I should remember this Mouther here, but I don't. So everybody simps for Praline, and I mean I don't really get it. She's attractive, but she's like Alvita tier attractive, where it's like there's just so many other options that I mean you could even pick like Alafandra or whatever, and I'd be like, yeah, this is way better. Where is she? Did I put her? Did I put her in B tier? Yeah, she's bad compared to this Praline. Okay, Praline's gonna go into C tier. I just don't really think about her all that often. Charlotte, nobody. So Pudding is potentially going to be very relevant in the coming arcs because she has been captured by Blackbeard and her three-eye tribe ability is going to allow her to read the poneglyphs potentially for Blackbeard. I think that Pudding is a really well-written character, was definitely manipulated. I don't entirely forgive her for what she did to Sanji, even though it wasn't really her fault in the end. She's a good character though. I'm gonna put her in B tier with old Cavendish. It's a low B though, both of these two, Cavendish and her, and Oven. Like we should move Big Mom way up. If we're gonna do sorting within the categories even a little bit, we gotta we gotta do some we gotta put some respect on some of these characters for real. Okay, I don't know who this is. This is definitely a filler character. Uh, is this Tank Man? Newgrounds Tank Man? Get out of here. Okay, Smoothie is one of the most if you know you know kind of characters for sure. Yeah. She's scary. She's cool. I'm gonna put her in B tier. She can be with her Charlotte uh, sisters right there. The The good, not good as in noble, but good as in, you know. Let's see who we got. Snack. A Rouge defeated him, right? I mean, that's a big dub for a Rouge. He can get a C tier. I don't really hate him, or he looks kind of weird, but I also think his design is like kind of cool, I guess. Johnny Test, motherfucker, get out of here. I remember this guy. Oh my god, who? I think I remember them. Is that Gonfall? Is that my main man, Gonfall? We're not at Gonfall yet, are we? That's Conus. No, Crocodile. Who is this guy? Where's Gonfall? He looks just like Gonfall. Is that like Gonfall's dad or something? I'm a Skypea like simp. How do I not know? Kinyamon. Uh, s- uh, Also, that's Whoop Slap. Shouldn't he be way down? Iceberg is here. Hina is here. Where's Gonfall at? Sorry, I know I'm like just going off on such a tangent here. Roger, Goldie, there's Gonfall. So who's this guy? I don't know. I'm gonna put him in C tier because he looks cool, and I think I vaguely remember him. This guy, however, I do not remember. Okay, let's see. We've got Wapple's subordinate guy who merged with the other guy, and they made an absolute monstrosity. Get off my screen. You are bacon lips. Frick you. Nope. Oh, Thriller Bark, right? I'm not, I don't know confidently enough to say. Same with this guy. I think this guy is Skypea. Fake Nami was actually in chapter 1091, I think it was, in like a side panel when they were going around the world, I think. Same fit, same hair, same bizarre Stewie Griffin shape. So, with that being said, I'm going to actually put her in C tier just because she made a repeat appearance. I think her crew is going to get D tier mostly, or get off my screen. She should be in D tier at least, not. What was I thinking? Just now, something came over me. Oh, okay, this is like 10 pixels, this image. I don't know who they are. This character is very attractive, but I don't know who they are. Okay, so we got Choo Choo, the dog of Orangetown, who protected the pet food store because his owner passed. And Choo Choo is one of the best characters. Definitely one of the first, if not the first character that really endeared me to One Piece in general. Absolutely amazing character going in the S tier for sure. Just moved me, right? Just absolutely moved me. Um, Luffy liberated Choo Choo just as he is going to liberate the whole world now. I don't know who that is. This is fake Nico Robin. She can get off my screen tier. Disgrace to Robin, honestly. Whole cake shitter, I think. Get off my screen. Conus is definitely a cutie. She's cool. Her dad is one of the most egregious fake deaths in One Piece. I said it in the last recording too, but that's my only real gripe with One Piece. I love this series so much, but the fake deaths just put me off so bad. That being said, though, Conus was not, or I think she may have had a moment like that as well, but not as bad as her dad. And I'm a Skypea simp, so she can get a B tier alongside these characters. So this is Connie, Dowager Connie, um, of the Sorbet Kingdom. And for what little we know about her, she's cool. I mean, she's relevant to the plot or whatever. I still don't understand if this. I don't really understand who like what Connie is or like how the now that Bonnie has been revealed to actually be a kid and all of these other things. I don't really understand it, but I mean C tier. I don't hate her by any means. This is Caribou's buddy. I forget his name, but he's got the lizard on his head. Get off my screen, you disgusting mongrel. Um, this is some random Amazon Lily. You can also get off my screen, please. Tontada can slot in with the others. That's not Patty, is it? Who is this? He's a cheeky guy indeed. Hmm. I don't know. I just don't know. I was thinking really hard about that. And same with this guy. Okay, so we've got Crocodile. Sir Crocodile. The first really good villain, in my opinion. I know a lot of people will say Arlong, but I don't know. Arlong was just kind of like a meathead. Crocodile, if it wasn't for Crocodile's hubris, Luffy would be dead, Alabasta would be his, and I mean, might have Pluton and might be able to actually contend on the world stage. So he was scheming for sure. He is one of the best villains. In Alabasta, you just feel like he is so far ahead in both strength and brains than the Straw Hats or Vivi or the Cobra or anybody. It just felt like a no-win situation so many times, and I mean, he is one of the main reasons that Alabasta is the first amazing arc of the series, the first S tier arc. I'm gonna put Crocodile into S tier, I think. A tier, S tier. He's not top 10. I think the fact that he's relevant now and he has like such a high bounty now that I'm gonna put him in S tier. I think it's 1.9 mil or bill. It's crazy. He's an S tier character. I might move him down to A, but I think for now he's definitely S tier. Crocus, the doctor on Roger's crew, and the person who welcomed the Straw Hats to the Grand Line at Reverse Mountain at the Rocky Cape, I think it's called, with Laboon and there's that really funny joke where it's like I know Grand Line Review loves this too, where he says like someone's gonna die today or whatever, and he's like, and Sanji's like, oh who? Because he wants to fight. Crocus is like me. He's a good character. He's really funny. I mean, he knows what the One Piece is, and he talked to Shiki in that cover story. He's just at the center of so much, despite being such a distant like presence. You know, he's not really involved, but he is so involved. You know, I'm gonna put him in the A tier. Wait, where did he go? Huh? Where did Crocus go? Huh? Okay, hold on. Did I did I move him down? Okay, Crocus is gone. We'll just have to find him at the end because I don't know what I just did with him. I clicked on him and then I like fat fingered the mouse one. Okay, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. We'll find him and we'll move him to A tier where he belongs. This guy is I think on Shanks's crew, right, or Whitebeard's crew. I remember seeing him in one of the wide shots at Marineford. I mean, he can get a C tier. I don't really care about him. Dodon is maybe the best mother in One Piece, up there with Belmare and now Ginny. I think that Dodon has a heart of gold, and the scene of her beating up Garp for not saving Ace is one of the most. See, I itch my nose. One of the most heartbreaking scenes in the series because you know that nobody was in the wrong or right there, and it's just such a tragic like moment in time. And it was compounded with all of the other insane post-war scenes. So it was just so emotional. Definitely brought a tear to my eye. Let's put Dodon in A tier. I mean, she's amazing. She almost deserves S tier, but I'm gonna put her in A tier. Raised Luffy, raised Ace, raised Sabo. Furanki. So here's the thing about Frankie. I am a Water 7 Enies Lobby simp. It's the best arc in the series still, even with Egghead like contending. I think Egghead's the second best arc. Frankie is his backstory is maybe my favorite backstory in the series. His his whole thing of him being like a kind of like a mobster that like takes in the ruffians of Water 7 and like with Kiwi and Mozu he's like stop drinking, let's go get some cola or whatever. I just think he's so cool and his whole backstory with Iceberg and Tom is like so endearing to me. I mean, he could very well go here. Like he probably is here. But for now, hmm, no, I'm gonna leave him there. I'm gonna leave him in. I'm deliberating so hard. It's either this or this right now. He's one of my favorite Straw Hats. He might be my third favorite Straw Hat. And with that being said, I feel like he just needs to be in the top 10. I don't think there's 8 other characters that I like more than Frankie. despite the fact that he doesn't really get much shine now. Um, we thought Egghead was going to be more of an arc for him, but he just had that one little moment with Vegapunk about the cola of the ship. When he ran over Big Mom's face in Wano, that was pretty sick. But as I've said, I feel like all of his shine, his well, we'll get some in the final war, but the reason why I like him is not for what's happening now; it's for what happened in Water 7 and Enies Lobby. When oh my god, my favorite scene of him is when it's when they're standing on the banister and it does like the really epic pan to each of the Straw Hats, and then it ends with Frankie and he's bawling his eyes out because he represented the fan base in that moment. You know, it was just like so unbelievably touching. But yeah, you can get a top 10. Also, his post-time skip design is worse than his pre-time skip design. I think that's a pretty popular opinion. Okay, Frankie up top. I don't know who this is. Daddy the Father is a filler character that was actually supposed to be canon. He is a notorious bounty hunter that Usopp actually managed to best in a duel, and he knew Yasop as well. I think he's a cool character. I'm also a Logtown simp. It's up until that point, it's my favorite arc in the series. I like it more than Arlong Park, despite Arlong Park being more emotional. Well, the scene at the bar where the old bartender reminisces with Luffy about Roger is pretty emotional, so maybe I shouldn't say that. Daddy the Father can get a B tier. I actually like him. I think he's pretty cool. He's got that like preppy daughter or whatever. Not no. Let's put him in C tier. I do like him. We'll put him in the top of C tier. But I feel like these characters are just like a cut above than from him for me. I don't know who this is. I feel like I vaguely well, Dressrosa, right? Get off my screen. Wano Shitter, I remember him. Get off my screen. I've never seen this Admiral, Vice Admiral guy in my life. This is just a poorly drawn character. I don't know about him. Oh my god, this is the really annoying girl from uh, Amazon Lily. But she's like kind of meant to be annoying. And you know, I don't hate her. Maybe I do hate her. She can get it. Does she deserve to get off my screen? No, we'll just put her in D tier. That's fine. This is Dalmatian. Um, I think there's kind of like a debate whether or not this is his power that he has right here, this Dalmatian thing, or if it's like a fashion choice, which I think is really funny. I'm gonna put him in D tier because he still looks really stupid, but D tier's fine. Dalton. Dalton is a good man. He's a noble man. He wanted the best for Drum Kingdom, even when it was being ruled by a very evil and corrupt, Wapol, right? Dalton's cool. Dalton gets a B tier for sure, at the very least, if not A tier, but keep him down here. He has the Bison Fruit, which I think is a really cool, like, early series standard Zoan, so I can rock with it. Um, this character was in Wano. Get off my screen. A lot of Act 1 Wano characters are just like, go away. This is Daz Bones, and I actually really like Daz Bones a lot. I just rewatched that fight, and I mean, Zoro using Haki so early, right, is just sick, but I like Daz Bones because he was kind of like King. Like, King to Kaido is Daz Bones to Crocodile in the fact that, sure, the other crew were, like, kind of strong, but I feel like Daz Bones was, like, the one that was, like, a real threat and would be a real threat even on his own without the main villain. And there's that scene afterwards. Obviously, the fight's amazing, but there's that scene afterwards where Smoker is like, "Did you hear what Straw Hat's buddy did? He beat Daz Bones." And Tashiki's like, "Oh shit," because he's like a really notorious bounty hunter. You know, he was really threatening, had a really cool fruit, and is still presumably working with Crocodile to this day. So after escaping Impel Down, there's a really cute cover story of Crocodile shielding the Daug, and then there was also the one of him reading, and Daz was with him. So Daz Bones is really cool. I really actually like him a lot. Do I like him? He's a B tier. I don't like him as much as King, and I feel like these characters are just too strong for. They're a cut above for sure. The DeCalvin brothers. So the the reason why I know so much about the DeKalvin brothers is because, despite them being such a sort of random, hold on, let me check my spacing cue. Okay, um, being such a random sort of, I'm gonna put this over here actually, random one of Whitebeard's like alliance members, right? Is because Blackbeard's flag has, and I learned this from Grandland Review originally as well. Blackbeard's flag has three skulls, and the only other crew in the series to have more than one skull on their Jolly Roger is the DeKalvin brothers, because they co-captain their ship. So that gives credence to the idea that Blackbeard might have like three souls or something, and I think that's really interesting. So I'm gonna give the DeKalvin brothers a C tier for their potential implications on another much more important character. This guy was also in. He looks really weird and like I don't like how he looks, but he can get a C tier too. He was one of Whitebeard's homies. When it's showing all the commanders, you see this guy and he looks kind of weird. So everybody sims for Dellinger because he's like a femboy or whatever. I mean, whatever. I'm kind of a Dressrosa hater, as you might already know or see in this video. Dellinger didn't really move me at all. I'm gonna just put them in D tier, honestly. Well, I mean, at least their design is a little bit better, but besides that, they're gonna go in D tier. Damaro Black, aka Straw Hat Luffy, the um, fake Straw Hat Luffy. I mean, he's a schemer, he's a hustler. You know, if you've seen Hunter x Hunter, he reminds me of Tompa a little bit. But at the end of the day, he's a bastard. He's a, absolutely despicable creature. With that being said, I would like to see him again because he's funny, and I'll put him in D tier. Uh, avoiding the get off my screen. Denjiro. I mean, Denjiro's cool. I'm just gonna put him in C tier. I don't really have too much to say about him. I like him, but at the same time, the scabbards besides Kinemon are kind of just like whatever. I like Cat Viper and the dog too, but this guy is on. Is he on Kids Crew? He was at Sabaody. That's not John Bart. He was at Sabaody, I think. Because I vaguely remember him, I'm gonna just put him in D tier. Diamante is just so disappointing. Just like, I mean, I was just talking about it, right? Kaido has King, Crocodile has Daz Bones, Doflamingo has Diamante. Pathetic, just pathetic. Get off my screen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care about him at all. Okay, I don't know who this Gimp Master is, but he can go down here. This is Disco, who is the slave auction guy at Sabaody. I mean, one of the most evil characters in the series, complacent to slavery, trying to sell people to celestial dragons for a pretty penny. Um, the scene where it gets revealed that um, the slave house, the slave auction, is actually run by Doflamingo. The way that Doflamingo says disco is like so clear. It goes like disco kun or whatever. So, I mean, and then Rayleigh blasts him with hockey, and it's a good scene. But get off my screen, you absolute excuse. Okay, I don't know who this guy is. He has a really funny dramatic picture, but I don't remember him. This is one of the vice admirals who was at Enies Lobby and at Marineford, and I think it's Doberman, right? And he's definitely like an evil. He's very complacent. He's kind of like mini Akainu, if I remember correctly, where he's like, let's just kill people or whatever, innocent people. I'm gonna put him in C tier or D tier for just being a useless vice admiral that's never done anything in the series. This guy is some smile fruit abomination. Um, Doc Q, I think that's his name. The Blackbeard crew doctor, Doc Q. He has the ability to turn law into a woman, I guess, which is a cute way to take on the disease instead of just giving someone like cancer. I'm gonna put Doc Q into C tier. He's definitely a scheming bastard. He's only 28 and he looks like he's 100. He had those apples and he was like, eat a bomb apple at Jaya, at Mocktown. But yeah, he can get a C tier. I'll probably put his Pegasus higher, but we'll see. So this guy right here is one of Whitebeard's boys. He Ace fought him. Or yeah, no, when Ace was early days in the Whitebeard crew, when he had joined recently, this guy it showed Ace like fighting this guy, and then eventually this guy joined up with Whitebeard. So I mean he's cool. He's got like a monkey and he has like a cool headband. I like him. I might even put him in B tier. I like him so much. No, C tier, C tier, C tier. Um, what's her name? Domino. She's kind of got the Third Reich vibe going on, which I don't know if I really like. But besides that, she's very attractive. Impel Down, uh, jailer woman. I like her a lot more than I think I called someone else Sadie, but I think Sadie is actually the other like dominatrix of Impel Down. Let me see if I can find her here. Shirahoshi, Yeti Cool Brothers, Scratchman. Yeah, right here, this lady right here. I like this lady's design so much more, despite the fact of its implications. I'm gonna put her in C tier. She's all right. Um, this isn't Don Xinjiao, is it? Don Krieg? Oh yeah, it is. I mean he's cool. Luffy clashed with him at Dressrosa. Garp bent his head. Yeah, I mean C tier. I'm not. He's very honorable, and he has conquerors despite being kind of a shiter. Oh, Don Krieg, the baddest dog in the East Blue. Don Krieg. Got that one from Inferno J. He is. I mean, he's a shitter, right? He relies on his weapons and his armor to carry him, and Mihawk was able to easily dispatch him with very little effort. Or, yeah, in the Grand Line, and then Luffy dispatched of him later, pre-Gears. So, I mean, he's a bum, right? Let's put Don Krieg. He's funny though. The thing is, he's funny. I think for being funny, he should get a C. No, he's a bastard. D for Don Krieg. Okay. Don Quixote do Flamingo. As a full Dressrosa denier, I don't think it's that good of an arc compared to the other arcs, other big arcs. I mean, I think it's good. I put it, I think, B tier or A tier in my arcs tier list, but I'm just not as big of a fan. I think it was kind of messy and had too many characters, and that's coming from someone who likes Whole Cake. But Doflamingo is without a doubt the highlight of the arc. Very well written character, extremely evil, probably the most evil besides the CDs. The Celestial Dragons, the real ones, are actually the most evil, but Doflamingo still participates in all of those heinous activities and is a master manipulator and just he just wants to see the world burn, right? It's kind of like the Joker. I mean, that was his epithet, right? Joker. So trying to think of some good scenes. I mean, all the way back there is at Marijois at the first meeting, um, when Mihawk comes and when Kuma is there, and obviously Doflamingo does the plug walk coming in. That looks so much better in the manga. If you've only ever seen that meme from the anime, the plug walk, I walk around like that. I It looks so much cooler in the manga. He's like stepping into frame in the manga, and it just looks sick. But at that meeting, when the vice admirals or the whatever rank they are like fighting, and then Sengoku's like, "What are you trying to do? Start a war?" And he's like, "Well, cut the shit, or I'll end this. We'll get together." I was like, "Oh my god, that's a scary man right there." Doflamingo is an easy S tier, despite my. Okay, this time I actually managed to find him. What did I do with Crocus? I may never find Crocus again. There's just too many characters. All right, Doflamingo is an easy A tier. I could put him in S. I think here's what I'll say. He is like here right now, and if he is relevant at all in the final war, he will go to an S. I think Crocodile and Mihawk are gonna bust him out of jail, is my opinion. But for now, I'm gonna keep him right here behind, just behind King. I just like King a little bit more, I think. But this is probably gonna be one of the most controversial picks. I know a lot of people would have him like here, but for now, you can go there, Mr. Flamingo. Uh, his dad, I mean, emotional character, crux of the whole flashback, him killing his parents or whatever. You can get a B tier. I mean, you tried to be a good man. Now here is a character. Definitely my favorite character from the Dressrosa arc. Don Quixote Rocinante is a man with a true heart of gold. I'm going to say that about a lot of characters, but I think him and Kuma are the ones that actually have real hearts of solid gold because he knew what sort of destitute situation he was in, and he chose to look out for someone who, in law, that had it rough and didn't really deserve the hand he was dealt, with law and the whole Flavance disease thing in the Amber Lead and all the way up into the end with the I love you, you know, one of the best characters, top 10 for me, for sure. For sure, for sure. Like, look at these characters right now. This is a nice selection. That's all I'm going to say. That's a nice stack right there. Just just one of my favorite characters. I think definitely the highlight of Dressrosa is Rocinante. Um, I keep thinking that this is the top of the next to do. I keep thinking, who is this guy? Who is he? I don't remember. Okay, this guy looks like an absolute unit. Look at the way his neck. I don't know him though. I don't know who this turn up baby is either. This guy looks like he was on maybe Roger's crew or Whitebeard's crew in the flashback, but I don't remember him. We got Dory, one half of the giant duo. I'm gonna put him right next to Bragi. Where else does he belong, right? Where did I put Bragi? A tier? Deserved. Hokoku sovereignty. Oh my god. Just look at the shape. Ugh, get off my screen. Am I in 2B? Fourth in queue. We've got Douglas Bullet here. I mean, one of the coolest. Well, Stampede's kind of ass. He's cool and he would be really strong in the canon, but I don't really like that movie very much. There's cool scenes like when Boa kicks the giant thing, but C tier, whatever. He's cool. He freaking ragdolled Bonnie. I saw a gif of that recently. Doctor Vegapunk. Well, hold on. Sorry for scrolling so quick. Is Stella like? Yeah, Stella's right here. And young Stella as well. I'm just gonna rate this Vegapunk as a collection of all of the Vegapunks, of all the satellites and stuff, and I mean, I'm going to give it an A tier because I think Vegapunk has proven themselves to be a sort of nuanced character in a way that I really like how Oda did it, where he is very devoted to science, but also like has a heart, and he went off on Saturn about like how it ruined Kuma's life and stuff, and he's got stones, so I respect him for that. A tier. And obviously just insanely relevant going forward, as well as going to potentially invent the internet by the end of the series, so we'll see how that goes. Alright. Dracul Mihawk, aka Fraudhawk. Sorry, I bumped the mic there. Aka World's Weakest Swordsman. Aka. No, I'm kidding. I actually don't think Mihawk is a fraud. I think he's probably one of the strongest characters in the series. I like him a lot. I like in Baratier when he says, like, what's your dream, kid, to Luffy? And Luffy's like, Pirate King. And he says, it'll be even harder than surpassing me. That's a really good line. And also when he says, and I mean, it's proven to be true. And when he also says, when he like yells, he's like, I am Dracul Mihawk to Zoro to like show his pride. And now he's working with Buggy. So I mean, that raises your stocks too. Oh, I just got into 2B. Give me one sec. I might just cut this out, but it's fine. Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, Mihawk is a very cool character. I still don't really understand what he wants. I guess he's just bored because he doesn't really have an opponent besides potentially Zoro soon. But I mean, he could like, well, he doesn't want to fight Garling. I mean, he'd have to go. He'd be in too deep at that point. Mihawk's cool. I mean, A tier. Yeah, probably A tier just for the cool factor. I mean, maybe certain characters like maybe like Brook probably deserve to be above him, but no, he deserves A tier. The whole thing at Marineford where he's like Luffy's most dangerous ability is being able to rally those around. He deserves to be there. Fake Sanji can go with fake Robin. Absolutely despicable. I don't know why I have these two. Well, I do. I explained it up there. Oh my god, Miss Merry Christmas. Easily one of the most annoying characters. She's got the mole fruit. I remember Dink's React said something really funny where they were like, you know, mole fruit like grabs Kaido and like holds him in place. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Disgusting though. So annoying. So awful. Where did I put her partner? Right here. Get down in here with her. Come on now. I don't know who this is. Duval. I actually quite like Duval. I think that it is. Oh, let me turn my Minecraft down. Sorry. I really like Duval. I think he is extremely funny. I think the whole gag of like him being like that man ruined my life, and it was just because the fake poster looked like him. Really good gag character, and ended up helping the Straw Hats out a bit. So C tier. I don't really think about Duval very much, but he's funny. Okay, I think we all know where this guy's going. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. There's a few scenes that I really like with Whitebeard. There's so many, right? Obviously, his death at Marineford is insane when it shows his back and says he never took damage or whatever, or he never had any scars on his back because he was protecting his family. It's insane that Kuma is probably a better father as of recently. Is just at least can stack up to Whitebeard for that claim. That's all Whitebeard ever wanted. He just wanted a family. There's the scene right before he dies of him, looking off into the water. It says, Newgate, what do you want? Like a family. But scenes that I think of are like when when you first see him with Rockstar and he rips up the note from Shanks and he's like, that note was really important. Are you crazy? Rockstar says that, and instead of like dignifying that with an answer, he just says, I'm Whitebeard, because that is like he doesn't need to say anything else. It's like that speaks for itself. So just the Chad of Chads, right? Head and shoulders above everybody at Marineford besides maybe Garp and maybe Mihawk, but I don't want to go there. I'm gonna put Whitebeard, of course, in my top 10 favorite characters. He deserves to be there. He is so inspirational and is still sort of his impact is still like resonating, through like Marco and Weevil and all the stuff with Roger and just all of that stuff and about how, you know, you still get the feeling that Whitebeard was still stronger than Kaido and Big Mom even now. So maybe not at his end, but in general. Edward Weevil. I used to think Weevil was get off my screen tier, but I actually, with the Egghead developments of him trying to like stand up to Green Bull and stuff, I really think he's a simple man, but he's good. He's got a good heart. He just wants to help his mom. I'll put him in C tier. I don't know who this is. Is this Blue Gilly's dad? Look at his mustache. I don't know who that is. Is this King Punch? Is this Dole Day or whatever? Assuming this is King Punch, my friends and I like to meme about the King Punch a lot. A few of my friends seem to think that the King Punch could beat Kaido. I don't think so. I think it's overhyped. I think Kaido could just Destroyer of Death, Thunder Bagua, and just block that shit. But maybe I'm wrong. Dolde, for being a meme character, you can get a C tier. Uh, disgusting, just get off my screen. Oh, my cat just sneezed big time. He's sleeping on the bed over there. Emporio Ivankov. Ivankov is, why am I saying like that? Ivankov is one of my favorite characters. No, I'm not going to do that. He, I should say they are incredibly inspirational, and the more I see, I just like them more and more the more I see of them. From the scene in Impel Down where they're monologuing, and then Luffy's like, "Yeah, it's my dad," and then he just keep monologuing. He's like, "Your dad?" So that was funny. I quite like Ivankov a lot. A tier for sure, for sure. Was instrumental in Luffy's escape of Impel Down. God Enel. So God Enel is the main antagonist, or Eneru is the main antagonist of the Skypiea arc. And I like him because he has the strongest fruit, but he's also kind of an idiot. And he also has like some of the strongest observation we've ever seen, but he's still just kind of an idiot. And he didn't really train very hard with his fruit, and he just kind of rested on his laurels so hard, and I think that led to his downfall. I do like him though. I think he's a cool character, and I think that the fact that he's on the moon right now, commanding an army of miniature aliens, is just adds so much to One Piece, and I think it really elevates Enel as well. Obviously, there's the Enel face meme, which is great. Obviously, there are the rampant discussions about where he would stack up in the current sort of ecosystem of characters. Sorry, I bumped the mic again. I think Enel is very strong. I think he could, with a little bit of training, a little bit of armament, I think he could box with a lot of characters that I think um, are very relevant right now. Do you think Enel beats Lucci? I do. I think that if he has like basic armament, I think Enel beats Lucci even with Awakening. We're gonna put Enel into A tier. I like him quite a bit. I think he's a good villain. He's a cool villain. Thriller, whole cake, shitter. Useless Captain Mid, aka Eustace Captain Kidd. I so here's the thing about Kidd, right? I actually really like Kidd, or I did, I guess I should say. I was a big fan prior to the devastation that Shanks wrought. I think that his power is really cool. I think it was the coolest one alongside Beje that we saw at Sabaody when he leaves the slave auction and he's like, "I'll take care of this." He just was brimming with confidence, and that confidence carried him all the way to Shanks, and then to Kaido, and then to Shanks again, and it didn't really work out very well for him, did it? So for being an idiot and being a hard ass and wanting to hurt innocent people and all of that, it's gonna knock him down a bit, but I still like him as a character. I still like how Oda used him as a character. I think he deserves a B tier. I mean, I'm gonna continue to call him useless Captain Mid, but I still like him. I don't like him as a person, but I like him as a character. And I mean, he's pretty devastating. Like the damned punk probably takes out like 95% of all of these characters. So you know, is my webcam going blurry? Let me reset this real quick. Okay. Random horse. I don't know about you. Random cat. I feel like I don't know about you. Were they on the island of strange animals with Gaimon? I don't know. So Fisher Tiger is one of the most noble characters in the series. He climbed the red line with his bare hands and was able to rescue all the slaves, rescue Boa, rescue the sisters. And to him, it wasn't about he detested humans, but he understood that you know it's not always black and white, right? So Fisher Tiger for his noble acts, for him being relevant right now, people saying that Fisher Tiger did more with less than Dragon, I think is really funny. and I'm gonna put Fisher Tiger in the A tier. S tier? We'll do A tier for now. S tier very possible, but I think A tier is a good spot. Let's keep moving. Tontada looks like Chopper. Get out of here. Tontada can go with your whatever friends. This guy's on Whitebeard's crew, right? He's one of Whitebeard's commanders, or not? I think he's a commander actually, one of the 16. He's all right, cool. No clue. Foxy is obviously extremely funny, and but he's just part of the worst arc in the series, and it's right before my favorite arc in the series. So every time I like rewatch or am watching that part of it, I just want to get through it so fast, and for that reason, Foxy, you got to get a C tier, man. I mean, you're funny and all, but I mean, in certain cases, I'm thinking you're get off my screen, honestly. But you can get a C tier. I don't like detest you as much as maybe I should. No idea. This is whatever his name is, Neptune or whatever, Neptune's kid. I mean, okay. Honestly, you can get a D tier. I don't really like or care about you. Is that harsh? That might be harsh. Okay. This guy was in film Red, I think. He's a Marine guy, right? He has earlobes. He's like one of the long ear or long head guys or whatever. Um, C tier, sure. Fukuro, I really like one of the goofy CP9 members, and one that I'm gonna talk more about Fukuro than I probably should, but I like that he was able to kind of measure the skill level. I thought that was kind of a cool like Dragon Ball Z tier power scale thing. And I really like his fight with Frankie. I really like that despite him being like a weird orb man, like chunky orb man, it turned into like a slugfest, like a proper slugfest. Like he used Frankie boxing, and I really like Fukuro. I'm gonna put Fukuro in B tier because I think he's charming. Chapapa. He got the weird zipper mouth too. He's just a weird Oda design, but one that I actually really enjoy. So some sheep. Okay, let's see. Iron Fist full body. The former captain of the Marines, or I think he was a lieutenant full body, and now he's actually risen past that rank alongside Django. I like full body. I think he's funny. I think it was funny when Sanji embarrassed him twice, and I think it's really cute to see him kind of have like a Helmeppo tier like redemption through the Marines. And I mean, he's the future of the Marines. We're gonna see him in the epilogue like rebuilding Marie Joie, rebuilding Marine HQ or whatever. So the fact that he's been around for so long and he's like such a legacy character, he's still an annoying dit though, isn't he? I'll put him in C tier. Funkfried the elephant, the sword that ate an elephant devil fruit. How does that work? I don't know. Cool sword though. I mean, I'd like to see Zoro use it. Wielded by the one of the worst characters in Spandom, but that's not Funkfried's fault. C tier for Funkfried. I don't know who this Donald Trump looking MFer is. This is Gonfal's bird, right? I think. Cool design. I mean, C tier for sure. Cool design. Gaimon. Sorry if I just yelled into the mic. I was just really excited for Gaimon. So, Gaimon is a one-shot character. Well, I shouldn't say that because he has more relevancy later, but initially was a one-shot character really early on where the Straw Hats went to this like crazy island uh, with Usopp in the anime without Usopp in the manga. And that's funny because there's this really cute scene of Usopp drinking some coffee, and that only happens in the anime thanks to him being there. Little tidbit there. I like Gaimon a lot. I think he's really funny. I think the fact that he has a barrel girlfriend and had a fight then friendship with Buggy, it just proves that Oda can like cook with these weird ass characters so hard and like build them into the world in such a way that makes me really like them. I'm Gaimon's an A tier for sure. I think about him more than I should. And the fact that he chose to stay behind from becoming a pirate to hang out with his weird animals, I think, is really endearing and sweet. Okay, so Mr. 3 Galdino is a schemer and definitely one of my least favorite characters. I think his voice actor is really funny in the Japanese. Just the way he talks is like so funny to me, but that's literally his only redeeming quality. Besides that, he is a coward and a manipulator and just not really likable in any way possible. I know he made the wax key at Marineford, but that doesn't redeem him for me at all. I'm gonna put him in D tier because I really don't like Galdino. This guy is I actually know quite a bit about this guy. He was at Logtown. Smoker beat him up, and his design I think is actually the original design for Whitebeard. I think something about the beard like coming out like a crescent, sort of like that we now know with Garling. But I mean he's funny. I think he's funny. He can get a C tier. Don't know who that is. We're kind of cooking right now. We're at G. I mean I know that's like still pretty early on, but we're at 2 hours. Oh my god. We'll go a little bit longer this time. So Gonfall is the new, old and now new god of Skypiea. He is the protector of Skypiea, and he's a good dude. He is morally just. I keep bumping the mic. Sorry. He is morally just and a good man, a good elder for the people of Skypiea and the Shandians. He can get a B tier. He's a good man. I don't know who this is. This is some Smile user Disgustoid. So Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria is the number one most memed character among me and my friends and I, when we talk about One Piece. I hate Gecko Moria. I think that his whole thing of him, look, I do feel bad that Kaido killed all his friends, but his whole thing, he should just like go be a farmer then, because his whole thing about wanting to become the Pirate King while doing nothing is just so counter to the message of One Piece, and he also just has maybe the most atrocious design in the series, just the weird phallic head and gourd body. I just don't like him. I like that Perona cares about him. I think that's really sweet. But Gecko Moria, I mean, uh, I have to stick to my agenda and stick to my guns. Get off my screen, Gecko Moria. So this is Gadatsu. I actually quite like Gadatsu a lot. He has a really good cover story about becoming like a revolutionary, not for the Revolutionary Army, but like independently. And this like sweet old lady knew that it wasn't him, but still treated him as her son, and it was just really sweet. I remember he was quite the threat too. His death game or whatever was pretty scary on Skypiea. I'm gonna put Gadatsu into C tier. Or no, B tier for the cover story. I actually quite like it a lot. Mr. Five Gem, aka Boogerman, is a shitter. He is a pretty much a fodder character. I feel like nobody really thinks or cares about him besides the fact that he had a pretty powerful fruit ability. But I mean, he flicks boogers at people, so that's going to be a D tier for me, muchacho, right up there with Galdino. Skypiea guy, whatever. This is Gerd, right? The tallest woman in One Piece. She's a giant. And I mean, big woman. I've said it before. I don't really think too much about her, though. Who is this guy? I don't know who you are. Okay, so this is Tesoro. And so I actually think Tesoro is one of my favorite uh, movie characters. I think the way that his backstory is handled is done in a way that I like so much. And I think that even Oda could really learn from it. I don't know if he wrote this scene, but the scene where it's like a flash. It like shows the celestial dragons taking his girl away, and it's done in like 20 seconds, and it is so impactful right at the end of the movie. Like we had just gotten done with like the whole scene about the world's greatest gambler, and I was like, this is like so boring, and I just don't care about it at all. But that just like it boosted the movie up for me so much. And I think he's a really, he's like a crocodile kind of guy, but with an actually sad backstory and a backstory at all. For Crocodile doesn't have one besides wanting to be Pirate King and getting crushed by Whitebeard. Louis. Okay, let's put him. Oh my God. Let's put Tesoro into B tier. I quite like him. This girl has pretty eyes, but I don't remember her. This is a filler character, I'm almost certain. Geen is a cool character. I think he was kind of an idiot in the end, being so devout to Don Krieg that he didn't fully switch sides, but that's his honor or whatever. And Sanji fed him and he was crying and it was so emotional. And yeah, I like Geen. A lot of people think that he's going to come back. I don't think he's ever going to come back. I think he probably died from that poison, if I'm going to be honest. But Geen's cool. I do like him despite me talking all this shit. B tier for Geen. This is Momosagi. I mean, she's bad, right? So, and I like her and Brown Pig. I'll put both of them in B tier because I actually do quite like them. They are admiral candidates, so they got to be pretty strong, right? She's like pink pheasant, or no, Aokiji's blue pheasant. She's pink something, and um, the other guy's Chiton is. Oh no, that's Chiton. I can't remember. So this guy Gladius, he had the bomb fruit. Tekking recently made a video about him. I mean, he's just another Dofi guy. I don't really care about him. He has a cool design, but absolute smile user shitters. And now we get to the king. Now we get to the king Gold D. Roger. The king of the pirates attained this and everything else the world had to offer, and his dying words drove countless souls to the seas. You want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything I gathered together in one place. Now you just have to find it. Gold Roger is one of the best characters in the series. I mean, he embodies One Piece more than any other character. I would say more than maybe even Luffy right now, although Luffy is getting there. Roger is obviously an S tier character. My favorite Roger moment is actually one you might not think of. It is in Marineford when Whitebeard is reminiscing and they're sitting in that like beautiful pink cherry blossom waterfall area, and he says, my name's not really uh, Gold Roger, right? And Whitebeard's like, what? He's like, it's Gold D Roger. And the way the Japanese voice actor delivers that line, I mean, it's the one of the biggest chills for me in the whole series. He's just so cool. I'm gonna put him top of S tier. Like, come on. I don't think he's in my top 10. I mean, he could maybe go up. We'll see. But definitely S tier. I think I'm gonna call it for now. That was a good hour. Okay, we're back. It's been a couple hours. I ate dinner and changed out of my gym clothes, and we're back. So let's continue. We left off with Goldie Roger, former king of the pirates, and now we're on to this guy, who I think is a Whole Cake Island guy, so he can go here. This is Sodom or Gomorrah, the two Dino friends, the two King Bulls who helped out in Annie's lobby, and I quite love them. They they were present at the party that Luffy spent 100 million berries on, so that was cool. I'm gonna put them in B tier. They carried their weight big time in Annie's lobby. This is I don't remember his name, but he was on Thriller Bark and he had his shadows taken, so he was a nighttime pirate. And I think being a nighttime pirate's got to be pretty hard, so he can get a C tier cuz for his efforts. I don't know who this Neanderthal is. I'm gonna put him here. Okay, so Saint J. Garcia Saturn is one of the is the most despicable character in One Piece right now for sure of all time. He took Kuma's wife and did drug experiments on her and made her his wife and presumably did all sorts of horrible things to her. And he sees humans as insects. There's a good chance that he isn't even a human. He might just be an offshoot of Emu. We don't really know. But I'm going to put Garcia in. He's got to be pretty high because he's such a good villain. He's so despicable, and I want to see him get laid out so bad right now. And he's about to. The punch is imminent, and the chapter's coming out any minute now. The Kuma punch. I don't know where to put him. I'm gonna put him in B tier because I hate him so much, but he is just such a good villain right now. He is so despicable, it's unbelievable. Um, well, I'm gonna put the other Gorosei in C because, well, how should I be doing this? Um, no, I'm gonna put them all in D because I hate them. That's probably the right way to do it, right? I just absolutely hate them, so they should go in D tier, even if they are really insane, intense villains. We'll just do that. Wait, where's? Isn't there a fifth one? Where is? We got Gorbachev. We got him. We got. Who are we missing of the five? Who? It's the one that looks like Gonfall. Wait, it's this. Wait, no, that is Gonfall. It's the. Is it the other Gonfall that I rated and didn't know who he was? Yeah, this guy. Why was he so much higher? I forget. Is this Nustro? No, this is Nustro. He can be with the Gorosei. I hate them. They are the ultimate ops of One Piece. I don't know who this guy is or this guy. This guy is the one of the Rosy Life Riders. He has one of the most repulsive designs in One Piece. Get off my screen. He has bulging eyeball socket things. Quite horrific, if you ask me. I don't know what else to say besides just get off my screen. Thriller Bark, whatever. Sackman. I don't know who that is. This is one of the fishmen. D tier's fine. Jaguar D Saul. There was a lot of intrigue around him having the D at the time that I watched Enies Lobby. I was like, why does this random guy have the D? I think Saul is an amazing character, of course, teaching Robin to laugh and all of this, but once again is another example of a character that I wish Oda hadn't done the ass pull and was actually alive. For that, I think it bumps him down to a B tier, but I still, of course, I still like Saul. It's hard not to. Harudin is cool. He is a giant of Dressrosa that was sort of liberated by Luffy, the warrior of liberation. And yeah, I mean, I rock with him. He is part of the Grand Fleet. He's strong. He can get a B tier. He's cool. If Cavendish is up here, so can Harudin. This is Hamburger, uh, one of the Reverie Kings. I think Hamburger probably deserves a C tier. I don't think I dislike Hamburger at all. It's just like Abraham Lincoln. One of Foxy's crew. Where did I put Foxy? He can slot in right. Well, no, he can slot in right next to that cheetah guy. Where's the cheetah guy? Is he gonna get off my screen? No, he's right here. This fucker. Okay, there we go. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Fishman Island, right? I can just put them in D tier. Same with this guy. So Hannibal is the current warden of Impel Down after old Magellan stepped down. I quite like Hannibal. I think he's really funny. He also has an extremely repulsive design. His body is just shaped so weird. I think it's really funny that the whole time he was trying to take over as the warden, and he just ended up doing it anyway. So he can get a B tier. I think he's pretty funny. This is one of Whitebeard's crew. Always thought he was a cute guy. He has like kind of like a Shakespeare, like old medieval design. I think he's cool. He can get a C tier. I don't really think about him. He can go next to the DeKalvin brothers and this guy. Um, okay, some sort of weird Kmart ulti. You can go and get off my screen. Hattori the Pigeon, a esteemed member of CP0, is an amazing character. I mean, he was the first part of the bomb drop of the CP9 reveal when he lands on the masked Lucci. When Lucci had that uh, goat mask on, and he lands on his shoulder, and you're like, oh my god, the tables have turned, the turns have tabled. I like Hattori a lot. There's a gif of him with like fire in his eyes when they're watching Galila burn. I'm a big fan. Hattori, you deserve an A tier. I think you're just so great. Uh, no, you deserve a B tier. I can't put you over some of these characters. This is Kid's buddy. He can get a C tier. That's fine. He well, he didn't do shit, did he? He can stay in C tier. I don't hate him that much. He was at Sabaody for sure, and also I mean when the detonation happened. This guy is he's like on Alvida's crew, right? He's like one of the first characters you see. This guy, he can go into D tier. I don't, yeah, whatever. This I think is from Skypea. This lady was she the one that was getting sacrificed to the sun god? Huge foreshadowing, by the way, obviously. Um, Not the sacrifice part, but C tier for that. Helmeppo is such a great character, such an amazing redemption story. I really like Helmeppo a lot. I really think he was funny even when he was like a big baby jerk. Um, and now that he's kind of like a come around and become such a meme, and you know, rising through the ranks with Kobe, I think is really funny. You can get a B tier Helmeppo. You know, in the Four Kids, he's got the spring gun. That's a funny scene. Gonna shoot Kobe in the head with it. Higuma the bear, the mountain bandit with a whopping 8 million berry bounty, is in my headcanon living inside of the Lord of the Coast like a Moby Dick situation. I'm gonna put Higemu wherever the Lord of the Coast is. Did I do C tier for Lord of the Coast? Yep. Match made in heaven right there. Thriller Bark, Disgustoid. Okay, so Hirlook is one of the most legendary characters. His speech about when do men die, you know, when does someone die, not when they actually die, but when they're forgotten. Him inspiring Chopper to take to the seas and his selflessness in making sure Chopper didn't feel like he was responsible for his death. And then the big send off with the cherry blossoms. He's just an amazing character and is clearly deserving of an A tier alongside some strong characters here, strongly written characters. We got Hina. I think Hina is one of my favorites. She's very cute and she talks in third person, which I think is really funny. And she is, she's Smoker's girlfriend. I think that's really nice, and I'm a big fan. I think Hina could probably also get an A tier if I'm being honest. Yeah, I'm gonna put her in A tier. I do like her more than these characters, which is funny. She shows up at Alabasta to help Smoker deliver old Croco Boy to Impel Down. She was at Marineford, but we haven't really seen much of her besides that. I just think she's cool. Thriller Bark, get off my screen. Hippo, I don't know about you. What's his name? The isn't it Odin's dad? He's cool. The scene after Wano with Law and Robin and him when they go down the stairs. That's a really cool scene, really intense scene. You can get a B tier, my friend. This guy looks very handsome and smug, but I actually don't know who he is, so he can go into I don't know. Um, Hody Jones is one of the worst characters in the series. Absolutely no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Pretty annoying. Just fat Arlong on steroids. I really don't like him. He can get off my screen. Where's Gecko Moria? He can go right next to Gecko Moria. The two shitter villains of this freaking amazing series. Hogback right next to Moria. Despicable incel character. Just horrible. Resurrected a woman to be his girlfriend. Just atrocious. This is Choo Choo's owner, and we didn't really see him much, but Heart of Gold, of course. Where's Choo Choo at? Is he an A tier? S tier, as it belongs. I'll put I'll put Choo Choo's owner in B tier just because he's really the Choo Choo stocks are just so high. This guy has a lion for a dick. Get off my screen. I don't know who this dog is. He looks pretty cute. He has kind of a weird human face though, so I don't know about you. This is I think I already did Howling Gab. I don't know who this guy. I don't remember his name, but he's on old Shanks' crew. He's got to be pretty strong. Let's put him in C tier. I don't hate him, but I don't really think about him. Whoop Slap, Mayor Whoop Slap. I think it's funny that Grand Line Review made him into a popular character through his fan base. That was pretty funny. I voted for Whoop Slap in the poll as well to support that. I remember. We will put Whoop Slap in B tier. He means well, and he's proud of Luffy despite not wanting to admit it. This pig guy that is like Satoru's brother or whatever from Get Off My Screen, Thriller Bark, not Skypiea. Get off my screen. Uh, I can't remember if this guy's on Shanks' crew or not. I don't remember him. The monkeys from Mihawk's Island are cool. I like them a lot. They can get C tier. I don't think about the monkeys, but they're cool. I said they're really cool, but I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling at this point. I need to have some more insightful commentary. Hyogoro was locked up in the prison with Luffy and showed Luffy how to use Ryō hockey, which was a cool scene, and he believed in Luffy the whole time, and it was really sweet when he was like smiling when everybody else was shocked about like at the raid of Onigashima. Hyogoro's cool. I think he can get a B tier for being a real one. Abomination. I don't know about you. I don't know. This guy's an abomination too. Iceberg. I love Iceberg. I love Iceberg so much that I made a character in my D&D campaign based on Iceberg. He is one half of my favorite, or one of my favorite now, flashbacks in the series with Frankie. And I love Iceberg. I think he's really funny. I think Tyrannosaurus, his pet hamster, is so cute. I think when he helped the Mary get back to being able to sail to rescue the Straw Hats, it was just so sweet. He always had such good intentions and really got dealt a bad hand in Water 7. And he is now rebuilding Water 7 and turning all of Water 7 into a boat, which is insane. I'm going to put Iceberg in S tier. I'm an Iceberg simp. I think he is easily one of my favorite, if not my favorite, real side character that isn't super prominent. Definitely deserves to be an S. I'm even going to put him like here. Big ups to Iceberg. I'm trying to think of anything else I really like about him. Kid Frankie called him Stupid Berg, which was pretty funny. Baka Berg. I don't know who this guy is. He has an antenna. This guy was in the Coliseum. I'm tempted to put him in Get Off My Screen, but I won't. Igaram. I like Igaram a lot. Another example of a character that should have died. I mean, Robin nuked the shit out of his boat and he somehow still survived. I don't know what was up with that, but whatever. Wait, isn't this guy Odin's dad? I honestly can't. Wano was, so recent, and I'm still just like whatever about Wano. I like it. I'm just not as big of a fan as some people. I don't think it's anywhere near the best arc in the series. Igaram's cool though. Fate, false death notwithstanding, you can get a B tier. Ma ma ma. Isn't this isn't this um what's her name? Isn't this Miss Doublefinger? She doesn't have the blue hair, but she looks like her. I don't actually know. I don't actually know. I don't remember Miss Doublefinger's real name either. Okay, so oh no, here she is. So it's not her. Who is this lady? I recognize her for sure. I don't know. I'll put her in. I know who she is. I'm gonna put her in C tier. I just can't remember what arc she's from or who she is. But I know her. Trust me. Inozuna is really cool. He's got the cut fruit, or they have the cut fruit. They are part of the New Kama Kingdom and was part of New Kama Land 5.5 in Impel Down. I like them a lot. They were a real one with Ivankov helping Luffy, so B tier for me. I don't know who this is. Thunderdog or whatever his name is, the other mink leader. He's cool. I'm gonna put him in B tier. Same with uh, Cat Viper when we get around to him. So this is the sword shop owner in Logtown. I really like this guy a lot. I think the fact that he entrusts, and he's part of one of the most memorable scenes in East Blue, right? Maybe one of, besides like the walk, definitely the most memorable scene when Zoro throws the sword up. And he was so impressed with Zoro that he entrusted his swordsman's will to Zoro, which I think was sick. He can get a B tier. I'm gonna give him high B, like right next to old Benny. I don't know who this sad pixelated woman is. This walrus can get off my screen. Now, Isho Fujitora is the true future of the Marines. He's going to be the fleet admiral. Why can I not say that? Admiral post, after the series, he'll be the fleet admiral for sure. He's going to lead the Marines into a new era of actual peace and actually, uh, doing like humane justice. And the scene where he says, "I wish I would have been able to see you, Luffy," and he recently freed the slaves and fought Green Bull, and he's just a goat, right? He's just an absolute goat, and is gonna go into S tier for sure. I love him. He can go right next to his buddy, because they're gonna be on the same team eventually, I think. I don't know who this snowman is. He can go here. Izo, rest in peace. One of the coolest characters in Wano during the Odin flashback when they tagged along. It was so cool, so cute. Izo can get an A tier for me. Well, yeah, yeah. Izo deserves an A tier. I really liked them during um, Marineford before I even knew anything about them, and then Wano just made me like them even more. So definitely deserving of an A tier. Jabra, I'm a big Jabra fan. I think he's really funny. I think he is sort of underrated in the. He's kind of a slacker, but he's underrated in the CP9 group. I think he's pretty strong, and he's funny. He got rejected by that really and this shows how much of an Ennie's Lobby like enjoyer I am. Um, the there was like a maid at Ennie's Lobby named Catherine, and I wonder if she's on this list. I doubt it. She's so much of a non-character that I doubt even this list has her. But he was rejected by her, and it was a big funny gossip rumor. I'm gonna put Jabra in B tier. I think he's really funny. Wait, but I like Jabra more than I like this dog guy. Oh wait, no, it's because it's just B tier. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Abomination. Thriller Bark Abomination. Jack the Drought, 0 for 5. Biggest loser in the series. Absolute bumstead. Putting him in Get Off My Screen. This guy, this is the Nika guy on Roger's crew with the hair. I rock with him. He can go C tier. Was he the first Joy Boy? I mean, was he the previous Joy Boy? I don't know. Oh, here comes my cat. Here comes a break. Smile user abomination. Django, I'm a big fan of. I was a fan of him all the way back in Syrup Village. I think Django is a extremely funny character, extremely charming, and is also the star of the 5-minute OVA, Django's Dance Carnival, which is a classic in the One Piece lore. If you haven't seen it, Django's Dance Carnival. I'm going to give Django an A tier. I'm a big fan. Definitely deserving. And it's also one half of the full body redemption story, which is pretty funny. Full body's way down here in C tier where he belongs. So this is John Bart. He was a slave at Sabaody, and during all the chaos, Law actually recruited him. And I'm a big John Bart fan. I think he is he added some muscle to the Heart Pirates, and I don't know. I just really like that interaction where Law is like, "Come with us," you know. So I rock with John Bart. He's getting a B tier. Unknown Monkey. This guy. This is one of the D tier, one of the Reverie Kings. Same with this guy. Uh, so this is Jerry, the boxing champion of I think the West Blue. He was on the C train and was a member of I believe CP5, and he has a really funny scene where he puts his legs up and he tries to box with ol Sanji on the C train. And when he stands up, but then at his he's so tall in the C train that his body goes like this at the hips, which I think was pretty funny. I'm gonna put Jerry in B tier. I think he for what little time he had, he was pretty memorable to me. So Jesus Burgess, one of Blackbeard's core crew. He was at Dressrosa. He's played a very active role, and he has the strength fruit, which is like an insane fruit to have so late in the series. I think Jesus Burgess is he's kind of disgusting though. Like if we're being honest, yeah, he's gonna go D tier. I really don't like him or think anything positively about him at all. So okay, so Jewelry Bonnie, the emotional crux of the Egghead Island arc and this most recent flashback, she has quickly risen to become one of my favorite characters. You have to be careful because she's actually 12 years old, which is highly suspicious by Oda the way he's been drawing her, but that's beside the point. I think she's a fantastically written character, uh, pretty like nuanced in the sense that she's like the opposite of a one trick. She has a lot of different emotions going on, and I'm a Bonnie supporter. I'm gonna put her, I mean, at the very least, top of A. I think she could go to S, but I'm not. Hmm. No, I think she. No, top of A. Top of A for now is good. I don't know who this is. This is some zombie shitter. Filler Bark. First Son of the Sea Jinbei is an amazing character, amazing member of the crew. One of my least favorite members of the crew, only because he hasn't really been around as long, but he's doing a great job as the helmsman. He had the amazing speech with Big Mom and Luffy. The Luffy speech after Marineford was incredible, one of the best moments. I think that Jinbei is an amazing character and deserves. What did I put Brook? I put Brook in B, right? I'm gonna put Jinbei low A. I like him a lot, I really do. No, that's doing Jinbei a disservice. I'm gonna put him high A, like right in front of Dofi. I think is good. I like him a lot. I think he has much better character moments than Brook. Much more things where I'm like, oh my god, this is like actually insane. Because he's just such a boss, you know. He's actually just such a boss. Okay, so sorry about that. So this is John Giant, I think is his name. He was the one that Whitebeard absolutely decimated at Marineford, and you know, for that, for the flex feat, I'm gonna put him in C. This is oh, what's his name? He's on Roxas crew, Captain John. He's in the flashback too. He was on Thriller Bark as a zombie. I think for all the lore, he deserves at least a C tier, but you know, whatever about him. I'm gonna call it. I'm getting kind of tired. I only recorded a little bit more, but I'll be back. Okay, we're back. Took a day break this time, so it's 48 hours later since the last one. I just went on a really nice walk in the snow with my mom at the local park. And last night I showed my friends the progress on the tier list, and they brought a couple things to my attention that I want to change. So, Captain John being in the bottom of C tier despite all the lore, and especially most recently relevant with Chapter 96, I think that he deserves to be higher. I'm going to put him in the middle of B tier above these Charlottes. That's a good spot for Captain John. Also, characters like Flampe should be. I'm gonna put her get off my screen. I even though she fills her role, I still don't want to see her. Same with I'm just gonna move Sparrow down one slot because I do think he's still funny. He's gonna go in D tier with all these other Charlottes. He can lead the Charlottes down here. And I think that was it. I want to say that since the last recording, 1104 came out, and what is this man Kizaru? It's so crazy. Oda's really good at writing nuanced characters because I cannot get a read on this guy at all. But let's get back into it. Let's get back into the tier list. We got a lot to do. We got Jola. She's disgusting. I don't want to look at her. Her power's cool, and it actually did manage to get a lot of the Straw Hats, but you know, Jola, like, get off my screen, right? We got Diamond Jozu. Now, Diamond Jozu has displayed, for being such a side character, has actually displayed, along with Vista, some of the most impressive feats. He kind of him and Vista kind of completely ruined power scaling because he was able to make Aokiji bleed. So he's got to be way stronger than Cracker, who was crying, running away, and got frozen. So I know that was just kind of like a Marineford thing because they needed to show the balance of power, but I love Jozo. I think his power's sick. I think he had so many good moments. And considering that we haven't seen him post time skip, I assume that he might have been killed by Blackbeard. But we haven't seen any of Blackbeard's crew with the diamond fruit, so I don't know. I'm gonna put him near the top of B. I really like Diamond Jozu a lot. Put him like next to old Benny. This is some abomination. Get off my screen. I don't know who this rando is. Uh, really gross Tontata. Where did I put the Tontatas? Right here. Hmm. This is a Marine guy, and right when I booted this up, I was looking at this guy, and I was like, I think I know who this is, but at the same time, it's like someone's dad. Is it Khalifa's dad? Like Lasky or whatever? Uh, Kaido. No, L would be. Is Lasky on here? I know that's his name. Whatever. I don't know who this guy is. Even though I do know, I don't know. So we have 100 Beasts Kaido, captain of the Beast Pirates, recently defeated by the Sun God. I like Kaido a lot. A lot of people don't like Kaido and think that he was kind of underutilized in terms of narrative, but at least in the manga, I actually really like his flashback for how short it was, and with King as well. I just I like Kaido a lot. I think he's kind of cool that he's like apathetic and sort of just depressed all the time, and he's an alcoholic, and I like him a lot. I think he's a good character. I think he is, despite being the biggest villain of the series so far, I think he's still underrated, and a lot of people don't really give him the shine he deserves. I like him more than Big Mom a lot. What did I put Big Mom? B tier? Let's put Kaido in A tier. Fittingly next to the other strongest character in the series, Gaimon. What else is there to say about Kaido? I feel like I'm not really talking about him enough. I mean, Luffy in Act 1, I really like the scene when Luffy's like passed out and he's still looking at me, and then he uses the Conquerors on the scrubs. That's a good scene. If I think of more things to say about him, I will, but. So this is widely speculated to be Rocks. It was just some frozen dude in Impel Down, level 6. I think for him being a meme and being a speculation character, I'm going to put him in C tier. I don't know who this is. Looks like some Smile user garbage. Kaku. Now, I really liked Kaku in Water 7. I thought he was going to be the shipwright, not Frankie. And I really liked that he's kind of he's kind of like complacent. He's kind of like Kizaru in the sense that he's very complacent to what he's ordered to do, but at the same time, he doesn't really seem like he's like malicious like Lucci is, or like Kaku. Well, I guess I can't really say this because of what Kizaru did in the most recent chapter, but Kaku is like Lucci as Kizaru is to Saturn. The latter two are like really evil, like to the core, whereas the other two are kind of just playing their role. I really like that Zoro just no diffed him. In Egghead, it really shows the progression. I'm gonna put Kaku in B tier. I like him. I do like him. Next to Jabra. How about that? CP goons right here. Khalifa is, I mean, in the same boat. I really like that. She was, her and Bluno were the ones that were the least expected, right? For being agents. I guess all of them were though. I like that we recently got Alpha, who is, I think, maybe her not as successful older sister who was in charge of taking care of Bonnie or whatever. Khalifa's cool. I think she can slot in right next to her friends that I just mentioned, right here, maybe behind Jabra. She's got the bubble power, which I think is one of the weirdest. That's one of the powers I would want the least for sure. I don't really rock with that fruit, even though it would make you nice and clean. This is one of the Skypea guys. I think this is Wiper's buddy, and I rock with him most certainly. He can get a B tier, a low B. I think he had the bazooka, if I remember correctly. I don't know who this guy is. This guy's on Foxy's crew. He's a green goblin. He can get D tier. Karasu is really cool. I think he's probably pretty strong with his crow power. I think that he probably has a heart of gold, despite looking like this. We don't really know about him, but I get the feeling that he has a heart of gold. I like Karasu a lot. He can get a high B tier for sure. Maybe like maybe above the CP9 goons. Besides Bluno, I like Bluno a lot. I don't know who this is. Karu is an amazing character. Absolutely one of my favorites. Carried some things in Alabasta, brought that note to Cobra, ran from Bon Clay, never stopped fighting, had the same resolve as the Straw Hats and Vivi, and carried their weight through that entire saga. So I really like the scene in Whiskey Peak when they're escaping, and Vivi, who was just Miss Wednesday, now Vivi, is like, "What the heck? Where's Karu? We can't leave without him." And he was just on the boat the whole time because he knows the score. Karu's S tier. I love this guy. He can go right next to Choo Choo. So good, so good. Supersonic Duck Squadron with eyelashes joining and eyelashes the camel. Did I rate him? Is he not on this list? I can't remember. We can't be dawdling like this when we have so much to do. Some absolute fishman abomination. This is the Skypea snake. Whatever. C tier for them. They're cool. Oimo? No, this would be Kashi, the sort of underling giants that Usopp was able, or sorry, Sogeking was able to rally to their side. They were the guards of Eni's lobby, but through Sogeking's amazing impersonations of Dory and Bragi, was able to make them realize that the world government had been tricking them the whole time. I like them a lot. They're simple-minded, but they that whole scene is just really good, really wholesome. So one of the highlights of the best arc. So I'm gonna put. They're not gonna go quite all the way up here with Dory and Bragi, but they can get a B tier for sure. Maybe like in here somewhere. That's good. And we'll put Oimo there as well when we get to him. This is what's his name? Kawamatsu? Is that his name? Wano Frog guy. I like him a lot. He has a pretty big cult following. I know a lot of people really like him, and I like him too. I think he deserves a B tier for sure. High B tier. Maybe next to old Ashuradoji here. Yeah, I mean higher than Arlong and maybe like right here. Right here. That's good. Love you, Kawamatsu. Kaya. In my opinion, my most, even more than Brook and Laboon, Usopp and Kaya's reunion is my most anticipated reunion for the epilogue of One Piece. I really want to see them get back together and live happily ever after, but honestly, I do think Usopp is going to die, so that may never come true. I will cry if that happens. With that being said, I like Kaya a lot. She can definitely get an A tier. She is. Look right next to Django. That's funny. Or I guess a row down, but she is a good character for sure. Really emotional. She was taken advantage of in such a brutal way by Kuro, who, by the way, I think we're getting to pretty quickly here. Where's Kuro? Right here. Kalahador. Random low res guy. So Kelly Funk has the jacket fruit, which is the most unsettling fruit in One Piece. He can he's like a parasite. He can take over. And I really don't like Kelly Funk at all. I think his power is disgusting. It disgusts me. And I want him to get off my screen, as funny as he is. I don't know who this is. This looks like some sort of vice admiral from maybe Film Red or something, some movie. But I'm not gonna act like I know who they are. This is one of the Frankie family. Have I ranked any of the Frankie family yet? I kind of want to keep them all together if I have. They're gonna get C tier. I think they're funny. They might even deserve B tier, honestly. I think they're really charming, even if they are idiots. Yeah, we'll just put them like top of C tier, very top. Frankie family guy. Kiku, another cult following character. I'm a big Kiku fan. I think she is or they are. Keep bumping the mic. Sorry. They are very cute and had some cute interactions with Zoro and Wano. So Kiku, you can get a B tier, absolutely. Pretty high, probably maybe like above Arlong is good. Killer, Massacre Soldier Killer, a very cool character that was the real MVP of the Kid Pirates. I feel like Kid was just an idiot so much, and this guy just kept following him and was like, "You're my captain, so let's go." Kind of similar to Geen and Don Krieg. And up until the very end, he hopped in to try to tank some of that divine departure, but he got swept up in it too, and is presumably at the bottom of the ocean right now. So we can put for him being a goat. Where's Kid? We'll put him right above Kid because he's a goat. There we go. He's a real one. He rides with his friends. So this is Miss Universe, wife of Wapol, and presumably queen of the evil Black Drum Kingdom, made famous for their production of Wapol metal. And I mean, she's funny. She can get a C tier. I don't dislike her by any means. That's good right there. Kinyemon started off as a pair of legs stitched to a artificial dragon at Punk Hazard, and he kind of rode with us up until Wano, the end of Wano. And Kinyemon really grew on me. He's an idiot. He's a hardhead. But I mean, he's sweet. And the scene in 10:15 where he's like, "Can you carry Wano on your back?" He spits out all the blood. So emotional. B tier for Kinyemon, maybe even A tier. Does he deserve A tier? I'm gonna put him very, very top of B, even above Old Benny. Um, Unknown Abomination, Unknown Admiral, Unknown Bowl Cut. This guy I think is frozen. I'm gonna put him with the lumpy ones here. He was in level 6, I remember. Look at these lumpy ones right here. That's so funny. Even these like with these weird like ball sack heads. Kiwi, one half of one of my favorite duos, side character duos in the series, Kiwi and Mozu. I love them. I love the Frankie family so much. I'm gonna put them. Well, I like Kiwi and Mozu more than the randos from the Frankie family, so they can get a really high B tier, probably above CP9, and probably like right here. That's a good spot for them. I'll put Mozu there as well. Koala has such a heartwarming story from being a slave, and then the fishmen were all like, okay, let's, you know, change our emblems or whatever. She's just so sweet, and now she has grown up to be, Sabo's uh, girlfriend and very strong, capable warrior of the Revolutionary Army. I like Koala a lot. She can get an A tier for sure. Probably right here. That's a good spot. Pink Mamba. Kobe. Okay, I'm going to talk a lot about Kobe because I really, really enjoy him a lot. I think he's one of my favorite characters. Top 5, I would say. Maybe, definitely top 10. I just love how One Piece is almost a story of him too. Like it's Luffy's story, and we're seeing it through the eyes of Luffy's story. But more so than any other character, alongside like Buggy, Kobe is even more so than Buggy. Kobe is living out his own journey, and he had to just conquer so much mentally to even get to Luffy's starting line. And with Honesty Impact, he has just come such a long way. The Pink Mamba is probably the most inspirational character in the series, up there with his mentor, Garp. Absolutely going to be top 10. I'm probably going to put him right here. He's currently third on the list, which is insane. when I think it's chapter 1059 when Blackbeard's about to kill Boa. There's this one panel where Kobe's I think he says like that would sure be bad for us or something, and he just looks so fearless. And then I think back to episode 1 where he is literally a sniveling baby compared to now when he is facing down the scariest character besides maybe Emu, but Blackbeard is like the scariest character in the series. Kobe's like no fear, ready to go for sure. Oh my god, did you guys hear my Minecraft? Sorry about that. Let me let me turn that down. Sorry. Okay, in queue, of course. Is this this isn't Catherine, is it? So we just did Kobe. Who is? I know who this is. Who is this? I don't know. There are a lot of these in this I don't know that I know, but I don't know. This is actually the my friend told me this is the former. And I'll boost them up to C tier for this. This is the like stand-in Queen of Kamabaka. They can get a C tier. They're cool. Okay. And this is we talked about him too. This is like some big baby from. I mean, just being forced to be addicted to drugs doesn't save you from being in D tier. Probably above most of these though. Like right here is fine. And there was one other with the bowl cut. Yeah, them they can slot in right next to them. This is the Admiral guy from Z, I think, Film Z or Film Red. D tier's fine, whatever. Kong, Supreme Commander of the Marines, even above Akainu. I don't really understand Kong. I don't really understand what his role is. I know he's like basically the tether to the world nobles in terms of like he's the middleman, but I don't really understand what his purpose is. Like there's the fleet admiral, but it's never really been explained what the supreme commander does, even though they are technically above the fleet admiral. So I mean he's got to be strong. I really like when in 1096 when he called up Garp and Garp was lounging on the beach and he was like, Garp, you got to get over to God Valley. Roger's gonna be there. Kong's cool though. I can give him a B tier very comfortably. Maybe like right here. That's good. One of the Frankie family. You can go right next to your brother up here. He's got a pencil neck. Look at him. That's funny. These two guys tried to jump Zoro at the start of Water 7. That was a funny scene. Pig brother, Satori's pig brothers. Can look at them. Look at these two. Disgusting. Hiyori. I'm honestly kind of a Hiyori hater. I of all the art characters, I don't really like her. I don't really. I guess I get the emotional crux, but it didn't really move me like at all compared to other characters. Like compare Hiyori to Vivi. There's no competition at all. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna give Hiyori like top of C tier. I don't really think she deserves anything higher. She can go above the Frank. Should I disrespect her and put her below Pencil Neck? No, no. Top of C tier is still disrespectful, and I think that's where she belongs. Momonosuke kind of disgusts me. I won't lie. I like the development of him growing old, and now he's going to become the daimyo. But once again, another Wano character that didn't really move me at all. Like all of the scenes that were supposed to be emotional with Momonosuke didn't really do it for me. So you can go with Hiyori, I guess, even behind her. Now Odin. Odin is one of the only Wano characters that did truly move me, as I'm sure he did most of the fan base. Excellently written, sort of a weirdo, sort of a wild card, but immensely strong. Was able to kind of clash with Prime Beard a little bit, and then got dismissed divinely by the Pirate King. Odin is insane though. I love the scene in the anime where he tanks the grenade. What a what a ledge. I'm gonna put him in A tier for sure. Put him right next to his buddy Izo right here. All these lines keep dropping down. I'm gonna have to organize so they can be together. This is Odin's dad, right? I thought this other guy with the mask was Odin's dad. This guy? I honestly get the lineage confused, but I think this guy's a bum because he like hid the whole time or whatever. Bottom of C, yeah, bottom of C tier for you, sir. Now Toki I think is cooler because she has the time power and is potentially involved with Emu and the Nerona house and all of the Void Century stuff. So Toki's actually pretty cool, specifically for the lore. I put Hiyori here. Toki can get like mid B tier, maybe above Gadatsu. I feel like I have to move Tezoro up. I actually like Tezoro. Well, let me just do this. Let me just do this. Let me just That's good. That's good. That's better for me. This is Kuroshiro, right? I don't remember his name exactly, but he's Zoro's sensei, and I think he's cool. I think that him, especially in a power system such as One Piece, where this isn't really doesn't really have to be true. The fact that he said that Kuina couldn't be the world's greatest swordsman, I mean, in real life that's probably true, but in the world of One Piece, I feel like that's kind of ignorant to say. But he's okay. He can get a C tier. I don't really like dislike him. What is this baby doing here? We got to move this baby down to here. Kuina is, Zoro's inspiration. Is she alive still? Is she Tashigi? We don't really know. We don't really know what's up with her, but she fell down some stairs and died. She beat Zoro 2001 times. She was a G. I like Kuina. She can get a B tier. Maybe maybe next to Karne. Thriller Bark, Perona Bear, Creature, whatever, D tier. Above all the Charlottes, I guess. Oh, what's his name? I love this guy. Uh, I know so much about him, but I can't remember his name right now. CP9, he's on the goofy side of CP9 that didn't go to Water 7. He's got the hair power. He fought Chopper and made Chopper use the big rumble ball. And he always does the theatrical poem stuff. It starts with a K, but I can't remember it honestly. He's he's funny. I think he's my least favorite member of CP9 of all of them. But that doesn't mean I don't like him. I think he can slot in just behind his buddies up here, behind Khalifa. That's good. I just think they're good villains, CP9. I just think they're cool. I don't know. They were really threatening at the time too. Oh my god. Some of the most threatening characters of their arcs. Kung Fu Dugong, not much else needs to be said about them. They can go way up to S here with the other animals that deserve S tier. Their undying loyalty to Luffy after Luffy was able to defeat them, and then in Dressrosa in a filler 500 episodes later. There's this really emotional Stereo Hearts edit that I sent my friend, and he laughed at me because I thought it was emotional, but that doesn't matter. Kung Fu Dugong. I'm gonna switch Karoo and Choo Choo and leave Kung Fu Dugong behind Choo Choo. That's a good spot. Some looks like Wano shitter. I don't know about them. Dr. Kureha. Would you like to know the secret to my eternal youth? She is an amazing character, a witch doctor of the purest definition. She taught Chopper. She sort of imparted a lot of wisdom to Chopper, not just medical wisdom, but a lot of stuff kind of about the world and about how Hero Look was a hack, even though Hero Look sort of gave Chopper his spirit. So I'm gonna put her with Hero Look wherever I put him. I put him pretty high, right? A tier. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She can slot in right behind Hero Look. They're a good match. They fulfill the same space in my mind. So as great characters. This is the other Wapol subordinate that merged with Bacon Lips to make that crazy guy. So I suppose I think I like him a little bit less than Bacon Lips, so we can put him here. These two can stay together. I'm trying to do pairs, because it makes sense. We have just so many characters. So this is Arlong's right hand man. I don't remember his name. It's something, Kuro. I don't remember, but I mean he was strong. Sanji had to lay him out with a big kick, so that was cool. Where's Arlong? Is Arlong in B tier, right? Arlong is here. He can go right behind Arlong. I'm just, well, no, Arlong. I'm gonna put him in C because Arlong is so much more of a impactful character than this rando, this just fishman guy. This is probably fine. Right next to Chin Zhao and Douglas Bullet. Captain Kuro Klahadore was actually, at least in my opinion, the first kind of scary villain. When he like kills Mary. No one fucking dies in One Piece, but when he claws Mary, I was like, oh my god, this is terrifying. I do think that Klahadore is, Kuro, Captain Kuro, is a cool villain, and the fact that you see him in the anime and he's like still sailing, he's like a pirate again, I think is really cute, even though he was an evil bastard. He can definitely get a B tier, probably low B tier, maybe like right here, because there's no way he's beating Hattori, right? Hattori is just too good. I should probably move Hattori up with like next to Bluno, with the others. We have to scroll down so far now. Sorry if I keep doing that and it's hurting your eyes. Kanjuro the Traitor, McDonald's character, McDonald's hair. I think he is a well-written character and an absolute bastard, but I also don't like him. I think he is revolting, so I'm gonna put him next to Basil Hawkins, uh, just to show the symbol of their failure. They're above these kids because I mean, at least like at least they like did something in the story. Orochi is right up there with Charlos as the most repulsive, disgusting character in the series. Hid behind Kaido like a little baby. Just get off my screen. And from one of the most repulsive characters to one of my absolute favorite characters in the series, Kuzan. I really I hope that Kuzan isn't working for Sword. I hope that he is genuinely a man who was working for an organization for a long time that he saw all the horrors of, and someone who also causes a lot of horrors but in a different way extended their hand to him and he said, "Okay, I'll come with you instead." And he is I mean Garp said it, he lost his way, but I just think it's like a really good character, it's like really well written character. Same with like Kizaru, and we're seeing it with all three of the original admirals, even Akainu. I think I like him just a little bit more than old Kizaru. But look at Admiral Goats right here, Admiral Greatness right here. These three, even though old Kuzan's now the 10th commander of the Blackbeard Pirates. Kiros is emotional. I'm not a big Dressrosa fan, but I do like Kiros. I do understand. I appreciate what he did and how powerful he was in the story and him defeating old Diamante or whatever. He can get a B tier next to Baby Five. I just don't really. Dressrosa is just not for me, man. I don't. Of all the arcs, Laboon. Now Laboon is one of the most emotional characters, from a little baby whale to learning all about Brook and all about their bond. And I mean that's the obvious reunion that we need to see at the end of the series, of course, right? And Luffy making him a promise that they'll come back, and of course they will. Laboon is extremely emotional and deserves, honestly, to be above Brook. I'm going to put Laboon just above Brook, but they can be together. I also think it's really cool that that was the first thing that you see in the Grand Line, that you go up a mountain and then you go down a mountain, and there's just a giant whale. It really made you feel like the Grand Line had like anything to offer, which is a really cool way to do it. Is this looks I don't know who this is. This looks like some like off-brand Judge. Where's Judge? Is it actually like a Judge cosplayer? I can't remember this scene if there's like a Judge cosplayer, but well, I do remember him, I think. Get off my screen, you bastard. This is LaCroix, I think his name is, which is one of my favorite drinks. He's a giant vice admiral at Marineford, and I think he also gets bodied by Whitebeard. He's cool, I'm not gonna say I hate him. C tier. Um, can go up here with the other Marineford characters. I don't know who this guy is. So Lafitte is presumably, I mean, if we're actually going to go with the process of elimination, is presumably on Egghead right now, and that thread has not been resolved. I mean, we saw that in what, chapter 1079, and that still has not been resolved over 25 chapters later now, which is just insane to me. Lafitte is a cool character. He has some sort of angel Zoan, which is pretty intimidating. Have I ranked any of the other of the commanders of Blackbeard besides Kuzan? I don't know. I'm just gonna slot him into mid B tier. I think maybe behind Daz. He's a cool villain, you know. Also, I should move Kid and Killer up, shouldn't I? And Fukuro up to. Let's do a little organizing here. Fukuro probably deserves to be here. Kid and Killer probably deserve to be like here. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay. Skypea girl. I think she might have been the one that was going to get sacrificed to the sun god actually, which is once again insane foreshadowing. Um, sorry. Maybe right next to this other Skypea character in the bottom of B. Okay. Who is this random bunny guy? I don't know about him. This is the scene is really cute in Drum Island where the little bunny is like trying to protect his mom or whatever, and then Luffy just at the last moment they cower and Luffy saves them. So I like this bunny. They can get a B tier as well. Maybe next to Carne is good. Yeah, that's good. And don't read too much into in between the category. Like I am like very loosely rating them in the categories, but not so much that you could be like, oh, okay, why do you like this character more than this character? The only category that I'm really going to end up making sure everyone is in a line properly is this top 10, which I'll be thinking about as we go for sure. Got 6 in there right now, and we're not even halfway done, so there might be some demotions. We'll see. I don't know who this is. This is Mr. Four Babe's dog gun Zoan thing, rocket launcher, and I think they're funny. At the same time, though, I think they probably do belong with the two of them right here. They can go above the two of them, but and this fish guy needs to go like way down here. That's a good roster right there. One of the Reverie Queens. I don't remember who they are, but that unibrow is telling me to get off my screen. We got Lime Juice. Now, Lime Juice is a meme character for his name. Why is he named Lime Juice? He's got to be pretty strong, and there's some really funny fan art of him looking like really hot, which I think is really funny. I'm gonna put Lime Juice into B tier because I like him. I think he makes me laugh when I think about him, so that probably deserves a pretty high spot. Maybe like right here. Lindbergh is one of the Revolutionary Army guys, and I really like his steampunk aesthetic. I think he's really cool. I think he probably deserves to be right there with Karasu, wherever I put Karasu. He's got to be pretty strong too. He's a mink. He has like a laser jetpack, which is like insane. Where did I put Karasu? Did I put Karasu in B? Yeah, I did. Right there. That's good. Thriller Bark, Abomination. Where am I putting the abominations from Thriller Bark right now? Like right here. I don't even want to think about what that is. I don't know. Or I do know, but I don't want to know. Little Oars Jr. extremely emotional. I keep saying the same buzzwords. I'll try to change that up. I say really cool and extremely emotional. Little Oars Jr. is a character that was given a big straw hat by Ace, and therefore wanted to rescue Ace at all costs, which I think was really sweet. And he ended up getting his leg cut off by Doflamingo and then finished by Kuma, I believe, is how it happened. Little Oars Jr. deserves a B tier at the very least, and I'm gonna put him right behind the CP9 guys, like right here. That's good. Prince Loki is about to become an extremely relevant character, but we don't know anything about him yet. We know that Sadie, I think, not Sadie, whatever the freaking, where is she? I don't know why I don't look this up in between because I want to give you guys my raw feelings. Whatever. Like I said, I did no research for this video, so everything you're seeing here is just from my mind. One of these two rejected Loki, and then Loki got all mad, and which made Big Mom mad. But Loki, for being like a very mysterious character, I'm gonna give a C tier. And I forgot to mention this with Mihawk, but they have something going on with the eyes. With Mihawk, Zunisha, and Loki all have like the swirl in their eyes. I think you can see it in Mihawk's picture. Yeah, look at those eyes. There's something going on there for sure. Also, Mihawk needs to be moved up, but that's beside the point. Something up with the swirl in those eyes is there's something related to the Void Sentry. It's gonna run deep for sure. Foxy crew member, where have I been putting them? Not in get off my screen, right? Just D tier, surely. Yeah, right here, right here. Nice. So earlier, probably 2 hours ago, if you're watching this video, I said that I was going to make an exception for Leo with the Tontatas, and I am going to make an exception because he is actually a boss, and for how small he is, he carries his weight massively, and he has a really cool power too, the Stitch Fruit or whatever. So he can go like low B for sure, like maybe like definitely above Hannibal. Maybe like right there. That's a good spot. Oh yeah, next to Harudin. That's actually that's quite fitting. This is a dog from. Oh wait, this is one of the wolves that Bon Clay fought off, and I'm I don't know how I should rank them because that is one of my favorite scenes. But they're the oppressors there. They're the reason that it's so emotional. I'll just put them in C tier because I don't really know where else to place them. Now, Lucky Roo, rumored to be the fastest character in the verse, even though that's a meme. Lucky Roo is actually just a very quick draw, and for the scene alone in episode 3 or 4, I think it's 4, where he, uh, you know, these aren't for messing around. Boom! One of the hardest scenes right away. I mean, you just get a full feast with that scene in the first, couple episodes. So Lucky Roo definitely deserves a B tier at the very least. Right above Lime Juice. How about that? Probably should be further above Lime Juice because he actually has had dialogue and that cool scene. So I'm actually going to put him like right here. That's better. I hate this guy so much, Mock Vice. He's got the same power as Miss Valentine, but he's just, a fat ginger Nazi guy instead of a attractive lime woman. So I just want him to get off my screen. I hate him. Uh, we got Abomination here. Uh, Absolute Abomination can go with these lumpy boys here. Ugh, I'm gonna vomit. Now Magellan, I really like. He absolutely bodied everybody at Impel Down. I mean, Blackbeard got one shot, Luffy got one shot, Jinbei almost got one shot. He is an absolute force, and I think his dignity is really sweet when after Blackbeard's incursion into the prison, he like wanted to kill himself because he was so ashamed. And he spends 10 hours on the shitter. He's just funny. He's just a good character, you know? Like Magellan all around. I don't understand how you cannot like Magellan. That's a good spot for him. Hmm. Makino is one of my sleeper picks for favorite waifu in the series, and presumably the mother of Shanks' daughter, because who else is, whose kid is that? We saw her with a little baby recently, and who's besides Shanks, like whose kid is that? So Makino, I'm gonna give her an A tier because I'm a simp. That's just the truth. I think she is and she taught Ace like the cute like fire thing. She deserves A tier even if it is a low A. Yeah, we'll put her like right here. That's good. I don't know. Foxy Crew got. Oh no, Fishman, right? Either way, you're getting to get off my screen. Fake Zoro can go and get off my screen with the other two. Manjaro is his name. So this is, she's cool too. Like I feel like she should probably get a higher rank. She has like healing powers and she cries a lot and it's kind of annoying, but I don't hate Shirahoshi for crying. So where did I put Leo? I put Leo in B. I don't think she quite deserves. Man Sherry's her name. I don't think she deserves B, but I mean she can get a C tier. I don't like hate her. I don't like, you know, not want to see her like I don't want to see the other Tantatas. That's good. Oh my god, my back is killing me from the lift yesterday. One of the Impel Down guys, he's like a Nazi. I mean, I keep saying Nazi, but it's just that like sort of aesthetic that their outfits go with. He's like a weird praying mantis guy. I don't really like him. He can get a D tier. Is my camera still good? Yeah, we're good. Unknown monstrosity man. Now Marco the Phoenix is a strong contender for top 10. He has lost more than any character in the series, and he just still chugs on. And he, one day at a time kind of thing for Marco. And he lost Ace, he lost Thatch, he lost Whitebeard. It's just brutal. It's just absolutely brutal. And he's now the defender of Sphinx Island, which I think is really sweet. He's got one of the coolest powers in the series. Him showing up at Wano was one of the coolest moments of Wano. And he just hard carries. He's just so cool. I gotta stop saying cool. I say it too much. I've probably said it 500 times in this. I'm gonna put him right above the Admiral Chads here. Yeah, that's good. Let's organize this S tier. Well, we'll do it later. I might put the S tier in order as well, just for kicks. But yeah, Marco's amazing. The I'm trying to think of a couple really good scenes with him. I mean, obviously he clashed with admirals, which was sick. Oh yeah, him in the anime when he says like "Here comes the star," and then Zoro like comes over the top. Such a sick scene. Marguerite is widely considered by my friends and also people online as the most slept on waifu in the series, and I agree. I mean, she's so sweet, and the whole scene with Luffy like being like, "I don't need the ship, save them," to Boa. She's great, for such a side character, she definitely deserves A tier. Maybe like probably pretty low, like that. Next to Makino is good. Unknown, maybe a Weatheria guy, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna put him in I don't know because I don't know. Miss Golden Week is an extremely funny character. I love her colors trap, and I think that she is one of my favorite members of Baroque Works. I just thought she was so funny, and she has a pretty cool cover story too. So there I go saying cool again. I'm gonna put her in B tier. I think I rock with Miss Golden Week for sure. Nice. Now Marshall D. Teach. Whoo wee. Okay. Probably the character I might talk about the most, besides like Luffy. So Blackbeard is being set up to be one of, if not the main antagonist of the series. I honestly think it's going to be Emu at this point, but so Blackbeard, like Luffy is light and Blackbeard is dark. I should call him Teach because that's his name. From the first moment we see him, well, we first hear about him in Drum because he sacked Drum Kingdom and like beat up Wapol and like took over. There's only 5 of them. It was his core crew, and then we see him again at Mocktown, and I mean, well, before that, he is shown to be Luffy's parallel immediately with the cherry pies. Like these cherry pies are delicious. These cherry pies are awful. You want to fight? And then quite possibly the best scene in the series. I think it is probably the best scene in the series, right up there with "I Want to Live." Is when he says, people's dreams never end, and then I mean, it's just so good in the manga when it's just them and there's no art, there's no background. He is maybe the best written character in the series. Absolutely despicable, and he knows how to. I mean, for lack of a better term, pick his shots. He's just such a schemer. He only takes fights that he knows is going to advance him, and he's not afraid to run away. He runs away a lot, and I think that's really interesting because, despite that, he is worked his way to becoming quite possibly the most powerful character in the series right now. So he is terrifying. He has two devil fruits, and he got one of those devil fruits at Marineford, pulled up at the perfect time, right when Whitebeard was dying, and not perfect enough to not get a thrashing, but still. And I think that, in my personal opinion, I think he eats people, which is disgusting, but I think that's how he gets the fruit, is he like eats their heart or something. That's why he put the veil over and then came out with the Quake fruit. He's got two devil fruits. He fought Law, which was an insane fight. The fact that Law even did that well to begin with is insane. What else about Blackbeard? There's so much to say. There's a widely speculated theory that he has three souls because I think I mentioned it before. The DeKalvin brothers have two skulls, and the Jolly Roger is supposed to be a representation of the captain, and the DeKalvin brothers co-captain, so it makes sense that they have two. But why does Blackbeard have three? You know what I mean? That's so weird. So I honestly think that Blackbeard is absolutely an S tier character, top of S tier. Probably like here. Yeah. That's a good spot for him. And he is going to be Luffy's biggest fight besides maybe Emu. They are the ones that Luffy and Teach, they both have the winds of fate guiding them. They're the only two characters in the series that do. I guess you could say Buggy as well, but I honestly think that Luffy and Blackbeards are on another level, and whatever sort of spirituality or faith or fate, whatever it is intentionally letting them win this like big game for Pirate King. And that's why the battle is going to be the biggest yet and the most hard fought because they both have that. They both have that fate X factor, and they're going to clash, and only one's going to win. So only one can win. Teach is a masterful character, masterful. And I love that he sails around on logs too. He doesn't give a heck. I'll sail on the logs in the Grand Line, whatever. Okay, so some characters that we can talk about a lot less than Blackbeard. Mashira, the scrapyard master, is very funny. I think he probably C tier. Honestly, I don't want to praise him too much, but and then we've got Mock Vice, Ace's former first mate, featured in the Ace novels. I like his design a lot. I think he has a really cool design, and I'm gonna put him into top of C tier, maybe B tier. Yeah, B tier is probably good. Maybe like probably like here. That's a good spot. Behind Gion. We gotta move freaking this guy up, don't we? Where did I put the other Frankie guys? Oh, they're down here. No, he's good where he's at. Um, Matroshka doll, borderline get off my screen. Who, random Skypea get off my screen. Thunderlord Magai. I don't remember why I remember his. I think it's because they announce him as one of the 47, right? And I mean, he's pretty funny, right? Like, look at him. Look at his weird head and his weird mustache. Where did I put the other Whitebeard guys? He can go with them. Well, there's one here. Right here, right here. Well, I'll put him up here with this guy. That's fine. This is the commander of the, I don't remember their name, but they're the Skypea like army. My my friend Tyler, he remembers their names, and he's gonna, it's like the White Sea Brigade or something, and they go like la or whatever is their like symbol. He's funny. You can get a C tier. He's funny. Random Shark. Moo the cow, who formerly worked for Arlong and got beat up a bunch. I feel bad for him. He seems like a sweetheart, but Arlong did have him eating people in ships, so maybe he had it coming. You can get a C tier. He's a cute cow. Cute Sea King cow. Is this Van Auger's dad? Who is this? I don't know. So this is the pirate captain that was used to show off the power of the shipwrights at the start of Water 7, and I think he's really funny. He in the If you look up One Piece, and this is gonna sound so sus out of context, if you look up One Piece sexual harassment on YouTube, it's just the scene where Khalifa's like, "Oh, it's sexual harassment" or whatever. But in the dub, oh my god, the voices are just so funny to me. For him being an absolute memer, he can get like top of C tier, even above Conjuro. Like get fucking fuck Conjuro. Why is wait? Oh no, that's D tier. My bad. Get out of D tier. You deserve to be higher, sir. Even though you were in it for like 15 seconds. So here's Miss Valentine. I was just talking about her. Cute lime girl. Power of the kilo kilo fruit. She definitely deserves to be like C tier. I think she's okay. I'm not gonna put Booger Guy. I think I put Booger Guy like pretty low, but just because she's a cute, she can, she can get pretty up there. Carrots Buddy, she's cool too. I'll put her next to Valentine just for the same cute factor. I'm not really like a furry, but Carrot's just this high because she was so much more involved in the story. This is one of the giants from Big Mom flashback. Whatever. Bottom of C tier. I don't really care about you. The Jailer Beasts from Impel Down. Bottom of C tier for you as well, all four of you. Bear with me here, folks. Okay. This guy is a chef. We were looking up obscure characters the other night, and this guy is a chef on the Baratier who looks up to Sanji, and for that, I think he deserves to be like right here. He looks derpy as hell though. Look at him. Look at his weird. Man, he must be huffing something. Honestly, I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Mule's Guard, rest in peace. You you turned of your own accord in your own heart, and you paid the price for it. And for that, sir, you are based. And we're gonna give you a B for based for sure. Maybe right here. Oh, I forgot to mention that my friends told me to switch Sandersonia and Marigold because they simp for Sandersonia. So we'll do that. But Mule, well, that's better. Okay. Thriller Bark Tree almost joined the crew, and for that, I think you probably deserve a D tier because you smell. One of the kids on Punk Hazard. Mamanga. Mamanga is one of the most fleshed out vice admirals besides like Garp and Smoker, and he was proven to be pretty strong. He cut that Sea King in half. He but he had to stab himself to resist Boa's charms, which I think is really interesting. And he's sort of like a no nonsense kind of vice admiral guy, so I think he's pretty cool. I'll give him a manga a B tier, above many of his other vice admiral shitter counterparts. Maybe like, yeah, Foxy Crew, Monet. Now I'm a Monet simp for sure, so that's obviously going to give her points. She was instrumental in experimenting on children. She is an absolute uh, demon for sure. She's very evil, but she's dead. So there's that. But for being a cool character with a cool fight and attractive, you can get a B tier, even though you are an evil witch. Random monkey guy. Oh wow, okay, we've made it. So I should probably do Gar. Oh god, my headphones just beeped. One sec. Monkey D. Dragon is currently facing the biggest lot of fraud allegations in the series so far. He has been accused of not helping Ginny as she was sold into slavery or just captured into slavery. And why is this man always looking east? What's up with that? With that being said, I mean, his appearance at Logtown, saving Luffy, working behind the scenes throughout the entire series, working with Robin during the time skip. Despite the allegations, I'm going to give Dragon an A tier just because I think he's going to be so relevant, and I think he has already probably done enough to earn this spot, just being Luffy's dad and all about all about everything. So A tier for you. I can't really say much about him because we don't really know much about him, but all we know is that he deserves an A tier in my opinion, despite being a fraud. So probably like right here. Behind, behind Kaido. Behind, well, that's good. Now, Garp, on the other hand, is, in my opinion, the most inspirational character in the series, probably. His sort of devoutness to justice, and but in a Luffy-esque kind of way. You know, him and Luffy are very similar in that they go their own way, they do things how they want to do it, and they don't really take shit from anybody, and they have the strength to back that up. And there are so many scenes with Garp that I love. Back when he fell asleep and Axe Hand Morgan cut him, Axe Hand Morgan's right here as well. When Axe Hand Morgan cut him and he was just asleep, and you then learn in post Enies lobby that it's Luffy's grandpa, and there's just so many good scenes with Garp. All of the stuff at Hachinosu, Galaxy Impact, Galaxy Divide, he's proven himself to be one of the strongest characters in the series, and he's absolutely one of my favorites. All of the amazing one-liners. Don't lose your head, Kobe. Justice will prevail is one of the best lines in all of One Piece for sure. And the fact that he took Kobe in, and you know he's a military man, so with Luffy and Ace, the whole time he's like, "Don't be a pirate, don't be a pirate, don't be a pirate," and then he knew that there would be consequences to those actions, and then those consequences were felt at Marineford, and he was crying and he didn't know what to do, and then Don beat him up, and that made me cry, and he's just one of the best written overall characters in the series. So I think Garp definitely deserves an S tier, potentially top 10, but I can think of other characters that are going to be in the top 10, so for now I'm just going to give him top of S, even above Roger. So there we go. And now that we've reached the hour mark and Luffy is next, I'm actually going to call it because I'm going to talk for an hour just about Luffy. So, okay, we are once again back. It's been another 24 hours. I just had a lovely family dinner for my mom's birthday. My cat is right here, looking good, Brick. And we start the day off with Monkey D. Luffy, the protagonist of the series, the soon to be Pirate King, and all around one of the greatest characters in fiction. From the get go, he was wholly determined and has never once doubted himself. Well, I can't say that. At his lowest, he has doubted himself for sure. After Marineford, with Ace's death and all of that, but he had those around him, Jinbei, to lift him up and to keep him on the path of becoming the Pirate King. I was thinking about what there was to say about Luffy, and all I can really say is that he's the best shonen protagonist of any of the shonen that I've seen. I think he's extremely inspirational. He always stands up for anyone that he sees is being treated unfairly, and he kind of follows Shanks's words about like you can spit on me, you can do anything to me, but once you mess with my friends, it's go time. From the moment that he was in the barrel to standing on the world stage against Kaido and Big Mom at Roof Piece. I just think that Luffy is, he's the focal point of the story. The story bends to Luffy's will, and I think that Gear 5, the whole Nika reveal, is the perfect sort of. A lot of people consider it to be like Deus Ex Machina, like Chosen One, Chosen Piece, and I understand those points of view, but I just think that it fits Luffy so well, and also kind of fits the whole meta narrative pretty well as well. I don't think of it as an ass pull as much as a lot of people do. I'm just gonna think of some of my favorite Luffy moments. Let me think real quick. Obviously, when he puts the hat on Nami, Arlong Park, Enies Lobby, when he tells Bluno, I'm happy to have met you guys, because now I know, now I'm able to rise to that level. When he tells Rayleigh that Pirate King is the most free, they don't rule anything. Rayleigh loved that. And he just has too many goated moments to even think about right now. Knocking out the 50,000 fishmen, his fight against Katakuri, changing Katakuri's worldview. Just too many to count, really. Too many to count. And he is currently disappeared in Chapter 1104, presumably going to come back with a bang. It's absolutely one of my top 10 favorite characters. I think you would be an insane person not to have him. I guess unless you watch the dub. His dub voice is extremely annoying, and as a dub sympathizer, I actually really like all of the other characters that I've heard, but I just think that Luffy ruins the dub. His voice is terrible. And the other side of the coin, his voice in the sub is immaculate. Literally one of my favorite uh, anime voices. My mind goes to 10:15 when it's like going through all of the Yonko saga, and then he's like, you want to defeat Kaido, don't you? I'm not gonna try to imitate it, but it the pain in the voice actress's voice is too good. It's just too good. I'm gonna put Luffy right here. I think Katakuri's probably still my number one, but we'll organize these when the time comes. Luffy is just he's just the man. He's just the man. Monster can go with Bonk Punch, Shanks' monkey on the crew. Look, you can see, wait, look, see him, he's right here, and then nice, 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 nice. That's got to be one strong monkey. So Mont Blanc Cricket, uh, I'm at that part in that reaction that I'm watching, and I love Cricket. I think the fact that he is kind of like, oh frick Noland, but then deep down he's like, no, I actually like Noland, and he's had to live as an outcast because of the troubles that Noland, uh, well, not that Nolan brought, but that the whole Nolan situation brought. He's had to live as an outcast on Jaya his whole life. Cricket can definitely get a B tier. I'm gonna put him like right here. That's good. And then Noland, Mont Blanc Noland. As I've said before, when we did Calgara, he is one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite flashbacks. I think the whole like folk angle, the whole folklore angle is extremely captivating, and I think it really added a lot to One Piece in the early days. It made the world feel a lot more, I guess, lived in, and like there was real history as opposed to it just being like a fictional story that the world started in chapter one. It really made it feel like there was other stuff. You know, this was before the Void Century and all that crazy business. Noland, absolutely one of my favorite characters. I'm tempted to put him top 10, but I think I should probably just put him next to Calgara, right? I think that on first impressions I would have him here or here, but there's just so many good characters. I think I'm going to slot him right next to Calgara. Look at these four goats right here. Dory, Bragi, Noland, Calgara. Really, really stacking the A tier. Okay, okay. Let's keep it moving. This is Full Body's date on the Baratier, and she laughs at him after he gets the wine order wrong, and for that, I think she deserves a B tier because she embarrassed an absolute bum in Iron Fist Full Body. Probably low B though, like maybe just the bottom of B is fine. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Axan Morgan is an extremely funny character. His whole thing about like whoever spouted that weakness, kill yourself or whatever. He's on Demon Time, ultimate BM master. He almost like cut his kid's neck with the axe. Oh my god, absolute demon. He's pretty funny, but at the same time, I also despise him for his crooked ideals. So he can get a D tier. I feel like we should probably move the Gorosei down because they are just so despicable, but they're also really well written characters. So this is big news. Big News Morgans is an albatross who chooses to stay in his bird form at all times. He's an albatross Zoan. We've never seen what he looks like in his normal human form. I think that's really funny. I like that he is one of the most powerful characters in the series because he controls the flow of information. I think that's like a really realistic angle that a lot of series wouldn't take, but One Piece does because One Piece is a cut above most series. And Morgan's is absolutely one of my favorite characters. Even though he was only introduced recently, I'm gonna put him in S tier because I think he just deserves that. He he beat up that CP0 agent, which I think was hilarious, and I don't remember if they were CP0, CP something. And he's going to be extremely relevant. You know, Vivi is with him right now, same with Wapol, and he's going to be the one that sort of, when all of this Egghead stuff gets out about Saturn and just everything, he's going to be the one to expose to the world the treachery of the Gorosei. And for that, I think he absolutely deserves an S tier, probably higher than some of these characters as well, maybe above the animals here. Should probably move Crocodile up to like right here. Uh, Beast Tamer Moji is a also a Yonko commander now with Buggy, and you know him and Richie were absolutely despicable in Orangetown, beating up Choo Choo like that and eating the dog food. But I still think he's really funny, and I still think that he should be wherever Kabaji is for sure, which I think is C tier maybe or D tier. Where's Kabaji? Where's the acrobat? The list is getting so thick, I'm having trouble finding characters. Bear with me here, folks. He's right here. Okay, yeah. Probably behind Kabaji. I think he's my least favorite of the buggy goons. Morley is amazing. They are one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army, and they created Impel Down level 5.5 with their ground bending power with the Trident. Very cool ability. Extremely funny character. Seems to be, you know, of good heart. Where's Karasu at? B tier? I got a feeling I put him in B tier. Yeah, can go alongside Lindbergh and Karasu. Probably, I don't really know which ones I like the most actually. Maybe just like that, but they're pretty even. Oh, and this is Kumadori, by the way. I remembered his name. Last time I didn't remember his name, but mm, okay. This is. Oh, why do I not recognize who this is? I don't recognize them. Well, I like do, but I don't. That's the case with so many of these characters. I can visualize it in this show, but I just don't know who they are. This character is extremely irrelevant, but for some reason I remember them. They are on the Baratier and they admire full body as a distinguished member of the Marines. That's all they do. They kind of are awful to look at though, so I'm going to put them and get off my screen for sure. Fake Soge King Usopp can go with the other ones. Um, right here. Smile user Abomination. Skypea, maybe? Yeah. C tier. I don't know. I think this might be uh, one of the chefs from San Faldo or Pucci. I think it's Pucci that Aokiji builds the bridge for the ice path, so that they can cross the ocean from Long Ring Longland. Under that assumption, I'm gonna put him in C tier. This is the Marine of unknown rank that Doflamingo puppets at the first time that we see the meeting at episode 151. And I mean, you know, he's funny. He almost dies because Doflamingo is having a fun time waiting for the meeting to start. This is Mozu. You can, of course, go with Kiwi. I think I spoke most about them when I was talking about Kiwi. I think they're in B tier, yeah. They deserve to be at least in B tier. Where is? See, this is a problem of doing this over multiple days. I always forget. I'm going to end up forgetting for sure. Bear with me here. Yeah, there she is. I'm sorry if you're seeing them and I'm like, look, they look good together. Look at that. I like that a lot. They're cute. I'm a big fan. This is Mr. Seven. Mr. Seven. He, you see his eyebrows. He was very minor character. Same with this one right here. I'll actually rank them both right now. They were the ones that were responsible for the bomb in the town square of Alubarna near the end of Alabasta arc, and they're pretty atrocious. They can get a D tier for sure. Not quite get off my screen. I think they have weird, funny designs, but that's all that saves them. This is Mr. 11, assassinated. Well, I mean, just murdered in cold blood by the Billions that we're hoping to rise to the ranks of Baroque works. They can go with, you know. I love the Unluckies. I think they're so funny. These two right here. The fact that Sanji snapped this bird's neck is pretty brutal. Definitely more brutal than most finishers in One Piece. But I like these guys a lot. I think they are hilarious. So they can get a B tier. Wait, oops. So many characters. Oh my god. Mr. Nine is a real one. Faced with a situation that was many times over his head that he didn't really understand, he was able to understand enough that his partner, Miss Wednesday, Nefeltari Vivi, was in danger and was not who she said she was, and he chose to protect her instead of turning against her. And I think that makes Mr. Nine a goat, honestly. I think that makes him an amazing character for what little time he had in the series. Definitely deserves an A tier in my book. Well, maybe a B tier, but still high props to Mr. Nine. And I think his voice actor is really funny. The bye bye baby. Um, Rogers crew, right? Definitely Odin flashback. C tier. Miss Monday, similar to Mr. Nine, also chose to defend Vivi from Gem and Miss Valentine. Can definitely go right next to Mr. Nine, right here. I'll put them like here. Uh, Unknown Doctor. This isn't one of the Doctor 20 from, or is it? I don't know who that is. One of Roger's crew who knows what the One Piece is. As you can see, he's laughing. He laughed. Definitely a C tier just for the stocks. Unknown Bush horrifying character. Okay, we got Nami. Now Nami is obviously a top tier waifu and an extremely valuable member of the crew. They would not have made it out of East Blue. They would not have done anything without Nami, right? She's the navigator, one of the smartest on the crew. Very stingy, very aggressive at times, very abrasive. I can understand why some people don't like her, but I think that she is, um, she's kind on the inside for sure, and she has a lot of MVP moments. Not necessarily in the realms of combat, of course, but um, even with that though, at least pre-time skip, she had some good fights against, who am I thinking of? Miss the Spike lady. I don't remember her epithet. Um, and then against Khalifa. So those, Nami's sick. Oh, okay. And then I have to do something. I'm gonna give Nami a really high rank because I like her a lot. I think she should probably be an S tier, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. Bottom of S. I found Crocus, and I forgot to mention that he's in the get off my screen. Obviously, should not be there. Here he is. Remember we lost him like 5 hours ago. All right, Crocus A tier for sure. I'll put you top of A tier just because I disrespected you. No, that's too much. Maybe like here with the doctors. Isn't this Hack? Fishman Master. Get a B tier for me. I don't really have much to say, but he's a G. Definitely a G. So is this isn't Zeus. This is Big Mom's other spirit or whatever. Yeah, I mean, whatever. They're okay. C tier. Nefeltari Cobra. Rest in peace. Cobra is, or I should say was, an extremely benevolent ruler. He always was looking out for other people. Uh, Even when his people were against him, he was still thinking of them. And my favorite line from him is when they're in the bathhouse and he bows and he says, you know, a king is a title that is worn over clothes, but we're in a bathhouse. So right up until the end too, he was kind of BMing the Gorosei, which I think is, you know, he was a G for that, asking about the will of D and all of these crazy questions. Saw Emu sit on the throne, but yeah, Cobra is gone. Deserves an A tier for sure. And on to his daughter, Nefeltari Vivi, my number one waifu in the series. She is a beacon of hope and is surely going to be instrumental in leading the world into the new dawn. She is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, whether you like it or not. I think that she is going to officially take that role very soon. She will serves as sort of the diplomat for the Straw Hats. You know, they're a bunch of rapscallion bastards with all sorts of, you know, they don't look very good in a at a formal dinner, do they? But Vivi kind of brings an air of legitimacy, and she is just, you know, kind to the bone. She is maybe the kindest character in the series, up there with like Kuma. Definitely belongs in my top 10, probably like right here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. We only got two slots left, and we're at N. We're just over halfway. Oh, Whitebeard and Corazon, I'm worried you might have to get demoted. If I can think of at least one character that is needs to be top 10. Reverie, right? Reverie Queen. Uh, Very bizarre head. Definitely get off my screen. Cat Viper, Nekomamushi. You know, he's a G. He fought off Jack for 10 days, like an absolute legend. He is probably my favorite scab. Well, Kinyamon. I would say him and Kinyamon are my favorite scabbards. The dog is cool too, but I feel like Neko is kind of shines a little bit brighter than the dog in most instances. With that being said, I probably will put him with his dog counterpart, Thunder Dog or whatever it is. Inuyurashi. I assume I gave him a B tier, right? That's the only place that I could put him in my mind. Yeah, right here. Yeah, you can go down here. That's good. Okay. King Neptune, I mean, I think I said it before. I'm kind of a, besides the flashback with Otohime, I'm kind of a Fishman Island skeptic, disenjoyer. I don't really think it's that good of an arc, besides that flashback with Fisher Tiger and Otohime. Neptune, I mean, you can get a C tier. I don't like despise you, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't really think about you ever or your arc ever. So this is Nero. He was an trainee intern applicant for CP9 who failed to defeat Frankie. The scene is one of the most brutal finishers. I would say even more brutal than the Sanji Unlucky's neck snap. It's when they're on top of the sea train and he Frankie pulls back and you see the cybernetics and he just gets him right through the train. Oh my god, how did he live? I don't understand that. And then Lucci kills him, I think. Yeah, so Lucci definitely at least close to kills him. Nero, you're a funny character. You should probably get a D tier though, because you're a bum. Nezumi was in cahoots with Arlong. He's a mouse guy. He was the one that was responsible for giving Luffy his first bounty. And I think he is an absolute bum and deserves to get off my screen. You know, he was an absolute schemer. Uh, can do no right in the world. Okay, so we're on to two of the most emotional characters in the series, Nico Robin and her mother, Nico Oliva. Oliva, we didn't really get to see much. She was a scholar of Ohara. Um, but just for the lore, just for the absolutely heartbreaking flashback, she can get a B tier. If there was anything else involving her besides the few episodes, it would be higher, but B tier is good. However, her daughter is absolutely one of my favorite characters in the series. She has the most right with Kuma, the most tragic backstory in the series. You know, maybe lessened a little bit by Saul still being alive, but I'm not going to complain about that anymore. She is obviously a waifu, but besides that, she is intelligent. She is a nuanced character. She did not want to live, and then upon Saul's destined words of her finding Nakama who will protect her, she decided that she wanted to live, and it is the most emotional moment in the whole series. I want to live. I'm sure if you're watching this video and you're 4 hours into it, you know the scene. You know how emotional it is. You understand, right? Robin is top 10 for sure. Probably kind of low top 10 maybe, like next to Frankie. I think that's good. Some of my favorite Robin moments. Let me think. When she grabs Frankie's balls, it's pretty funny. When she refuses to dock on Thriller Bark, I think that's pretty funny. And when her and Law go down into the basement after Wano is a really intense kind of, world building scene. She's going to be instrumental to Luffy's success and has been already, so. And I really like when she is ready to die in the tomb in Alabasta when she's still Miss All Sunday. And Luffy's like, "Why do I need to listen to you?" And then saved her. And that prompted her to join the crew. I think this is a Thriller Bark, whoever, um, whole cake, whatever. I don't know about this crocodile. So Nojiko is Nami's adopted older sister. She understood what was going on the whole time and sort of went along with Nami's suffering in order to hopefully one day see the freedom of Kokoyasi Village. And it was all a ruse. Obviously, Arlong never intended to honor his deal. And I really like the scene in the afterwards where she's kind of chastising that kid, like, oh, I thought you'd be like, oh, boo-hoo, your dad died or whatever. She's kind of mean there, but at the same time, I think that she's just a really, really sweet lady and definitely deserves an A tier. Probably like down here somewhere. That's good. Maybe we shouldn't split up Izo and Odin. Oops. Oh my god, I'm all over the place right now. So I thought that the other snake was the snake in Thriller Bark, but this not in Skypiea that eats Luffy, but this is the snake. So what other snake did I rank? Snake rank. I don't know, but for being a snake that eats Luffy and keeps him in the stomach for like 20 episodes when he should be out fighting an L, he should probably get a D tier, honestly. Well, actually, he should be in Get Off My Screen because I don't want to see him. I want to see action. Fake Chopper is extremely funny, but I also think should go with his asshole companions above them because look how cute he is with his mustache, but still. Unknown, random fishman, bastard. Hachan is a character that redeemed themselves throughout the series. Was completely complacent in Nami's suffering and was pretty evil at the start, but through all the stuff with Kami and all of the stuff with not trying to get Luffy in trouble with the Celestial Dragons and all of that stuff, I think that Hachan is definitely a great character that deserves high praise. I'm gonna put him in B tier. I think I do like him a lot. Probably high B, maybe like right there. This is one of Enel's boys. Where's the one with the beanie? I'll put him next to him. Did I put him? Yeah, this guy. That's fine. They're kind of get off my screen, even though they're in D tier. Another one of the Usopp Pirates. All love to the Usopp Pirates. I think I put them in B tier, right? If not, they deserve it. I just saw him. Where is he? The other kid. They're like 8, which I think is amazing. Yeah, right here. Kashi, obviously. Oh no, this is Oimo. Oimo is obviously going to go with Kashi, who I think is in B tier as well. I'm sorry, folks. This is just going to start to take really long for me because I'm doing this like pairing system, with relevant characters in the narrative. There they are. It's going to take me longer and longer to find it. Smile user abomination. Monogumo, right? He got the spider. He got like 8 arms with 8 swords. I think he's cool. He's definitely a bastard for sure. Where did I put Doberman? I'll put this guy next to Doberman. I'm not gonna look for Doberman all day. Just one sec. Okay, maybe I am gonna look for Doberman all day. It's whatever. This guy can. No, he's a bastard though, isn't he? I don't know. I'll put him bottom C. He's definitely evil. Cute Fox. I can't remember their name right now, but I like them a lot. One of my favorite Wano side characters. Maybe just like top of C though. I'm not gonna very top of C. I'm not gonna praise them too highly. Orlumbus. I love Orlumbus. He's one of the Grand Fleet. Where's Leo? Orlumbus can go with Leo. They're bros. The big and the small. Right here. With Harudin, yeah, they're hanging out. So Otohime, as I've said, what, 3 or 4 times now, is the only thing I really like about Fishman Island. I really like the whole until we all walk under the same sun. Some of my friends actually really don't like it. They think that she was being stupid and too optimistic. But in a similar vein to Vivi, I think that if someone's not going to be blindly optimistic, who is, right? And I think her belief carries into the characters that are still alive today, and I think that she is another martyr that will eventually bring about the dawn of the world. So deserves extremely high ranking. I'm gonna put her with Fisher Tiger, who I think I put in A tier. Yeah, right here. Nice. Oars. I mean, Oars is cool. I don't really like Thriller Bark at all, but Oars is cool. Just like middle of C tier. I don't really care about Oars. Little Oars Jr. on the other hand, but whatever about Oars. Page one. Now, Page one is he's a depressed boy. I think he's a funny character, and I do think that he is extremely elevated by Ulti. One of my friends and I really love Ulti. So, full disclosure, I'm probably going to give Ulti a rank much higher than she actually deserves, but it is what it is. Page one, for the Ulti stocks, you can get a C tier, even though I think you're a absolute bum who got no diffed by Sanji. Maybe like top of C there. That's good. Unknown, unknown. So Papagu is the CEO of Criminal, the clothing brand in at Sabaody, and friend of Kami, friend of Hachan. I love Papagu. Definitely an amazing side character, extremely funny, and every time he's on the screen, my heart is a flutter. So A tier for Papagu. Maybe like right here. That's good. Patty. Uh, he does the curtsy. I love Patty. Definitely gonna go with Carne. The dynamic duo of the Baratier. Extremely funny characters, make me laugh every time. Right there. These two are some ledges right here. Polly. Okay, it's time for me to be a fanboy. Polly is absolutely one of my favorite characters. I'm gonna have a hard time not putting him in the top 10. I think he's gonna be near the top of S tier. He is an honest man. Well, you know, gambling debts aside. He is an honest man who loves what he does and he trusted in his boss and was betrayed by people that he thought was his friends for a half a decade and never once he realized the situation, it was all gas no brakes for him in helping the Straw Hats accomplish their seemingly impossible mission. He was ready to die. He was ready to, give it all because he was so personally invested in it. And there's just so many moments of him that I love. I love when the train conductors think that him and Nami are having like an affair. That's hilarious. I love when when he's running from the debt collectors at the start. He's just a good dude, and the gag about him, like, why aren't you wearing long pants or whatever to the girls. He's definitely a little bit of a boomer, but I just He's my Minecraft skin right now. Like I just love Polly. I know, right? Polly Minecraft skin. That's weird. I'll put him with his boss and best friend Iceberg. Unknown. Pearl. Maybe the most forgotten about villain in One Piece. One of Don Krieg's men, and he had the shields. And when he gets hit once, he just goes into he sees red. You know, he starts banging the shields together. But he was an absolute bum. One of the most just egregious examples of a character in One Piece. Get off my screen. Now Pedro, I kind of have a I kind of have an interesting mental relationship with Pedro because he obviously had an extremely emotional sacrifice and all of that and was, he was just a G in general. I do think though that the fact that he is dead and Perospero is alive and Saul is alive, this is just a comparison across the stuff, and like Pell is alive and stuff. I don't know, something about it just kind of cheapens the sacrifice to me. With that being said, though, I do love Pedro as a character. Put him high B, like maybe like right here is good. Um, Lulu, one of Iceberg's, one of the real ones of Galila. He also went to Ennie's lobby and helped. And I really like the scene of him and Tilestone sitting on top of the train as they're leaving, watching Ennie's lobby burn. Like, man, that was crazy, huh? They were just so in over their heads, and it was awesome. Lulu could definitely get an A tier, maybe just bottom of A. When he pushes his hair and it comes out the other way, I love that guy. How many more do we have? We're actually kind of like not doing too bad right now. I feel like we've gotten most of them done. Peccoms, famous for his line about how overzealous Logias won't get very far in the New World. He proved that against Caribou. And I mean, he's a G. He's definitely like a mob enforcer, and I kind of like him a lot for that. As like a, oh, did I just lose him too? For fat fingering my key. Oh no, he's right here. I like Pecom, so he can get a B tier. He's evil for sure, but he's an enforcer. Let's move Oliva up a little bit. She's good. Also the freaking turtle. It's down a little bit where it was down like there. That's good. Unknown. Oh, Pell. So I can't give Pell a very high rating. I think him and well, I'll put him with Igaram. They're the worst, in my opinion, the worst examples of the fake death in the series. It's just, Oda, why do you do this, man? They don't need to be alive. They don't serve any purpose in the series. Like, I understand you don't want to spoil the party, but why not party in spite of them? For them. It just feels like cheap writing to me. And like I said, it's the only complaint I have about One Piece. I think that I'm gonna move both of them down to C actually, because I'm getting kind of mad thinking about it. It just cheapens the whole experience, in my opinion. It kind of frustrates me. Penguin, one of the G's of the Heart Pirates, definitely deserves a V tier for his recent efforts in the fight against Teach and his crew, and Emperor's crew. What a cool guy. I want that hat. I want that penguin hat. Unknown. Perona is someone that everybody simps for, and I think she's cool, but I don't really, she's not high on my waifu list or anything, but she's cool. I think it's really sweet that she's still trying to save Moria from Hachinosu. She's devout to that. She's also kind of Zoro's, or maybe Mihawk. I don't really know. There's a lot of weird sauce going on there. She can get a B tier. She's, I'm not like in love with her, but that's fine. When Mihawk tells her like careful before you go, really sweet. Reverie King, I think, but I can't remember. Pika is just an absolute bum. His voice is so funny. Oh my god, when Zoro like laughs, that's the only time he's laughed in post time skip was with this dumbass's voice. D tier. Uh, Foxy Pirate crew member. I have them in D tier. I know I do. Yep, right here. The third and final member of the Usopp Pirates. Please slot in next to your crewmates here. I love them so much. Unknown Fishman monstrosity. Unknown. Oh no, Kaido character, Beast Pirates. This is the guy in Arlong Park who is like, let us through. We want to fight Arlong, and he would have just gotten killed. But Johnny and Yosaku are like, you can't go through. We're waiting for the arrival of certain men. And I'm a big fan of this guy. Just kidding. He means nothing to me. This is the first guy we see in the anime at least. He punches the barrel and then Luffy springs out and knocks him out. C tier, you know. I mean, how much higher could he rank, right? And then Alvida falls on him when, oops, oh my god, Alvida falls on him when Luffy punches him. So Porchemi is absolutely disgusting. Tortured a. I'm tempted to make a new tier for this bastard. He's going to be in the bottom of get off my screen. You know, tortured an 8-year-old Luffy, 6-year-old Luffy, however old he was, and just repulsive to look at too. Like 160% body fat, just revolting, right? And he's got this like disgusting stubble. He's just one of the worst designs possible intentionally by Oda. Foxy crew girl, she's cool. I rock with her. It doesn't save her from a D tier. I'm gonna move all of the Foxies above the kids and the Tontatas though. I think they deserve to be a little bit higher than them. Okay, yeah, that's good. Ace, poor Casty Ace. I mean, what else is there to say? Rest in peace. He Some can argue he was a hardhead and his death could have been avoided and all of that, but he stood up for what he believed in and he paid the price for that. I think that there's something to be said about someone who lives and very obviously dies by their code. You know, I love the scenes in Alabasta with them when he lights Sanji's cigarette and dies. Pedro also did that and died. So many good scenes when Luffy breaks the shackles and you know Ace appears in the plume of fire and he's a heartfelt character and all of the ties back to Wano with Tama and Tama being mad at Luffy, but Tama not knowing that you know Ace died in Luffy's arms and you know he's just so integral to the plot that he absolutely deserves an A tier, A for Ace, probably near the top of A as well. Yeah, I'll put him at the very top. Well, maybe Bonnie first because you know Bonnie is very emotional. Unknown, Hera, right? Or Zeus. It's Hera. Whatever. C tier. One of the homies. So this guy actually tried to stop Arlong and was beaten up by the Whitefish man. Arlong's like right hand man. I like his hair though. Look at who's his barber. Insane. D tier for you, you miser. This is the artificial dragon on Punk Hazard that Kinyamon's legs were stuck in. He's cool. C tier for you, dragon. The Queen Mama Shanta. I don't know. I guess they are alive. They are a homie technically. Big Mom's ship. One of my favorite ship designs in the series, and you know, deserving of a C tier at the very least. Queen. So I honestly think that Queen is a really big disappointment. I understand that he's a scientist and you know he's part of MADS and that's like his section of lore, but just the fact that he's the third commander of Kaido's crew, he's so weak compared to like what he should be. I understand that he has diseases and that's like his area of expertise, but like come on now. Think of any what Yonko commander does Queen beat? None. Literally none. Like second commander, Ace definitely beats Queen. Who else do we got? Sanji did beat Queen. Kind of low diff, if we are being honest. Um, what other crews are there? I mean, you know that Lucky Roo is packing up Queen. He's just a big disappointment in my opinion, and got summarily dismissed by Green Bull. So I'm gonna put him in C tier. Tempted to put him in D tier, but just for the Sanji fight and him being as much of a character as he is, he can get like high C probably. Maybe like behind page one. I like page one for his design at least. Oh well, I guess the Queen dance party in the anime kind of boosts him up a little bit, but no, not higher than that. Unknown Monkey, unknown. Rizo, Rizo is safe is obviously one of the best moments of One Piece, but I was actually kind of disappointed in how little Rizo actually had in terms of impact in Wano. And with that being said, I'm actually gonna probably I'm gonna put him with these Wano characters because I don't know. Wano's just kind of I like it, but it's not the best One Piece has to offer by any means. One of uh, one of Whitebeard's boys, one of the commanders. Where am I putting them? They're in C tier, right? I know I've got a clump of them somewhere. Yeah, right here. Nice. Also, same thing. One of Whitebeard's. I think this is actually one of the Allied crew guys, maybe. Put him there. Um, like just Rose's shitter. Get off my screen. Tontada can go with your buddies. Mink from Whole Cake can go in bottom of C, I guess. She's cute. She's Amazon Lily. She's one of the ones that actually sails with Boa, so she's got to be pretty strong. I'll put her in C tier. Are there any, on a quick glance, are there any other Kujas here? I'll just put her right here. That's fine. Oh yeah, right here with her Kuja sister. The Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. I just watched the teching video on him. I mean, what else is there to say, right? He is a legend. Maybe the biggest flex character in the series, right up there with Whitebeard. From selling himself into slavery so he could steal more money, from Shaki saying, my boyfriend's 100 times stronger than you or whatever. What an insane line to say to Luffy at that point, and it's true too at the time. Right hand man of the Pirate King, dismissed a young Marco with one hockey covered finger, and recently dismissed Blackbeard. He's the king of dismissals. Dismissed Kizaru, dismissed Blackbeard, and then admitted that he wouldn't be able to beat Blackbeard. He swims in the calm belt. Those Sea Kings can't do shit. S tier, right next to Boa, right above Boa. Yeah, that's a good spot. I'm gonna move Buggy down a little bit. I do love. Well, no, I'm not. I'm just not. The S tier is just so stacked though. You see what I mean? Like all of these characters. I love how Iceberg and Polly make it because I'm just a absolute Water 7 tard, but it is what it is. Is this. Where's Rebecca? Is this Rebecca or her mom? Where's Rebecca? I think this is Rebecca. I don't think this is Rebecca's mom. Now, I'm kind of a Rebecca hater. Actually, I'm a real Rebecca hater because compared to Vivi, she is just such a letdown in terms of a princess. Whereas Vivi was kind of like, she did everything she could at all times. Rebecca kind of just had to get babysat by Robin in the second half of the arc, and for that, I think she's kind of lame, honestly. I'm gonna put her in. I'm gonna put her in C tier, very top of C tier. I like her. Well, do I like her more than Hiyori? That's a tough question. I don't really like either one of them very much. C tier is good though. I've got a lot of energy right now. Let's keep this going. So Richie is Moji's buddy, and like I said before, pretty despicable what he did to Choo Choo, but I think all is forgiven at this point. I think if they were to link back up, it wouldn't be too bad. Where where did I need to have a better memory is the truth of the matter here. Right here, right here, right here. Right next to her. I like them more than these two. Richie can go there. Okay. Unknown Goku. Viola is a character that in this picture and in the anime gets done so dirty, but she really is attractive. Like Oda, or Toei, I guess I should say, wants to try so hard not to make her hot, but she is. Like the manga shows this. But I mean, look at this picture. She looks like a Draugr from Skyrim. Oops, oh my God, what is happening? Okay, she's right here. Thank the Lord. Viola, you know, despite you looking like a Draugr in this picture, I actually do like you, and I like you more than Rebecca. So, she has a weird power too, with like the crying whales. Like, what even is that power? So strange. You can like, like I don't know. One thing that I keep seeing when I'm doing these ranks is I see Tesoro is here, and I honestly really like Tesoro. I feel like I need to move him up, but let's just put him here for now. He might even go higher, but I just love his backstory and the way that they do the backstory in the film. Unknown. This is his name's like not Chopper, obviously Tony Chopper, but his name's like not Killer because of Massacre Soldier Killer, but he has like a crazy like one of those names like that, like Murderer or something. But he's the Marine that accepted Kobe into the uh, Marines at what is it, Shellstown? Yeah, at Shellstown. And I mean, he's a G. I think he definitely deserves a B tier for his kindness to uh, a boy who is just starting his grand journey to being an admiral. This guy, I can't really remember him. Okay, wait. Before I do Lucci, this is definitely a Yeti Cool Brother. Is this the other Yeti Cool Brother? I think so. We'll do that. So Robert Lucci is a snake. He is a devious bastard to be sure, and we've just seen him time and time again kind of show that he is underhanded and a real villain. I really like his flashback when he was 13 and he killed all of those soldiers because they showed weakness and they surrendered to the pirates. He's despicable. He is one of the most despicable villains in the series, and it was really satisfying to watch both in Enies Lobby him get Jet Gatling through the wall. That's the best finisher in the series, in my opinion, better than Bajrang Gun, and even better than well, Katakuri's didn't really have a proper finisher, but still. He's just shown time and time again to be an absolute rat and an absolute villain. With that being said, though, I still like him. I mean, he's a cool character. I'm gonna put him at the top of the tier here with his CP9 crew. If we're being honest, okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. We're gonna do a little organizing here. I need to set things straight here. Okay, I like that. Wait, where's Khalifa? She needs to be with her squad too. She's here. Yeah, okay. And Kumadori. Okay. Is that all of them? I'm not missing anybody, am I? Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeti Cool Brothers. I think they're a funny group of funny pair of characters. Obviously very threatening, but I can't really get past the fact that they're called the Yeti Cool Brothers. And I mean, they're shitters though for sure. We should definitely give them a D tier, despite what I just said. Maybe top of D though. So rocks. I mean, whew, it's this is probably the hardest one to rank, right? He is the most important character in the series, up there with Luffy and Imu and Roger, and yet we know nothing about him. I really like in 1096, my favorite part of all of that craziness in 1096, where we see all of these legends, is just that little pair of speech bubbles, hold it, rocks, out of my way, Roger. Oh my god, I got chills just saying it now, and when I read it, ooh man, A tier. I'm gonna put him very top of A. Well, no, he should be in S with his counterparts, even though we know little about him. I'll say like behind the admirals, just 'cause. No, above the admirals, honestly. That's good. Also, we should move Marco up to like here. That's good. I like Marco a lot. Rockstar, the new member of the red hair pirates with a bounty of 94 million berries. I think it is. I think that was a really clever way to kind of show the power at the time because he was only six less than Luffy and he is like the newbie, right? He would be like the lowest member of the whole crew. He is sent to deliver the note to Whitebeard and Whitebeard rips it up and then he almost, does something really stupid on the Moby Dick but Shanks talks him down, and we see him at Marineford, and I think we see him more recently too, which is sick. I like Rockstar. I think he definitely seems like he's a bastard though. Look at his eyes. He definitely seems like he's like kind of like red like not Shanks, but the red hair. He kind of reminds me of Kid that he probably hurts innocent people, but it is what it is. Zoan Abomination, one of the giants at Marineford, one of the giant guys. Put him next to old John Giant here. Okay, I mean, here's the last character going into the top 10. Uh, First or second favorite character in the series. I've cosplayed him. Only cosplay I've ever done. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro is a hardhead who's bad at directions, and I really like the idea because I recently watched Alabasta. I'm watching that reaction series. I watched Alabasta, and what I realized is that Zoro, at least at the beginning, is he only gets by on his insane durability. The beatings that Zoro takes and just keeps going is just it's awe-inspiring. It really is awe-inspiring. He has some of the best lines in the series. Skypiea, I've never once believed in God. What a bar. Um, Referring to Nell, of course. I'm trying to think of some other ones. And he's like the. It's weird though, because even though he's a hardhead, he's definitely the voice of reason in a lot of instances. Like with when Usopp leaves and they're all like, everybody's getting so emotional, but Zoro really toes the line and is like he needs to apologize. How can we have someone who like disrespects the captain like that? And during that fight with or at the end of that fight with Luffy and Usopp, he just says like game over. It's like oh god. His fight with King is the best animated fight in the series. Nothing happened. I mean, hold on, make sure my desk isn't too messed up. But look, I mean, the mouse pad, right? This is my mouse pad, so it's safe to say I'm a Zoro fan. It's safe to say that anytime he does something, he's currently fighting Lucci. I hope he bodies Lucci. I hope Lucci gets another L on his resume. Anytime Zoro does something, I'm squealing, right? So I'm gonna put him number one. I think he belongs right here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. So I mean, this is my top 10 right now. Order still to come, but I don't think there's any other characters that could usurp those 10. Let me just do a quick glance here. No, I'm not seeing any. Like Sanji's going to be really high, Law's going to be really high. Not top 10 though. Oh, didn't realize that was in 2B. Nice. Okay, sorry, let's keep going. I've got a lot of energy. I might try to bang out the rest of this right now, even though we have a lot to go still. So this is I just watched this episode. He's the guy that Bellamy beats up, and he has like a scary. His pirate thing is a scary guy of someone being hanged. Oh, whatever about you, D tier. Unknown. Green Bull. I'm surprised they don't have his updated picture, but he is despicable. His whole thing about like prejudice being necessary and all of that. He is easily the worst admiral and also the weakest admiral, even though I do think he's very strong, clearly. I'm tempted to put him in just get off my screen. I feel like all of the other admirals I really like, even Akainu, because Akainu's evil, obviously, but there's just so much to Akainu that I think it makes him a really good character. But yeah, get off my screen, Green Bull. You suck. Fishman soy jack face. Okay. This is the cute dragon that they ride around in Wano and Zoe as well. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Definitely B tier. Maybe like right here. Isn't this the captain of Brooks' old crew, right? That perished in the Grand Line, in the Florian Triangle. Under that assumption, C tier. Sabo. Now, Sabo is a curious character because obviously I think his writing is pretty weak in terms of the whole amnesia thing, but Oda has managed to rectify all of that post Wano with the Flame Emperor and him just being maybe the biggest Chad in the series, right up there with Luffy. He's definitely embodying Luffy's energy. Uh, attacking Emu. Um, Smothered Mate. If you look up like that's the attack that he uses against Emu, and it's like a chess move where the rook or the knight checkmates the king despite them being surrounded by their peers. I think that's my favorite move in the series for sure. Just the symbolism is immaculate. Flame Emperor Sabo deserves an S tier. I like him more than Ace, I really do at this point in the story. Probably like right here. Maybe like right here. Right here. That's good. And the whole Leloucia episode just got animated and I think that he just looks so good in it. He's so handsome. Sadie, I'm not a big fan of at all. I think a lot of people simp for her. She's the dominatrix chick in Impel Down, but bottom of C tier for you. You can get a little bit of a pass because you're cute, but Charlos, I mean, absolute celestial dragon bastard. It's crazy that the the evils of Garcia Saturn have actually lessened Charlos's indiscretions because there is just worse than him somehow. With that being said, he is still absolutely the worst character in the series. Got punched by Luffy, got kicked by Sai, and led to the death of Don Quixote Mulesguard. So, um, get off my screen for sure. And also, I've come to realize that with putting him here, I also need to actually move all of the Gorosei down to get off of my screen. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm putting my words into actions now and moving them down. Okay, I found Doberman. What did I put? Omigumo or whatever. Whatever. It's not that important. Oh no, he's right here. Okay. And I just had Doberman right here. We're doing some organizing, folks. Doing some organizing with Garcia at the back because he's just an absolute shitter. I hate you, Garcia Saturn. I do. As does the rest of the fan base. The other two, man, what are they feeding the Celestial Dragon lady? She is bad. With that being said, she's also bad, so she can go with her and her dad as well. She can maybe stay on the screen because, but still awful. Sai, goaded, kicked Charlos in the head. Definitely gonna go with Leo and the others in I think B tier, right? Why am I not seeing them right here? Right here. Nice. And married baby five. So Kainu, um, I just said that Green Bull was an absolute bum, and he is an absolute bum. I do think though that Kainu, despite sharing a lot of the same ideals as Green Bull, is a much more nuanced character, and obviously one of the arch villains of the series. Definitely deserves to be up here with his admiral counterparts, unlike Green Bull. I'm just going to put him at the back end because I do think that he is at the breaking point. I do think he is going to snap and attack the Celestial Dragon soon, or do something like that. So with that on the horizon, I think he definitely deserves an S tier as a character. Well, I probably should just have him an A, honestly, because he is uh, his despicable factor drops him down some. So probably like maybe just bottom of A. Okay, so this guy is in Impel Down. He's one of the jailers. He controls the Blue Gories. I think he's funny. He kind of looks like Kid Law a little bit, which is maybe not the best, but where did I put the Blue Gory? He can go with them. Unknown. This is Boa's Snake Staff. They're okay. C tier for them. One of the Reverie Kings. I think I have them in D tier. Put them next to this bum here. San Juan Wolf has the gigantic fruit. Garp threw him into the ocean. I mean, he's surely as evil as the rest of them, so can probably get a pretty low score next to Pizarro. How about that? They were pretty relevant in the Hachinosu fight. This guy's doing colon 3, but I don't know who he is. I don't know who this is. This is Sarkis, the Bellamy bum. He is maybe my least favorite character, right up there with the Gorosei. Put him just above the World Noble Bastards. Maybe poor Chemi can go behind him too. Celestial Dragon dog. You see this dog, like, I'm gonna put the dog in C tier because the dog doesn't know that they're with the World Nobles. Like it's not the dog's fault. What's his name? Man, for being kind of a major character, I don't remember his name. Frickin' Jinbei beats his ass, right? In Wano in the raid. He's one of the Tobi Roppo, but I just can't be bothered to care about him. I feel like the Tobi Roppo are so lame, besides Ulti, that you should get a D for being so lame, probably. Where did I put behind page one for sure? I put page one in B tier, right? I don't know. I don't know about this guy. Whatever about him. Whatever. Well, he's a bum though. I don't like him. I should put him down here. Satori, the ball man, wasted 4 episodes of the anime on his stupid ordeal of spheres. Definitely get off my screen down here in between your pig brothers. Another one of the Reverie Kings. Scopper Gaban, the second commander of the Roger Pirates. Surely a beast, surely extremely strong, and we may have seen him before Marineford. He was that bald guy with the pipe, but we don't actually know about that. He wanted to box Odin, but Roger said, "I'll do it." Scopper's a G. I can't really put him higher than B because we haven't really seen him do or say anything important. But with that being said, he is a G and deserves B tier. Maybe like right here. Maybe right next to Lime Juice for the characters who don't do anything but are rated high. Unknown, other Yeti cool brother. Scratch Manapoo has a bangin' song. If you look up Scratch Manapoo's song on YouTube, it's actually pretty good. I actually like it quite a bit. He is only, in my opinion, well, no, he's right there with what's his face, Basil Hawkins. Put Peachbeard below them. These two are just the bums of the worst generation. They got bent over by Kaido and admitted subservience to him. So this guy was on Roger's crew or some of them, but he looks so bizarre. I'm gonna say get off my screen with your weird single strand of hair that goes down to your nose. This is Draculo or whatever, the guy who got nuked in Lelucia. So get off my screen, and you did get off my screen when you got nuked. So Saint Sengoku went from being a very stoic commander of justice to a very goofy guy in the post time skip, but he's got one of the strongest characters. He is Garp's contemporary. Fought Shiki 2-on-1 with Garp. Definitely deserves to be extremely high. I'm gonna put him in A tier. Probably pretty low A, maybe like right here is good. Saint Sengoku has the power of the Buddha. He's one of the Hito Hito boys alongside Luffy and Chopper. Senor Pink's backstory, the first time I watched it, actually had tears going down my face because it was just so unexpected. And, he's a good man. Him and Frankie shared that drink in the cover story, and that was extremely emotional as well. Senor Pink, for having such an emotional backstory and really making the most of your time, deserves an A tier. And to disrespect Doflamingo, I'm actually going to put him over Doflamingo in the A tier. Sentomaru is a character that has been very relevant in Egghead. Kizaru's disciple taught Sentomaru how to fight, and they had a brief clash in which obviously Kizaru emerged victorious. But Sentomaru saved Bonnie. Sentomaru is a good man. He's still alive. Definitely deserves an A tier. He loves onigiri, and he has good defense. Maybe not the strongest defense as he claims, but Still has good defense. I don't know about this guy. I feel like he's Skypea, but I don't know about him. Actually, I do know about him. Just enough that he's Skypea. This is Sachi. I can't say that. I don't actually know, no. So Sachi can go with Penguin, the other um, sort of maybe weak member of the Heart Pirates, but also a G still. Look at these two. Another duo of power right here. Right next to this duo. That was itchy. Shaki, Shakuyaku, former Empress of Amazon Lily. You know, she's awesome. She looks that good and she's in her 60s. Crazy. Let's put her. She dodged the wall for sure. Gloriosa and Stussy did not. The other Meow Band brother did not get hypnotized and turned into strong, but still get off my screen. Shanks. Red-haired Shanks, the rat. I don't actually think he's a rat, but the agenda is definitely against him right now. You know, Shanks is one of the most influential characters in the series. Luffy's mentor, sparked Luffy's interest or his drive to become the Pirate King, is heavily involved in the World Nobles, being one of the Figarland family. Potentially like the disgraced prodigy of them is what I'm thinking. Definitely deserves S tier. Man, I got Kaido way down in A. That's crazy. Maybe deserved though. Shanks can go like maybe like maybe like above the admirals, next to Rock. That's a good spot for him. He's another character that the story kind of bends to his will. You know, every time he's on the screen, it's a flex. So Shanks is cool and he's very handsome. So you can get credit for that too. One of the Frankie family. Oh no, right? I'm having weird deja vu with this guy. I actually don't remember if he's one of them or not. No, he's at Marineford. He's at Marineford. He's one of the admiral guys. Not admirals, but vice admirals maybe. I don't know about you. Shiki is a character that has sort of loomed in the background of the canon. I don't count Strongworld when I'm talking about him, but his cover story with Crocus, and then we saw him recently in 1096. I'm a big Shiki fan. I think for what little he's been in the series. I mean, he 1v2'd Garp and Sengoku. He lost, but the fact that that was a fight just shows how much of an absolute menace he was. Maybe like right here. Shiryu of the Rain took Absalom's fruit. Former Vice Warden of Impel Down, extremely strong character, but not really that strong, I don't think. I mean, he had a pretty pitiful showing against Garp. That's all I'm going to say. Seems like all he can do is sneak up on people. Then again, it was against Garp, so like, what do you expect? But I think for the power and him being a cool, well, he's a despicable asshole though, so probably C tier at least for you. Where did I put San Juan? You can go with San Juan. Did I put San Juan in D? I just ranked him not too long ago. Where is he? You can go with Katarina. That's good. This is the guy who made Enma, right? I don't remember. I know him, so C tier, but I don't remember. Ryuma is actually getting an anime pretty soon, Monster, and you know, clearly one of the strongest characters in the series. I'll just put him with Kuina right here. But you know, long gone and a husk on Thriller Bark. Oda kind of fumbled the bag with that in my opinion, but it is what it is. Unknown. Um, is this the Toko's dad? Kind of a weird picture of him, if so. Okay, assuming that's who that is, I mean, Yasue was an absolute master. He, you know, gave up his life for the village, smiling the whole way, even though, you know, Smile Fruits was forced to. Definitely can get a B tier from me, maybe next to Kawamatsu. Shinobu, she's bad now, but she's just okay. I'll put her with the Wano crew here. Rebecca's breaking up the Wano crew. I'll just put her above, just because don't break up these guys. Shirahoshi is a character that a lot of people really don't like. I think she's all right. I mean, she's a crybaby. She's kind of annoying, but she's one of the ancient weapons. I think she is cool to the lore and definitely one of the better parts of Fishman Island for me. Maybe with Papagu here. A's probably too high. Let's do B. Any other relevant characters in B tier with her? Excuse me. Maybe just like right here is fine. Unknown. Oh no, known but unknown mink of Whole Cake Island. I'm just gonna put him in. I don't know because I don't remember. Uh, Masira's brother. Where did I put Masira? C tier probably. I would assume. Maybe B tier. He's the singer who can break ships by singing. This is the problem. I have to always find the other character that I want to put them with. Masira, where are you? No way I put him in D tier. I like Masira. Why is this monkey man blending in so much? Bear with me, folks. I'm just going to put him in C tier under the assumption that... Oh, no, he's right here. Let's go. There they are. Frankie family. Goon. I think that was the one who stole the money. This guy's got the rust fruit. He rusted Yubashiri. Rest in peace. The sword guy's sword. I think he was cool, though. I mean, underutilized, certainly. We only saw him once. One of Skypea guys. Where's the others? One of Anel's boys. I had them in D tier, right? With the beanie guy and... This is starting to get, like, overwhelming for me to even look at. Here they are. There's just so many. Oh my god, Abomination. Probably put all of these above the Gorosei, though. One of the kids. Chu. When we were looking at this tier list the other night, we actually thought that Chu wasn't on the tier list, but we found him. And he can go with his Arlong buddies, wherever I put them. Oh my god. All of this referential placement is really slowing the video down, but at the same time, I think it is necessary with this many characters to kind of do it from a narrative perspective as opposed to, there they are, some other way. Slimy is cool, C tier, uh, from Punk Hazard. Smoker is a character that I need to see get a dub because I really like Smoker. I like that he goes his own way, very Luffy and Garp-esque. I like that he saw Roger's execution as a kid and that kind of influenced him a lot, even though he is a Marine. I need to see him get a dub. I do. So, and where is he? We saw Tashigi, so where's Smoker? I like Smoker. He can get A tier. Probably like right here. Maybe right here. Smile user Abomination. Sodom can go with Gamora. I assume B tier, right? Yep. Unknown. I think Wano, but unknown. Thriller Bark. Get off my screen. Spandam is obviously one of the most evil characters, most slimy, disgusting. Uh, get off my screen, you bastard. I really wish that another death that I wish Oda would have just kept him dead, because why do you need to keep Spandam alive, you hack of a writer? You can go down here with these guys. Yep. This is, I think this is Khalifa's dad, actually, right? Another despicable bastard. Get off my screen. A Whitebeard commander. Next to old Thunderlord there. Speed. Horse waifu. At least a B tier for that. Maybe with some other waifus like next to Alefandra or whatever. Unknown. Monstrosity. One of the Alabasta runners. They're schemers for sure, these guys, these little lizards. Squardo is one of the lowest IQ characters in anything ever. I say that, but I also give Ace a pass, but still, Squardo is just disgusting. Definitely get off my screen. I can't split these brothers up, though. Maybe, like, up here. He really fell for that. Like, what a bum. What an absolute bum. Admiral guy that Buster Call, Vice Admiral, Admiral bum, you know. I feel like Vice Admirals are just like, and everybody else says this too, they're just so weak. They're just so useless for being that high. I mean, we saw this new crop of them that came to Egghead, and they seem a bit stronger, but historically, the Vice Admirals are just shit. One of the giants on Roger's crew, I believe, C tier. Stelly, get off my screen, you rat. I like the scene when he asks Garp, like, oh, you know who I am? And Garp's like, get out of my way, you idiot. Another Vice Admiral shitter. Sorry if I'm speed running these guys. I want to get this video done. Well, I don't want to rush it, obviously, but I have enough energy that I think I can finish it, and I'm only going to talk about characters who deserve to be talked about. Like Streusen. Streusen was a schemer who kind of set all of the stuff with the Big Mom Empire into motion, and he really ended up reaping the benefits from it. He was able to kind of play Linlin and um, rise to the top of the world from that. He's a bastard, but I can't help but like him. He has that fruit that turns things into meat. Maybe just like a low C for Streusen. I appreciate him as a schemer. Stronger, Doc Q's horse. I wish I could find Doc Q, but I feel like there's just too many characters. I'll put him with Pizarro. Sugar is a character that has an extremely. Oh, by the way, this is Hack, so well, I get the Fishman confused. Some of the side characters. Never mind. Forget what I said. Sugar has the ability to turn people into toys and make everybody forget that you ever existed, which is one of the most insane powers in the series. She had a really good fight with Usopp, and Usopp proved himself to be a master in that fight and was able to kind of be the MVP of Dressrosa. That being said, I don't really like Dressrosa very much, so maybe with this Mancherry here. Unknown. This guy is whatever. Impel Down Bastard, unknown. Guy on Roger's crew, Dope Fishman. I don't think it's. I get Hack and the other one confused, but put him there. Octopus, get off my screen. Up here. She inadvertently gave Luffy a hand job, and if Luffy wasn't a rubber man, she would have ripped his dick off. So I think that's pretty funny. Her name's Sweet Pea. She can go next to this one right here. They're buddies. T-Bone is the most lawful good character in the series. He gave up his life so poor farmers could claim the bounty with Cross Guild and um, not starve to death. He is a legendary character for what little we saw of him. We saw him on the Sea Train and then, Egghead. I'm going to give T-Bone an S. I think he actually deserves to be. Well, no, let's just do A. Let's just do A. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. But T-Bone's a legend. Don't get it twisted. King Tacos, one of the Reverie. We couldn't figure out who this is. This is like Zombie Doctor. My friends and I were talking about this. I'm gonna put him in I don't know because we literally couldn't figure out who he was. So Tamago uh, should go with Pacams. Egg Enforcer of the Big Mom Empire. I put Pacams in B. Yeah, they're cool. They can get a B tier. Maybe below the trio of baddies though. Tama is a character that I actually really enjoy. I think a lot of people hate her because she's like annoying and like why did they bring a kid to Onigashima? But her powers, is it was very useful. And the fact that she had to drink dirty water and was starving and she was just a really good like emotional crux of Wano that actually made the story feel like more. There was more weight to it because she represented all of the people of Wano who were suffering. Same with Toko and Yasue. She's cool. She can get a B tier. Unknown Bastard, Thriller Bark Abomination, Monkey guy, unknown. Tashigi is going to go with Smoker. I like her a lot. Is she Kuina? Is she a clone of Kuina? I don't really. I mean, I like her though. I like the whole scene when Zoro throws the sword up and she falls over. She's just such an airhead, which doesn't fit Kuina at all, even though she looks exactly like Kuina. Next to Smoker for sure. They deserve to be together, these two. Even though I ship her with Zoro, so it is what it is. Another one of the Reverie guys. I mean, dude, King Tacos doesn't need to be in Get Off My Screen, does he? Like this one and this one definitely deserve to be, but Thatch, gone too soon, killed by Blackbeard. He was the 4th Division commander, and he found the Yami Yami no Mi, which set Blackbeard's plan into motion. So he was the unfortunate recipient of a dagger through the back. So Thatch can get a B tier. He seems like a cool guy. I bet the bants with him, Ace, and Marco were sick. Tilestone is my favorite shipwright besides Paulie. I think that he's extremely funny. I'm gonna put him with Lulu, but the fact that he's always yelling and he just cares so much for Iceberg like the rest of them. Where's Lulu? Did I put Lulu in A? Yeah, I did. Tilestone should be just above Lulu. Nice. Brown Pig can go with his admiral candidate friend Gion or Momo Musagi or whatever. Where I always get the names confused. I probably had them in what, C or B maybe? Yeah, B. They're cool. I like them a lot for what little we've seen of them. She called Garp Garpy, which is insane. Maybe there's something going on there between those two. Toko, very similar to. I'm gonna put her with Tama, another character that really sort of added to the weight of Wano and made you feel like there were real people that were actually suffering as opposed to kind of just hinting at it. Excuse me. Where did I put Tama? I put her in B, right? Yeah, they can go together. Both extremely emotional scenes and uh, role characters. Tom, S tier. Tom was the leader of Tom's workers. He can go with his buddies here. Frankie has ascended to the top 10, but the rest of them are in S tier. It's just my favorite flashback with these three. Tom was just such a good man. He was so. Where's Kokoro? She better be still to come. Oh yeah, down here. Nice. The three of them. They'll all be getting S tier too. Don't you worry. I'll put them up there right now. Screw it. All three of them. They're just my favorite batch of side characters alongside Tilestone and Lulu. Hmm. They should get A tier. I'm gonna put them with Tilestone and Lulu actually down here. Chimney and Gombe. I love that little lighthouse that they live on. It's one of my favorite locations in the whole series. I just love them. I just I unapologetically love the Water 7 side characters so much. They're my favorite group of side characters in the show. Who am I missing? Where's Chimney? Where's Oh my god, dude, my brain is melting. Can you imagine if I tried to do this in one take? It would have been insane. There's Gombe. Probably just that order is fine. Put Lulu above them. Okay, back to business. Tony Chopper, obviously one of my well, not one of my favorite characters, but he's a straw hat. He carries his weight. Emotional scene with Hira Look and um, the cherry blossoms, the flashback, very emotional. Um, don't compliment me, you bastard. I don't like that. And he dances around. The Monster Point scene, I really don't like in post time skip how they kind of made that into a gag because the first time you see it is just so intense. One of the most intense scenes when he says, "I'm sorry, Dr. Ian," and he pops that third rumble ball and goes crazy. Absolutely destroys Kumadori. I'm going to put Chopper with the doctors, so just above these two, his mentors in life. This is Bellamy's like horror You see her with different guys in every scene. That's why I'm comfortable saying that. And also, she was a despicable bastard. So I have no problem saying what I think about her. Where's Sarkis? I'll put her dishonorably where Sarkis is. Probably really near the bottom, right? Yeah, here he is. These two can have weird sex down there. I'm getting unhinged. I'm sorry. Trafalgar Law recently took an L to Blackbeard, but what are you gonna do when the jump beard pirates jump you, right? He fought hard and he did his best for sure. Law is a character with uh, a backstory that rivals any in terms of tragedy. He carried his weight hard throughout the Yonko saga as one of the best characters, and is now defeated, and Beppo saved him from dying. So I like Law a lot. I like his power a lot. I ship him with Robin pretty hard, and he's gonna get an S tier, probably kind of low S honestly, maybe just the bottom of it. Yeah, that's good. But make no mistake, I love Law. He's kind of a pessimistic bastard sometimes, but it's understandable given his past. Treble, I mean, not much else to say. Oh, Duffy, he's disgusting. Can go here with this cast of characters right here. These four are just like, ugh. Another mink, cute mink girl. Uh, whatever, C tier. No, no, no. This is Suru in her prime. She was very attractive in her prime. She was Garp and Sengoku's buddy, and they went on missions together, I'm sure. And she's cool, you know. I like the line in Marineford where she says, "We could back up to the end of the world, and it's not going to save us here." That line really amplified the intensity of Marineford at the start of it. She seems like a G, you know. She seems like she's a battle tactician now, and I'm assume that was her strength back in the day as well. She seems cool though. She seems like she is a real one, potentially kind of like Garp and Sengoku that want actual justice as opposed to Akainu's brand of justice. Akainu is weird. I'm gonna put him next to Dragon. Akainu is weird being placed here because any other character that has done as many despicable things as him, I would put him lower. But the fact that he's like the guard dog of the world nobles, and it's just his role in the story I really like. And in the most recent appearance of him against Kuma, he just looked so raw. He looked so raw. So I don't like him obviously, but I like him as a character. Uh, I think the fake Frankie is probably the most disgusting of them all, so he can go at the end here. Uh, Foxy friend. Tyrannosaurus is obviously going to go with Iceberg, way up here in the S tier. It's his pet hamster, or pet, yeah, that he found on the day. Was with him through all of the trials and tribulations of the CP9 reveal and stuff, and was bedside with him after he had been shot 5 times. So Tyrannosaurus is a ride or die, riding or dying with Iceberg, and managed to get out in the fire that burned down Galila. Unknown. Ulti is a character that I said before that I'm going to give an unnecessarily high ranking to, just because my friend Luke and I really like her a lot. We like Patchy. We are Patchy schizos, and therefore she is going to be extremely high. I'm going to put her bottom S. Honorary bottom M. I can't do that. I'm going to say high A. She doesn't even deserve to be this high, but I'm putting her this high for the memes. So she can slot in right there. That's good. Zombie Horse. Where's Zombie Tree at? Almost joined the crew. The two of these lads. I assume I put Zombie Tree a little bit higher because he was almost a Straw Hat, right? No way, B tier though. No, there's no shot I put him in B tier. It's got to be C. Let me go down the list here. D tier for Zombie Tree. I'm gonna put him here for now, and if I see Zombie Tree, I will reunite them. Unknown Ninja. This is Arouge. He is the last worst generation member to be relevant. He has not been relevant yet, aside from defeating Snack and seeing Kaido jump off the island. There are some theories that say he's the man marked by flames. I honestly think it's Dragon over Arouge, but it could be Arouge. I think he will do something, maybe Elbath. And but I can't put him higher than C because we just haven't really seen anything from him. Apparently he likes the ladies, which you know, relatable. Unknown Chicken Master. Usopp is a character that gets a lot of hate. Let me tell you, Usopp gets a lot of hate from my friends, from the community. He just gets a lot of hate in general. And I understand he's a liar. I understand he's weak. I understand that he has actively hindered the crew many times. With that being said, I still love him. I love that he's Luffy's best friend. I love their relationship. I love that he is sort of the he's the glue that holds the crew together. He's like a jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing, where he is able to pull through in a pinch with things that are maybe less essential, like the drawing the flag and just stuff like that, right? I like him a lot. I love the Soge King turn and everything, and he's just amazing. He really is one of my favorite characters, and I think he's a high contender to die at the end of the series. So hope it doesn't happen. I hope he reunites with Kaya. That's my most anticipated reunion. Put him with Nami here. That's a good spot. Usopp, my boy. I don't think being strong or being righteous makes you a good character necessarily. And Usopp is the perfect example. Now, Uta. I'm actually quite a film red enjoyer. I like Uta as a character a lot. I love the songs that Otto was able to bring to the movie. And I think that the fact that Uta is canon, at least I think so, in terms of being a character, not necessarily the events of the movie. I think that Uta is obviously a waifu, obviously, well, not obviously, but in my opinion, a great character, great movie character that in my mind, is canon and is Shanks' daughter in my mind. So I'm gonna put Uta in A tier. I'm a film red enjoyer, maybe just above Carrot here. New Genesis is the best song in the film. Another Punk Hazard Baby. Van Auger. Now, Van Auger has the teleport fruit, which was revealed recently, and that has to be one of the most broken abilities in the series. I think that the fact that that means that Teach can be anywhere in the world at any time, we don't really know the specifics of the ability. But with that being said, I like Van Auger a lot. I like the scene at the start when he shoots that bird and it falls onto the Mary, even though he's like 20 miles away. And he's besides Kuzan and Blackbeard, I think he's my favorite member of the Blackbeard Pirates. So I'm gonna put him. Lafitte's here. I'll put him with Lafitte. That's probably a good spot for him. He's cool. I think he's gonna have a really good duel with Usopp. Maybe it could be either a three-way Usopp versus Yasopp versus Van Auger, or father-son team up versus Aunt Van Auger. Either one of those would be sick. Vanderdecken is absolutely disgusting trying to marry a 4-year-old mermaid. Like, just, oh my god, repulsive. Get off my screen. His power is so weird, too. The one that, like, connects the. You, like, touch someone and then you can, like, send items at them. That's kind of a weird ability. Fasco Shot is a Rapist. He is repulsive. I don't know why I'm scrolling up when he deserves to be way down here. He wanted to have fun with Boa. He's repulsive, right? So get off my screen, you disgusting fat pig. Virgo's a weird character, right? You know, they say there's no such thing as a hockey man, but then there's Virgo. The gag of him having stuff stuck to his face was just so weird and kind of it felt off, but you know, he's okay. I don't like hate him. He can get a C tier. Maybe just like middle of C, like great. Just like this is fine. I like the monkeys more than him, and I do too. Barry Good. He, if I recall, just takes L after L and has a really stupid power. So D tier for you, sir. Vice Admiral Bum. You see this? This is the girl that Hogback resurrected, and I'm gonna give her a B tier because she didn't deserve all that. Like, Hogback is just disgusting. Right up there with Vasco is just absolute fat pig behavior. Um, she can go like that's probably good. I'm gonna place all of these Vin Smokes. This one, Judge, and well the brothers can go a little bit higher. I'm gonna put the brothers in D tier. I still hate them. They're pretty despicable. I'll put them like we watched this episode of the anime where they literally the whole episode was just them transforming. Like the fucking pacing that Toei does sometimes is just repulsive. But yeah, I'm gonna put them here, and then I'm gonna put Judge and get off of my screen, you abusive father, absolutely atrocious individual. Gets everything, anything bad that comes to you, Judge, is deserved. However, the last two of the Vin Smokes, Reiju and Sanji, however, are going to be much higher. Reiju is the only one of the ones who stayed with Germa who she's got a heart of gold. You know, she sucked Luffy's poison out. Ayo. She's one of the best waifus for sure, and is also a kind lady. So I could definitely give her an A tier. Probably like pretty high, honestly. Maybe um, like right there. That's a good spot for her. And I mean, what's there to say about Blackleg Sanji? He is the left-hand man of the Pirate King, second commander. He was Job G in 1103, but now he's God G in 1104. So many amazing moments. I love and I hope that Oda really leans into this hard in the final war. I love that he is and was the guy who would always slip away and then come back with some major big brain play that would save everybody, like Mr. Prince in Alabasta, and then opening the gates in Enies Lobby. He is and also even before that in Little Garden, talking to the boss. You've reached the damn restaurant. Sanji's S tier, obviously, one of my favorite crew members. Probably like behind. Yeah, that's good. I think I like him more than Roger. We've just, he's our boy. Roger is amazing, but Sanji is our boy. Not quite Garp level, but right there, I would say. And maybe my favorite panel in the manga, the favorite page in the manga, is when he is going after Robin on the sea train, and he's in the shadows, and bingo, ice cold, ice cold. So I already talked about Jozu and Vista. Vista Malls is a meme of, Vista could destroy Mihawk. It's not true, but it's a funny meme, and I'm gonna put him with Jozu, even though I think I like Jozu a little bit more. Nice. They look cool though, these two, don't they? They look like Chads, Vista and Jozu, and Beck. Look at these three. And there's Kinemon looking like a derp. Amazing. Look at we're almost at the end. Okay. I remember you, but I don't. You're from. Just get off my screen. Unknown. Wanda. She's cute. B tier for you. Cute reindeer. Wanzi is my friend Yarek's least favorite character by far, and for that, I'm gonna put him in Get Off My Screen. It's because he's got the noodles coming out of his nose. He just can't handle it, so I understand that. Wapol is very funny, but also despicable. He served his role as the villain in Drum, and then he became a homeless guy who accidentally invented the most valuable metal in the world, and became someone that even Vegapunk admires, which I think is hilarious. Where did I put Miss Universe? In C tier, right? Wapol can just go with her, even though I think he probably deserves to be lower. Unknown. Looks like he's at Marineford. You see the ice? Unknown, unknown. Whitey Bay was on Whitebeard's crew, the only female on Whitebeard's crew. She's cute. She can get a C for that. I thought this was Wanda. Is this not Wanda? I don't know. Oh my God, why am I not remembering his name? Former member of the Marines who Shanks' crew stole the Nika fruit from, and he then joined. It's Who's Who. He then joined. Oh, and Jinbei beat him. Earlier I said that Jinbei beat the green guy, Karasaki or whatever his name is. Where is he? This guy. Frankie beat this guy, and then Jinbei beat this guy. Who's Who? Who's Who is purportedly one of the strongest of the Toby Roppo. The Toby Roppo are just bums. I cannot stress it enough that Kaido's crew is just full of shitters. Besides King. Who's Who? You're a bastard. You deserve to be with your bastard buddy down here. I'll put you in C tier for the Nika stuff, though. Probably deserved for that. Maybe next to Denjiro. These two are just whatever. Sorry for any Denjiro fans out there, but I'm not one of them. Tontada can go with the squad. Tontada squad is here. Wiper, Chad, Chad of Chads. Skypea, Shandian leader, absolute master, kind of Zoro-esque grit that I really enjoy. He's going to get an A tier, for sure. Where's Nolan and Calgar? I'm going to put him just behind them. These three are ledges. Unknown. Diaz Drake is a member of Sword, and I mean he's besides the Sword lore, he's really not much better than Hawkins and this guy, but I'll give him a C tier. It's kind of a pity C tier, honestly, though. I don't really like Drake or really think he's that cool of a character. Um, maybe like here is fine. Whatever about him. Admiral guy, Vice Admiral, loser, useless character moment. Whatever about him. Man, did I put him below Galdino? That's pretty brutal. Maybe I should move him up a little bit. Like, just like this is fine. Wait, that's fine. Skypea, absolute abomination, tub of lard. Look at these. Look at these shapes. Look at these triangles here. That's insane. Yamato is a character that I also think is really funny that they didn't join the crew, but that being said, I actually do really love Yamato, and I really loved her when she came out in the manga. I love the voice actress that plays her. I want to live free like Odin. And I've always kind of slept on her in terms of strength, but I really do think she is one of the strongest characters. I still think Zoro beats her extreme diff, but um, feel free to debate that in the comments. I will respond. Yamato can get a S tier, maybe in between Nami and Law. I think that's a good spot. It's crazy that I'm putting her over Law. That might not be correct. I'm gonna move the animals down too. They still deserve to be an S tier, but I can't put them over like these characters. Like, come on. We'll do some organizing in a minute when we wrap this up, but unknown giant leader of that got killed by Big Mom. Yasop is an absolute bum father. Very akin to Jing from Hunter x Hunter. I'm gonna put Yasop with Rue. Did I put Rue in B? No, I can't. I can't. He's a bad father. I can't give him better than a C tier, despite me actually kind of liking him. I like in recent. He's like, I can't face Usopp yet. He's scared to see his son that he abandoned. Wano guy, whatever about you. Eam of House Nerona, the final antagonist of the series, the one who sits upon the empty throne. Eam is clearly one of the best characters in the series. Recently nuked Leloucio, once Vivi. We don't really know anything about them. We don't know what they are even. Like it the answers of to what Eam is the answers to pretty much everything in this series. And with a character holding that much weight, I can't give them anything but an S tier. And I'm going to put them right here. That's a good spot. Well, maybe a little bit down. I know I have the Gorosei down here, um, and get off my screen, and I'm putting Eam all the way up in S. But to me, it's more the mystery. Like when we get the explanation for what Eam is and what Eam is about, the explanation for the Gorosei will just follow suit, right? So I don't really care about the Gorosei, but Eam is just the most fascinating character in the series for me, alongside Rocks. You know, just these big mystery characters. So I got to give him an S tier for my intrigue. Get off my screen. I'm gonna put Orochi down with. I just saw him. He can go down with this Gorosei bastards here and spam them in Porchemi. Other one that got killed by Big Mom, or one of them did. I don't really remember how it went, but they can hang. Skypea guy, whatever about you. Snake from Amazon Lily, whatever about you. Unknown. The one that Nami defeats, Mr. One's partner, I can't remember her name right now. She looks cute when she's running the cafe, and she is still running the cafe now with the other members of Baroque Works who stayed behind. Spider's Cafe. You know, she's cool. When she made her boobs spikes, that was kind of bizarre. But I do like her. She can get a B tier. Where's Mr. One at? Did I put him in A? Daz Bones. I'm not gonna put her up with Daz, but where's Daz Bones? Is he in B? If he's in B, I'll put her next to him. I don't know. She can get a B tier. Maybe behind these. That's good. Leader of the Frankie family besides Frankie, this guy. Do I have them in B? No, C, right? Like top of C? Yeah, yeah. Zeph, red leg Zeph, chopped off his own leg to give Sanji food. Very emotional, obviously, and is still leading the Baratier. You know, he sailed the Grand Line and survived, which all power to him. Zeph, amazing character. Put him right here with well, Crocus and T-Bone in A tier. And I'm gonna move Chopper up to right here. Fishman Island or whatever. Get off my screen, baghead. Zed. Film Z is one of my favorite movies because it is the movie that most accurately adds to the canon, if you want to consider them canon. He taught Kizaru and the current generation of admirals how to fight and all of that, and he formed the Neo Navy. I like him as a character a lot, and I do consider him canon, and I think he adds to the canon quite a bit. Put him just behind Uta because I'm an Uta simp, but whatever about all that. This guy looks swag, but I don't know him. Zeus, Nami's pet is okay. They can get a C tier. Unknown, unknown, unknown. Zunisha, the elephant from the Void Century, friends with Joy Boy, and you know, very integral to the sort of meta narrative of One Piece. I like Zunisha a lot. I can hear it. The drums of liberation. Joy Boy has returned. A tier for Zunisha. Probably pretty low A, but maybe just the bottom of A. They're one of the coolest world building character location things because there's a location on top of them, but the all of the Zunisha lore makes them deserving of an A tier. This guy's name is like Simon or something. He was in Film Red, and he ended up being a good guy, but his head is just shaped so weird, so I can't give him higher than C. Bogard, you can even see him sweating here because I'm about to roast him. The fan base loves to act like Bogard is like some ultimate G, but the fact of the matter is, he's a fraud. You want to call Mihawk a fraud? You want to call Shanks a fraud? You want to call Sanji a fraud? The only fraud I see is Bogard. Do something, Bogard. He sliced up that pistol into little pieces, and that's all he was able to do. So, can't give you higher than a C, Bogard. Sorry. I'll give you a high C, though. You want some juice, Bogard? Here you go. So I don't know why these three are here. Or these four, even five with Green Bull. I'm just gonna rate them. I'm gonna put them. Well, yeah, okay. Well, if I put him here, it's gonna be top 11. Whatever, I'm doing it. I'm just gonna put them next to their prime counterparts because I factored everything in. I'm not doing primes and current, so we'll just put them with their other with themselves. Where's Rayleigh? There we go. Sengoku. Okay, now we're pretty much out of Wano and only well, we got a few, but mostly manga only characters here. Actually, let's get rid of all the non-manga onlys. So Momonosuke can go with himself. Um, she can go with her sisters from Amazon Lily. I had them in B tier, right? The nicer to look at ones, right? Or C tier, yeah, C tier right here. They're cute, these three. Kami, I love Kami, mermaid who was almost sold into slavery, but was kind of the emotional crux of Sabaody. Hachan's best friend, they have an octopus stand, which, other people have talked about is weird because Hachan is an octopus. I like her more than Hachan even though, so she can get an A tier. Probably like here. Like that's good. Behind Koala, come on now. Maybe like oh yeah, next to Papagu, perfect. Anyone else? Charlie, I don't know why Charlie's right at the back. Her prophecy about a straw hat destroying Fishman Island is insane, and she's also Arlong's sister. She's cute too, so I'll put her with Arlong here in B tier, just above Arlong. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, these are the Egghead characters. So this guy is some Inspector General of the Marines. He has a really clean design. I think he looks really cool. With that being said, though, I can't imagine him being very relevant in the final saga or anything. I think he was talking to a Kainu or something, so whatever. C tier for you, sir. I'm gonna do all of the Seraphim in one go because I pretty much think equally about all of them, besides maybe S. Croc, just because his design is so clean. But I really like the Seraphim. I question their relevancy in the final war. Like, I wonder if this is just kind of like an egghead thing, or if they're really gonna be like main fighters in this conflict. So, but I do like them. I really do. I think that they were a cool addition, and they kind of fit the scientific theme of Egghead really well. So I'm gonna put all of them into B tier because I do think they are pretty cool. Maybe like maybe like right here. We'll start stacking them real quick. And obviously, if they grow up to full age by the final war, they are going to be very scary, very very scary indeed. And like I said, my favorite is S. Croc right here. I think his design is just so clean. He looks like an e-boy. S. Flamingo's got to be a menace. You can only assume, right? You only imagine. I'm not really ranking the others in order. It doesn't. Besides maybe Moria in the back. Oh, Kuma. I'm still reeling from the Kuma flashback, honestly. Is that all of them? I believe so. All right, so Doll has done absolutely nothing besides one kick and also being extremely attractive. So that's enough to warrant you a B tier up with the other waifu characters like Speed and Alafandra here. You can go above them, and Kiku. Prince Groose, I think is wait, is this one of his golems? We got Groose here and we got Groose here. I think this is one of his golems. So I'm gonna rank him and the cute little golem and all of them together. I like Prince Groose a lot. I think he is swag filled. So I'm gonna put him in top of B because he's filled up with swag. Groose golem here. And then the little cute golem as well. Where is it? I just saw it right here. Hey, shout out to, I'm 5 hours into making this, but shout out to Dima Sky 4 for making this tier list. So the satellites. I'm going to say straight up that my favorite satellites are Atlas, Lilith because she's hot, obviously, and Shaka for Daft Punk swag. So Atlas is just my favorite because she's cool. So I'm gonna put Atlas high A. I might end up stacking these Egghead characters up together in like the top of B. I'm gonna give Lilith an A, maybe. No, I'm not. I'm not. She's extremely attractive, but she can go there. And then Shaka for the connections to Dragon and also for just being Daft Punk. Um, the robots, the mechanized sea beasts, they can all get just like I don't know, like random C tier placements, maybe behind Weevil. Let's knock them out too. This is one of them. We're able to speed run these because a lot of them are just kind of, we've only seen them once or twice. So, oops. One of these. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Is that it for the robots? I believe so. Okay. So, um, Pythagoras, Edison, York. York is obviously a um, schemer. She was the traitor, after all. With that being said, I still like her. I think she's kind of a funny character in the fact that all she does is eat and shit. Um, she's a bastard though, for sure. Maybe it's just because she's cute that I'm not rating her as harshly. I don't know, but she's shitting for 6, which is pretty gross, I must say. Put her right there. I'll put Pythagoras and Edison just behind her because even though she's a bastard, I feel like Pythagoras and Edison are kind of the nothing satellites. They didn't really contribute anything to the plot of Egghead. What is Qin Zhao doing here? How did Qin Zhao sneak in, or how did Qin Zhao stay out of the limelight for so long? And didn't I already rank Prime Qin Zhao? I think I had him in C tier, no? Yeah, right here, right here. Nice. Oh, that's his kid, right? I said this was Qin Zhao, but I think this is actually Qin Zhao's kid. And then, yeah, okay, okay. Vegapunk and Prime Vegapunk, the Stella. I'm gonna put them with the just behind the collective Vegapunk that I ranked here. I think that Vegapunk is a scientist with a heart of gold, and that he is going to, same with Vivi, be instrumental if he survives in leading the world into a new dawn. More on the logistic side, whereas Luffy is kind of doing it in the symbolic side and doing the heavy lifting in that regard. But yeah, they can be together. The 3 iterations of Vegapunk. Stussy is maybe my number 2 waifu. She's the freeloader of Mads, and she is absolutely a baddie. Maybe more so than any other character. And for that, she can slot in quite highly on that alone. And I like that she's a vampire, and I like that there was the foreshadowing in Whole Cake Island when she drank the giraffe juice and then she bit Kaku. So, Oda's a master. We all knew this, though. This guy's the bourgeois pirates, or is this the bourgeois pirates? And this is like the geriatric pirates. They're members of Shanks's fleet that Shanks is like protecting, right? Because they're really weak. So they're funny. I don't hate them by any means. They can get a C tier. Also, I just saw Foxy in C tier. I am gonna move Foxy down with his friends because that's where Foxy actually belongs. Right, right here. The girl's cute, so she can go above Foxy. So there we go. She's not that cute though. Like, come on. This character is really funny because I was reading the bad scans and they called him Ball Fingers, and I convinced my friend to read the bad scans, and he got really mad because it was actually Paddle Toes and not Ball Fingers, and so every time we talk about this guy, it's just Ball Fingers. Not that we talk about him that much, but you can go with the bourgeois pirates. This character, these two, these three right here are the sub commanders of the Revolutionary Army alongside Akira or whatever her name is. Where is Akira at? Did I put her in B? Yeah, there she is. I'm gonna put these characters. I like them too, but I'm gonna put them in bottom of B because I like Akira a little bit more, just for the looks. You can see that when a character doesn't really have much besides the looks, that kind of impacts it. But if they have any substance, I don't really rank based on that as much, or really at all. But speaking of characters that I'm going to rank on looks, we have Hibari, who is presumably a Kainu's daughter, given their unique dialect of Japanese. I like her a lot. I think her design is one of the best, and I recently saw her in what she's going to look like in the anime, and she is very attractive. I like that she's Kobe's girlfriend, which is really cute. Kobe needs a cute girlfriend for sure if he's going to be the Pink Mamba. So I'll put her right, maybe like right here. That's a good spot. Three more to go. We got Kujaku, uh, Suru's granddaughter. She's got the whip ability, and she seems like she's pretty cool, you know? I'm gonna put her maybe with Suru. Did I give Suru A? I don't think she deserves A if I gave Suru A. This one. I'll put her in B tier. I think B tier is probably. Oh no, there we go. Nice with Suru. This is Nezumi's get off my screen brother, potentially recent Marine who was harassing the island of Sphinx, I believe. So these two can stay together. All right, last character, Saint Figurlund Garling. Extremely handsome in his prime. He is the current supreme commander of the Gods Knights. He has the authority to execute celestial dragons, and as much as I want to give him the despicable rank and put him with the Gorosei, I think that he's going to have a sick fight, and I am really intrigued about the Gods Knights and about their role in the final war. So I'm going to give him an A tier alongside. Well, let me think here. Let me think. I'm going to give him. Where's Akainu? I'm going to put him with Akainu because it's kind of similar in the sense that I understand that they're extremely despicable characters, but their intrigue is like same with Eam, you know. Their intrigue sort of makes me like them as characters, even though their horrible actions speak volumes. Okay, we're done. Oh my god. Okay, we're at 5.5 hours total. Let's organize the top 10, and maybe some of the S, and then we're gonna call it. If you're listening right now and you watched this whole thing, you're even more insane than I am. All right, let's see here. So for top 10, right now we've got Zoro, Katakuri, Kuma, Luffy, Vivi, Pink Mamba, Frankie, Robin, Rocinante, Whitebeard. Do I like this order? Is Zoro too high? No, he's not. He's not. I'm gonna put Luffy and Vivi over Kuma. Yeah, 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 yeah. Even though Kuma is obviously extremely, relevant and one of the most benevolent character and all of that. But he's not going to get knocked down or anything. Don't worry. And yes, I know that this is a top 11, but I'm counting the characters as they have been throughout their whole lives, not just primes and currents. So what else do we got? Let's look at where the Straw Hats are. We got Zoro, Luffy, Frankie, Robin, Sanji, and then it goes quite a ways to Usopp, Nami, and then it goes. I know I didn't count Vivi, but active Straw Hats. Takes a while to get the Chopper. And then we just have Brooke, right? Who's unfortunately saddled with a B tier. I'm going to put Brooke at the very top of B. I don't want to disrespect him that hard, but at the very same time, he is my least favorite. So, um, I think I like this. I think this is good. I don't see anything that I don't think is true. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. I really appreciate you. If you're here, thanks so much. Hope you all have a lovely whatever. Smooch.